Hey, Shalom David here. Welcome. Week in Review. Good to see everybody. Got Passover coming up tomorrow night, so wish everybody happy holiday. Blessings, good things to everybody. Hopefully, we'll have a jam-packed week in review, some good research, continue with some of the chess studies and various things. So, thank God. Not much exciting happened this week. I was on Luke Ford earlier today. He sent me a text. He sent me a message. I saw it popped on for like 15 minutes, kind of talking about Judaism, community, part of the Jewish community, a little bit about streaming. I saw Stephen James was on that also, but I missed that part. And next week, I probably won't do a week in review because it's going to be Passover. So no week in review next week. And hopefully the Wednesday after next week, I will have my Metaphysics Part 3 stream where we'll look at Vedic and Chinese metaphysics. So that should be pretty interesting. We've been doing a lot of preparation for that. So I don't have any guests lined up. You're just another war update. God forbid the war goes on. A lot of update. Unfortunately, it's really, God bless. Like the escalation with Iran, a little bit more details, what's going on over there, kind of like the fog of war, the information warfare where there's not a lot of known information. It's pretty difficult to decipher what's going on, so I'll do my best to weave through some of the information available. The protest movement has drastically grown. Columbia University in the news, and these tent city enactments, lockdowns. Now I think they've spread to 6 campuses: Yale, University of North Carolina, the New School, a handful of others. I would not be surprised if these spread across the country. I would not be surprised if these tent enactment pro-Palestinian protests continue through elections, because it would appear that that's the most pressing issue to protest about, especially that the United States is doubling down and appears is about to give a whole bunch of more weaponry to Israel. Well, actually, Michael Colasanti had mentioned that he's going to Israel, and he might give an update from Israel to what's going on. So I'm not sure if he made it to Israel, or some of the war stuff going on with Iran has changed airfare. I saw like a news thing today that over 50,000 Israelis are stranded all over the globe due to decreased airfare, and Passover's time to go. So if Michael made it to Israel, it'll be interesting to hear his update, his impression the first few days. And so I sent him the link on Facebook. So we'll see if he is in Israel, or if he does have the ability to join. Also, internet access. I'm not sure. I think you could pay extra. You could use your U.S. cell phone. When in Israel, you could buy a cell phone internet access, like a temporary cell phone, or sometimes you could pay your server extra to be able to continue your service in Israel. But we'll see if Michael did make it to Israel and if he is able to join. So Yisrael and KL, God bless. Happy Passover. A reminder, no week in review next week because it'll be the 7th day of Passover. I was thinking tomorrow I was going to buy some marijuana, a few joints. God forbid. Like I noticed, I was just looking online, and recreational cannabis is really spread. There's even like 2 places right near my house. Like, God forbid, like the prices are dirt cheap, relatively, like the cheapest and most available it's ever been in my life. So maybe I'll pick some up. But, I almost picked some up today, but I was like, okay, yeah, I got to stay intellectual. Oh, I wrote an essay on chess this week too. So I mentioned last week trying to start a um, a blog, a newsletter for the Detroit City Chess Club. So I wrote my piece, and yes, really, I mean, God forbid, was an addict for almost a decade. Hasidic Judaism, Balchuva circles in New York, and then here in Metro Detroit. But it's been a few years, and like now it's all over the place. Now there's like medical. It said like like there's like multiple places right near my house that have opened up in the last few years. So I have my essay on chess and art. So we'll look at that, a short one. If it gets printed, I'll probably even make it shorter. So, I put the link in the chat if anyone wants to show up. And, if anyone new, Swirly, or anybody wants to hop on for the first time, the open invitation. I saw a little stuff, Nathan Cofnas, God forbid, um, got lost his job this week due to um, his race realism articles, racist statements, and no longer at Cambridge. So I've never actually interacted with Nathan Cofnas, but because of his back and forth with KMAC, Kevin McDonald, big name, definitely in some of the genre of the JQ. Nathan Cofnas is probably from the biggest name. RG. Yeah, I mean, it used to be $20 a gram in New York City when illegally. You used to be able to get it $20 a gram street price and get it even cheaper. And now I think it was as cheap as $4 a gram. So prices really went down. You could get, and the quality has vastly increased. So, $20 a gram, for decent level street quality in New York, like a decade ago. I mean, that's what I used to pay for it. I rarely got just a gram at a time, but now it's like $4 a gram. The prices really came down. So got Claire in the chat also. So there was a thing a few years ago for Rabbi Kanievsky, who was smelling a weed plant, and he gave a heter for using marijuana on Passover. For it was mostly related to the Passover question. Um, and Moshe Feinstein generally, like, you can't start smoking, but if you're already smoking, you can continue. So it's very common. Like, I would say even among Hasidic Jews, maybe Orthodox Jews, but Hasidic Jews, the number of people who smoke weed is probably even higher than in the general population, like Israeli. And I got started on the habit from Hasidic Jews. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing it. Like, generally, I've been 2 years, I haven't touched it at all, and I'm getting old. So, but maybe a joint or two for Passover, L'Covid, the holiday. Okay, so here's a book, University of Michigan, Rebecca Wallenberg. I remember I went and heard her speak when she was still a student, so I guess she finally published a book still at the Frankel Jewish Studies Department in um yeah, I mean, RG, it's almost like an Indian, like in Hebrew. It's a thing to smoke on Yom Tov. Like, it's part of the enjoyment of the holiday. So it wasn't, just general. It's like, it's like a thing for the holiday. It's like, to enjoy the holiday more, it's a mitzvah. So we're not doing it for my own selfish reasons. I'm doing it for Hashem. But we'll see. So I'll report back. Okay, so parts of this book, props to Rebecca Wollenberg, not Wallenberg, Wollenberg, from the Frankel School in the Abrahamic vernacular. Contemporary thought typically places a strong emphasis on the exclusive and competitive nature of the Abrahamic monotheisms. This instinct is clearly born out of the history of the religious wars, theological polemic, and the social exclusion involving Jews, Christians, and Muslims. But there is also another side to the Abrahamic coin. Even in the midst of our communal rivalry, Jews, Christian, and Muslim practitioners have frequently turned to each other to think through religious concepts, elucidate sacred history, and enrich their ritual practices. Scholarship often describes these interactions between the Abrahamic monotheisms using metaphors of exchange between individuals as if one tradition might borrow a theological idea from another in the same way that a neighbor might borrow a recipe. This element proposes that there are deeper forms of entanglement at work in these historical moments. So definitely appreciate the scholarship. I read through this, and my debate with Daniel, the question of Abrahamism. I saw Adam Green was on a Twitter space with Albert Bashai about Islam, and they were questioning whether Islam also vindicates the Jews as the chosen people in the covenant. So I would actually put on that Islam vindicates Judaism in a different way, because Christianity generally legitimates the Hebrew prophets, as opposed to Islam vindicates the existence of the Hebrew prophet, but not the actual texts. And they may not even vindicate the chosenness. So Jesus arises from the seed of David. And so Islam has less vindication of this, but the concept of an Abraham, that Ishmael, that Muhammad comes from Ishmael, there's a lot of vindication and a sense of larger Abrahamism. I know I was on a Twitter space with Adam King, and he was mentioning, which I thought was false, and like most of the people on the stream also thought was false. Many Kabbalists, Jewish scholars, I would say the majority, say that um, Abraham was not a Jew. Abraham is the father of religions, and Jacob is the first Jew. And so there's a certain, and then Isaac is the father of Esau, and you could say Esau is the father of Christianity, and Isaac himself is also not a Jew. So this Abrahamism is the wide tent movement for Christianity and Islam, which is bigger than Judaism. Like, Judaism, even from a Judeo perspective, like, Judaism has a special part, a special piece in the puzzle, but it's just a piece in the puzzle. And Abrahamism and is more all encompassing. And to some extent Abrahamism, like Abraham, Brahma, the Hindu stuff, also Abraham could be seen as the father of Eastern religions. The Zohar tries to hint at, like, the Bhagavad Gita or Vedic text being from the descendants of Abraham, the B'nai Keturah, and that were sent east, and various aspects. And even though Messiah will come from the Jews, and certain special element of the covenant being realized through the Jew, um, the larger picture of Abrahamism is an important topic. So these books are usually really expensive. So I think this one is just like temporarily, partially for free. So you could read that before. Like, these days they charge like over $100 for these books. Okay, here was two brief things this week on YouTube. Things that I saw were a little bit interesting. CNBC, why 100,000 salary can't buy the American dream, and just inflation, a car, kids going to college. The expenses of America are not the same extent. The saturation of suburban life, various things. Yeah, Richard, I don't think it's the whole book. Like, the whole book is like, it's probably longer and expensive, so there's just the free part. But it was pretty interesting, and University of Michigan publication. But yeah, CNBC kind of demonstrating why the American dream is no longer applicable. God forbid, even $100,000 a year, you can't really get the American dream. Where in Detroit, 100 years ago, or think the homesteading, you could have achieved the American dream on like Henry Ford's $5 a day. When people first came to Metro Detroit and worked in the factories, and Henry Ford created the $5 day wage, that was sufficient for the American dream. You could build a house, your kids could have a better life, and the economic situation of that has changed, where even $100,000 now, with just two kids, you can't afford a house. You can't necessarily afford to send your kids to good schools. get good educations, and just a handful, the international competitiveness, like University of Michigan, uh, used to be you could be a top student from really any school in the state and get into University of Michigan and go on to become a doctor. um, Now it's very difficult, the international competition, to become a doctor, to even just get into University of Michigan. You have to live in like a handful of districts. In those handful of districts, that probably is going to cost $500,000 for your house, to that you have good education, or private school, uh, tuition for junior high, high school would be like $30,000-$40,000 a year. So interesting base. Here is also something interesting. Mr. Who's the Boss, and um, this was talking about the internet is starting to break, and it's basically private equity has completely taken over the internet, and now everything is a bait and switch. Like even YouTube itself, like that. But it used to be years ago where you could come up with an idea, you could do a new internet page, and you could but now you can't really do that. There, you have to sell your company. So if you do have a good idea, you have to take your idea public. You have to get private equity funding, and by the time you get private equity funding, you are going to end up monetizing and basically doing like a bait and switch, where you give some sort of freemium, get people to your page, and once you get people to your page, then you screw your own client base. And basically every web page, especially the commercial ones, like Uber or something, do that. They get you all to their page by offering you really good prices, really good deals, and once they get you there, then they raise prices and screw you. And it's basically trying to get as much money for the shareholders by mutually screwing the sellers and the buyers. So like eBay, they finally rose the price. You used to only be 12%, but to 15%, and it's monopoly. And eBay, basically just keeps on sucking more and more money out of you, because you have no choice. So even if there was a competition, and they would, the economy of scales, or whatever it's called. So it's a little interesting breakdown on um, the problem with the internet. And I've mentioned the problem with the internet mirrors, generally the problem of the U.S. economy, where everything in the U.S. economy is basically private equity. And I've mentioned in some of my rambles, I haven't been to an engineering conference for a while, but used to ramble about it at engineering conferences, where there really is no such thing as a mom and pop's business anymore. It's all private equity corporations, and if you do have a good idea, at best, you could take it public, get investment from private equity, and I mean, it's not necessarily the fault of corruption or greed of private equity, although that's probably part of it. Some is technology differences, the benefit of monopoly technology, the increase in price. So, like for a manufacturer or something like that, where you're going to have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for a machine, and in order to get the machine, you either already have to be rich, or you have to use an investor. And these days the investment is almost certainly going to be private equity, and it changes the nature of business to where there really is no mom and pops businesses. Small businesses are being hollowed out, and then it becomes zero sum, where you make your profit by playing a zero sum game with your employees or with the customer. And so almost all the jobs in manufacture are dead end jobs, where they're constantly trying to pay you less and less money. So yeah, I mean, God forbid, it it's just structural problems in the market, and God forbid, like a bloodletting, like the war, the bad things facing humanity, some sort of reset. And even like real estate, like saying the American dream is dead because there's no more vacant land. the suburban areas have already been built out and they become saturated, and you can't just get open land and build a house. And now private equity is coming back in to basically purchase all the real estate. And they're like technology and a whole bunch of various factors. So ramble on that a different time. I was listening to Sean Carroll's course on physics and time. So I'd listened to this course before, but I was listening to it again. Sean Carroll's um, Modern Physics Time. So he's a popular lecturer for the Great Courses Teaching Company, and the whole course is kind of interesting. Mysteries of Modern Physics. This one's a few years old. Uh, but one of the things I thought I'd just mention real quick is the past hypothesis, which specifically rates the paradoxes of the past. And eventually in metaphysics, in my metaphysics series, I'll do a deep dive into time and causality and various questions. But Roger Penrose question of why was the early universe, at least according to the Big Bang hypothesis, low entropy, but related to the arrow times. Let me just read this real quick. Past hypothesis. In cosmology, the past hypothesis is a fundamental law of physics that postulates that the universe started in a low entropy state. In accordance with the second law of thermodynamics, the second law states that any closed system follows the arrow of time, meaning its entropy never decreases. Applying this idea to the entire universe, the hypothesis argues that the universe must have started from a special event with less entropy than is currently observed in order to preserve the arrow of time globally. The idea has been discussed since the development of statistical mechanics, but the term past hypothesis was coined by philosopher David Albert in 2000. Philosophical and theoretical effort focusing on trying to explain the consistency and the origin of the postulate, the past hypothesis, an exception to the principle of indifference, according to which every possible microstate within a certain macrostate would have an equal probability. The past hypothesis allows only those microstates that are compatible with a much lower entropy past, although those states are assigned equal probabilities. If the principle of indifference is applied without taking into account the past hypothesis, a low or medium entropy state would have likely evolved both from and toward higher entropy macrostates. If there are more ways statistically to be high entropy than low entropy, the lower medium entropy state would have appeared as a statistical fluctuation amid a higher entropy past and a higher entropy future. Common theoretical frameworks have been developed in order to explain the origin of the past hypothesis based on the inflationary models or the anthropic principle. The wild curvature hypothesis, an alternative model by Roger Penrose, argues the link between entropy, the arrow of time, and the curvature of space-time, encoded the Weil tensor. So this is some of the stuff Roger Penrose. And so the Science of Consciousness conference is actually this week on Passover. So I thought I'd mention it. We'll come back to this in the future. So God forbid, the Nathan Cofnas losing his job for his right-wing activism, most specifically his, so to say, racist statements against African Americans, and which comes a little bit together with the race realism and IQ science. So his default hypothesis on the JQ is, basically that Jews have high IQs. So, the same defense that he gave for the JQ also applied to, God forbid, negativity towards African Americans. So Robert Stark, a friend of Luke Ford, article in the Unz Review this week, Hereditarianism is by far the greatest taboo in America. Danish genetic researcher Emil Kierkegaard had a recent study asking 500 Americans what they considered to be the greatest taboos. Racial, hereditary, and IQ disparities were by far the greatest taboo. beating out incest, pedophilia, gay germs, and anti-Semitism. Unfortunately, I'm very pessimistic about hereditarian thinking being normalized anytime soon, and it is actually in decline. So the Emil Kierkegaard study, everybody knows some topics or questions are taboo, but which ones do people agree decide to find out? We asked 500 Americans online to rate the tabooness of 29 questions, and this was the result. Race and IQ was the winner, even beating incest, pedophilia, gay germs, etc. So you could see the number 5 one here, whether Jews favor other Jews to increase their social power, whether men are smarter than women, going down to things like vaccine. But number 1, hereditarianism. Number 2, incest. Number 3, pedophilia. Number 4, whether transsexualism is a mental illness. So this extremely taboo, very taboo, somewhat taboo. So not at all taboo, little taboo from. So the people, less than like 25% of people think that it's only a little or not taboo. 75% of people think that hereditarianism is taboo. So you see what happened to Nathan Cofnas. And Emil Kierkegaard found that the results were generally consistent across all subgroups, including age, gender, race, and political orientation. Women did not have a dramatically different reaction to taboos, which counter stereotypes of women being more hyper moralistic. However, the younger and self identifying Democrats overall had a stronger reaction against taboos than Republicans, including to pedophilia, which may come as a surprise. Whether global warming and is man-made in evolution, humans evolving from animals, were the only questions that Republicans had a stronger taboo reaction to. Regardless, this fits with the trend where the left is now more moralistic than the right. The results were almost entirely consistent across all subgroups: age, sex, politics, race, science, knowledge. The correlations for taboo ratings across groups were greater than 0.9, close to 1 without sampling error, though note that some groups find everything more taboo than others. Hereditarian thinking tends to appeal to the very intellectual, while anti-Semitism seems to appeal disproportionately to those with lower IQs, though there are exceptions. This is because anti-Semitism offers a simplistic good versus evil narrative as an explanation for social and political problems. For this reason, anti-Semitism is more likely to be normalized than HBD hereditarianism. Anti-Semitism also fits in with existing racial dialectics, with Jews replacing whites as the boogeyman. In contrast, hereditarianism would radically upend all existing paradigms. Ashkenazim are influential because they are the only North Euro ethnic group on Earth who still have pre-1965 ethnocentrism, not some sinister conspiratorial scheme. So that's kind of the Nathan Cofnas, although Nathan Cofnas rejects that Jews have higher than average ethnocentrism, or at least more ethnocentrism than Europeans. So the alt-right did collapse, not because it accomplished its goal. Belief in hereditarianism is at an all-time low based on the GSS. For example, so you can see a fraction of U.S. public believing in hereditarianism is down to 5%. In the 1975, 25% of the U.S. was hereditarian. Now it's down to 5%. The general perception is that hereditarianism, and especially support for eugenics, is correlated with nerdiness, having a very low social status, or being antisocial. However, Sebastian Jensen's analysis of Scott Alexander's recently SSC survey found that eugenics supporters tend to have higher SAT scores, higher levels of self-reported attractiveness, lower body mass index, lower levels of religiosity, and lower levels of political extremism. This survey also found that women do not like eugenics, but trans people and men are okay with them. Pro-eugenics people are more attractive, have higher SAT scores, and thinner and more mentally stable. From the Elite Human Capital Survey, Scott Alexander blog readers. Okay, so in relation to Nathan Cofnas. Okay, so God forbid, let's look at the war. So we'll go straight to Israel and the war update. A lot of stuff happening. The links in the chat if anyone wants to hop on. So they just published a survey from Harvard on a whole bunch of issues, but a lot of these related to Israel and feeling towards Jewishness. So this was a survey of young Americans' attitudes toward politics and public service from the Harvard Kennedy School. And you see most of them are college-aged people. And a lot of it's about voting. So this is kind of long. It's like 30 pages. So let me just look at some of the key ones, mostly about Israel and Judaism. So thinking about national issues for a moment, which issue concerns you the most? Economic issues, 27%. Foreign policy, national security, only 8%. Environmental issues, only 6%. Abortion, reproductive rights, only 6%. So there's no real overarching huge issues. A lot of stuff about Trump and Biden. I'll skip over it, but if anyone wants to look on their own. Okay, so here's an ordering of various issues from more important to less important. So at the top, you got inflation, healthcare, housing, gun violence, jobs, protecting democracy, corruption, education, women's reproductive rights, crime, immigration. Immigration closing off at 10. Then taxes, climate change, free speech, Israel, Palestine, student debt. So Israel, Palestine is number 13 with 34% saying it's important as compared to inflation being the most common concern. Okay, so here was this survey was reported in Jewish papers. That's where I saw it. Then I looked up the the actual survey. So, which of the following groups do you sympathize with during the war between Israel and Hamas? So, net sympathy, the Palestinian people, 56%, the Israeli people, 52%. See a lot of don't know, not enough information. So a lot of these questions, you're getting a lot of undecideds or don't know. The Palestinian government, 32%, the Israeli government, 29%. So millennials, the youngest group, people favor the Palestinians more than the Israelis and even the government. And the split sample, like Hamas, you still have a decent amount of sympathy. But if you consider only 29% sympathy for the Israeli government, there's 17% sympathy for Hamas. Which of the following comes closest to your view? The U.S. should be more of an ally to Israel, only 11%. The U.S. should maintain the current relationship with Israel, 17%. The U.S. should be less of an ally to Israel, 14%. The U.S. should not be an ally to Israel, 15%. Don't know, 41%. So if you're looking at millennials, almost half of millennials, they don't know, they don't care. And then it's about evenly split from the question of Israel. However, there's more favor towards Palestinians. So the 50% who don't know, of the people who care, there's more people who want America to take more the side of the Palestinians. Permanent ceasefire, 51% support, only 10% oppose. Do you believe Israel's response so far to October 7th attack by Hamas has been justified? 21% justified, 32% not justified. All these, almost 50%, don't know. NATO, Taiwan, various issues. So, where do you regularly access news and current events? 25% YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, 22% local news, 19% Facebook, 16% X, CNN 14%, 12% Fox News, podcast 10%, 26% none of the above, only 1% Truth Social, 7% MSNBC. Fearful, 2/3 fearful, only 1/3 hopeful of the future of America. Trust in institutions, very low across the board, although the military has the most trust, then the UN, then the Supreme Court. Billionaires, the lowest. Community service is an honorable thing to do. 75% said agree. And it goes on. I just wanted to show a little bit about Israel Palestine. Okay, so God forbid the huge protests across America, especially Columbia University. So University of Michigan had huge protests, walkouts, and so I thought this was ironic because the student government now, I mentioned that the shut it down party took over student government, and here the student government itself supported the walkout. So if you're seeing the shift in like the Columbia hearings and the anti-Semitism this week, the student body, elected student body at University of Michigan is supporting the protests and walkouts. And pardon me. I would not be surprised if it's the same largely across the nation, certainly at Columbia, where Columbia, cracked down, arrested over 100 people. And the protests popped back up, the tents. Now there's been thousands of people every night in Columbia at these protests. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if these protests last through elections, maybe till the war's over. We'll see what the Democratic, President Biden, the Democratic, we could have like a repeat of the 1968 or 64 Democratic convention in Chicago, where you had the mass arrests. And I would not be surprised if these protests last all the way through August. We'll look at the war, but the likelihood the war in Israel is going to continue the rest of the year and possibly even escalate, that the protests will continue, and the Democratic National Convention might have some of the largest protests maybe ever seen in the history of the country. Okay, so Perun, which I sometimes look at, and Task and Purpose, some military channels. What went on with Iran and Israel, the tit for tat? Was Iran humiliatedly defeated and showed that they can't touch Israel, or was Iran just giving a slight showing of their power? And the reality is that Iran could destroy Israel if it wanted to. So these are somewhat unknown. You have different measurement, and kind of like last week on this motivation and the intent in mind reading. So what's the strategy of the other person? What was the intent? Did Iran intend to inflict a bunch of damage and failed miserably, or did Iran intend not to inflict any damage and just send a message that they could if they wanted to? And it's similar like your Russia-Ukraine, where there's a lot about intentions, just versus capabilities. Regardless of the intention, the likelihood that Iran could overrun the Iron Dome system if it wanted to and inflict a huge amount of damage. Will they do it? Will Israel continue to escalate? And then you had the response of Israel to Iran's attack this week. And it was kind of like Iran saying nothing happened. And then you have Israel, which wants plausible deniability that it did anything. But then you have the Israeli and the American newspapers and even politicians saying like, yeah, we damaged something. We hit something in Iran and we showed them that we could have done a bunch of damage. So it's kind of like, like I read a few months ago on the battle of narratives. So for public support, there's the actual military uh, logistics analysis, and then there's the politics, the economics, and the narrative battle. So what exactly the capabilities, how good is the Iron Dome, the missile defense system, and generally say, well, missile defense only works so good. And, um, so God forbid, will Israel scale down? However, are they going to get the money? Is the U.S. going to back? So there's a lot of unknowns, the escalations, and does it matter? Because Israel's stuck in this forever war in Gaza, where they don't appear to be making any progress other than largely killing innocent civilians. There's no endgame strategy. The likelihood that Israel is going to be able to defeat Hezbollah or push them off the northern border is unlikely. So escalation with Iran, God forbid, you have the Hezbollah Zionist hardliners, surprisingly, in the mainstream Democratic Party also, that basically the drumbeat of regime change in Iran now, and maybe you're going to see this tens of billions of dollars military funding. Maybe we'll see continual kind of deflection from what's going on in Gaza and Hezbollah to this wider question of regime change in Iran and the question of the current strength of Iran. And so at this point, with the war of narratives, it's nearly impossible to get good information, just like Ukraine. So the Ukraine battle's been going on for 2 years. And besides for the front line, so we could detect like the front line. But like the number of Ukrainian casualties, the various things, we don't even know 2 years later. There's various estimates. So, the war mappers and the information, you could largely tell the front line. And so like in Gaza also, like the question, is Israel making any progress? Have they captured any territory? It would appear to be no. So we could see that, they destroyed a bunch of buildings. You could see the masses of people, but Israel is largely pulled out of Gaza and Hamas has largely taken back the territory that it lost. So there might be fewer Hamas people. They might have less weapons than they did before. However, they have Israel's not successfully taken territory. Um, okay, so let's look at a few articles uh, on the war. So Naftali Bennett was last Sunday supposed to speak at University of Michigan, and they shut it down. They successfully shut it down. The protest, they canceled it. They put it in a private venue, and I couldn't even find it online. Supposedly it was streamed somewhere, and I couldn't even see a repeat of it. So, God forbid, Naftali Bennett is relatively the worst of the people who have credible war crime charges against them. So, going back to the Lebanon War, where they bombed, largely based on his orders, they bombed a Lebanese refugee center, killing 100 innocent people. And even the Israeli commission that researched it said that he was basically saying, God forbid, borderline like genocidal statements about Arabs. So Naftali Bennett is the most credible. Like if there's actually war crime, tribunals, Naftali Bennett would be the most likely person, and there are people who have attempted to bring um, war crime charges to against um, against. I'm sorry, just looking at Kale's message about DNA research. I'll have to look at that later. Against Bennett. So Bennett tried to speak at University of Michigan. Naftali Bennett addressed at University of Michigan moved online over security concerns. Former Israeli PM addressed students online after campus event canceled due to threats by anti-Israel and pro-Hamas activists. Tickets bought under names such as, God forbid, kill Jews. A planned address by former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett at the University of Michigan had to be held online due to security fears surrounding opposition from anti-Israel protesters. The event, titled Division to Dialogue, Bridging Perspectives in the Middle East, was organized by the Facts on the Ground at Michigan Group, which was founded in November to combat disinformation on the war between Israel and Hamas. The day before the event was to be held, Facts on the Ground announced that it would held in a live stream format due to security concerns. We're deeply saddened to announce that given recent safety concerns, our leadership team, in collaboration with the UN administration and various security teams, must cancel the public in-person component of our event. It is disheartening that rather than engage in dialogue and discourse, some on our campus elect to disrupt, threaten, and ultimately prevent those who seek to learn and engage. The Michigan Daily student newspaper reported the university and Bennett security team decided to hold the event online rather than in person due to threats made on campus. It was discovered that about 200 of the tickets for the event were purchased until anti-Semitic and threatening messages in place of names. Protesters gathered outside the building where the event was supposed to be held, despite the cancellation of the in-person event. During the live stream, Bennett spoke with Dan Senor, the host of Call Me Back podcast. When we're internally weak, they hit us, Bennett said during the event. How do we become weak? By division. How do we become strong? By unity, not unity of opinion, but unity of action and unity of cause. Okay, here's another random. This was in the New York Times, and it was kind of a chart. It was only partially. You're looking at the weird web of alliances: the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Hamas, Iran, Syria, Houthis, and Qatar. And you see kind of like the Netanyahu doctrine, where you have unilateral relations, or the Modi doctrine, referring to India, where Netanyahu told Modi that he would have unilateral relations with India and not affect Israel-China relations, also be unilateral. They wasn't going to get in between diplomatic tension between China and India, ones unilaterally have relations without taking a side in that conflict. And so you see that here too, where the U.S. has various people have relations with people that are hostile or friendly to other forces. So, I mean, really, it should have been more. So, I mean, the New York Times coverage, God forbid, is woefully insufficient. So, you also see here, God forbid, the United States might sanction the Nahal Haredi unit. So, I'd mentioned the Nahal Haredi unit originally was made up of anti-Zionist people that refused to serve in the IDF, and a lot of them were anti-Zionist, and then they came to compromise, and then they formed religious units, and now a lot of the people in the religious units come from the Dati, West Bank settlers, and you have the former Haredi that, like I mentioned last week about the Satmar Rebbe's grandson, and the pipeline from anti-Zionist to Zionist, where the worst of the Zionist offenders are the former anti-Zionist. And I've mentioned multiple reasons for that, and that largely Palestinian human rights is not one of the leading reasons for Haredi anti-Zionism. So when Haredi people become less religious, usually they tend to become zealots in Zionism, and God forbid, you could see the worst of the human rights offenders against Palestinians, so much that the U.S. is considering sanctions against them. Okay, so let's look a little bit of analysis on what happened with Iran. So this from the Jerusalem Post. There's a lot of like drumbeats of war and they can't touch us and we should smash them. We should move towards a regime change right away. But this one was more introspective of the reality of the situation. The lessons Israel must learn from the Iranian attack. Opinion. Despite Israel's bluster, Israel's air defense is not prepared for a simultaneous aerial attack from several fronts. Whether you like it or not, Iran's strike on Israel last weekend turned the Islamic Republic into a key player in the region. One must be clear-headed about the motives behind Iran's attack. Iran did not attack Israel to express solidarity with the Palestinian people or in defense of the Palestinian cause, nor did it launch its missiles on behalf of Hezbollah, Syria, or the Houthis in Yemen. Its attack was motivated by a political strategy of shattering Israel's aerial hegemony in the Middle East. From now on, Israel's Air Force must understand that a tough new player has joined the race for aerial superiority in the region. The Iran's message was clear. Any Israeli strike on the Iranian target, whether in Lebanon, Syria, or Iran itself, will be met by ruthless and immediate retaliatory attack of the same magnitude. The equilibrium of Israel's strategic deterrence has been devastated to the extent that Israel may need decades to restore it if it succeeds in restoring it at all. Had Iran aimed for a deadly strike on Israel, it wouldn't have told half the world about its intention to strike, naming locations and timeframes. Iran only wanted to make a point, and it did so well, with little ignorant arrogance and great care to avoid any surprise escalation. The primary outcome of the strike for Iran was increasing its bargaining chips in the talks with the U.S. on Tehran's nuclear capabilities that have dragged on since being opened a few years ago. Israel needs U.S. support in any upcoming strike it plans on Iran. If Iran decides to break all the rules, turn the table upside down, and launch a massive attack on Israel, or if escalation between the two parties gets out of control and turns into an all-out war, Israel's chance of defending itself without outside help are minimal. The gimmick attack last weekend was difficult for Israel's air defenses to abort. Had it not been for military intervention from the U.S. and other Western allies and assistance of neighboring Arab countries that allegedly intercepted and shot down some of the weaponized drones, Israel would have faced a very unpleasant scenario, which could have involved numerous human casualties and widespread destruction of areas hit by incoming missiles and drones. Assessing Iran's missile threat. The missile strike over the weekend was a test balloon through which Iranian military leaders wanted to gauge what political reactions and military challenges to expect should they decide to attack Israel in the future. It was also a test balloon for the Israelis, who learned the limits of their aerial defense capacity, regardless of whether any future Iranian assault would be a retaliation to an Israel attack or simply an Iranian decision to initiate an open war against what it likes to call the Zionist entity. Israel will need its big brother, United States, to be there to help defend the skies from incoming missiles. The Iranian attack on Israel brought to mind the U.S. decision to overthrow the regime of former Iraqi President Saddam Hussein because of the 39 Scud missiles Iraq launched against Israel during the 1991 Gulf War. Firing rockets against Israeli targets was something neither the U.S. nor Israel accepted. The U.S. asked Israel Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, the hardline right-wing loyalist of revisionist Zionist Jabotinsky, to stand down without firing one shot against Iraq. In return, the U.S. promised to punish Saddam Hussein and overthrow his regime. The U.S. kept its promise, and Saddam's regime was toppled in April 2003. Will the U.S. do the same to Iran? I don't think so. Why? Because back then, Iraq stood alone, facing a broad international coalition led by the U.S., while impotent Russia was seated on the side bench watching from afar. Today's Iran is not an isolated country that the U.S. can quickly attack without considering the possibility of that attack causing a global conflict equivalent to World War III. Russia is Iran's strategic ally. The highly sophisticated and advanced weaponry the Russians manufacture is already in Iranian hands, including batteries of S-300 surface-to-air anti-aircraft missiles that are capable of intercepting and shooting down the U.S. flagship fighter bomber, the F-35. Imagine a situation where missiles are simultaneously launched against Israel by Hezbollah in Lebanon the Syrian army, the Houthis in Yemen, and Iran. Each of these groups has an undeniable missile capability that perhaps won't destroy Israel, but could at least cause a severe headache and plight to the home front. Israel can quickly identify every missile that is launched from Iranian batteries in Iran because the time factor is on its side, giving the opportunity for air defenses to intercept and shoot down those missiles before they enter Israel's airspace. Any missile launched from Iran needs an average of 10 minutes to reach Israel, giving the Israeli air defense system time to calculate the missile's destination and alert the intended targets. But this capability is next to zero when it comes to intercepting missiles launched from batteries that are near Israel and are capable of hitting their Israeli targets within 1 or 2 minutes. Israel's missile defense challenges. It is no longer a secret that Hezbollah has a massive arsenal of missiles and rockets, many of which are highly accurate. The estimated number of such missiles is at least in the tens of thousands. Some say it is up to 100,000, and others believe that it is even more than 150,000. Hezbollah knows well that should any conflict break out with Israel, it won't have the luxury of repeating what happened during Israel's second war in Lebanon in 2006. In other words, Hezbollah cannot sustain devastating Israel airstrikes all over Lebanon, which would destroy much of the country's strategic facilities and infrastructure. Knowing that Hezbollah could not handle a conflict that resembled a boxing match in which both sides exchanged missile punches, both Israel and Hezbollah would opt for the jackpot confrontation of destroying the other side in 1 or 2 blows and not waiting for the third. Israel's air defenses are not built to face the threats of thousands of missiles falling all over the country in 1 or 2 massive strikes. In such a scenario, Israel would make the decision to protect strategic sites, including military and industry sites. At the same time, the overwhelming majority of the home front would have to rely on the limited defenses of hiding in safe rooms and bomb shelters until the war's end. Israel says the Iron Dome's current estimated interception rate is close to 90%. I think the rate is a lot less than that. Nevertheless, even 90% accuracy doesn't provide the even 90% accuracy doesn't provide the defense Israel needs. Out of 10,000 missiles launched, 1,000 that hit their desired targets are a real threat to Israel. The fear that 1,000 missiles can hit small and vital strategic power plants, factories, and state institutions such as the Knesset in Jerusalem or the Ministry of Defense offices in Tel Aviv or other sites is undoubtedly an intolerable threat for most Israelis. The apocalyptic scenario is horrific, but not unexpected. Israel's intransigence on the Palestinian front and its unwavering rejection to the two-state solution based on the June 1967 lines will keep this conflict boiling in a pressure cooker. One day it will explode with much higher magnitudes than what has already been witnessed over the past 7.5 decades. So God forbid a sober assessment from the Jerusalem Post. Just see if there's any updates in the last few minutes. Okay, so here you just, God forbid, since Colombia, you're just a little article on protests. This from The Guardian. Roads blocked as thousands of protests in U.S. against Israel's attack on Gaza. Flights delayed and traffic disrupted as protesters in major U.S. cities intensify call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Thousands of people have protested across the U.S. on Monday, condemning Israel's attack on Gaza, shutting down airports and disrupting traffic in major cities from New York to San Francisco. A portion of the Kennedy Expressway into Chicago O'Hare International Airport, one of the U.S.'s busiest, was blocked off by protesters calling for an end to the violence. NBC Chicago reported that some travelers were seen getting out of their cars and walking along the highway to the airport. The Chicago Aviation Department said the protests caused substantial flight delays. Many protesters were arrested following the incident. In the San Francisco Bay Area, 2 major highways, the southbound 101 across the Golden Gate Bridge and the northbound 880 in nearby Oakland, were disrupted during morning rush hours. Demonstrators echoed calls for a ceasefire and the end of U.S. support to Israel. All traffic lanes have since been reopened. Protesters were also arrested on New York's Brooklyn Bridge and in Philadelphia, where several streets in the city center were blocked off. Near Seattle, the demonstration closed the main road to Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Authorities said social media posts showed people holding a banner and waving Palestinian flags while standing on the highway. Oregon State Police said 52 protesters were arrested for disorderly conduct following the Interstate 5 protest in Eugene, about 110 miles from south of Portland. 6 vehicles were towed from the scene. The protests were just a few of the many demonstrations held around the world since Israel's violent siege on the Palestinian territory began last year, following the 7th October attacks on Israel. Okay, so God forbid, with the aid passing in Congress, and we'll see. I would guess it's reasonably likely that the aid passage will pass through the House and the Senate. And so I've just been seeing on Twitter all the uh, Palestinians, the encampment. They arrested over 100 people, and now the tents are back. Ilan Omer's daughter, uh, the new school has a tent city there. Yale had a tent city. Um, University of North Carolina. So the Yale protest is still going on. I wouldn't be surprised if University of Michigan um, starts a protest like that also. So, God forbid, um, I would expect these protests to keep on growing, and kind of the mainstream Jewish strategy. So I've mentioned this many times. The mainstream Jewish strategy. We're talking last week, about organized Jewry versus individual Jews. So Duvid, who maybe for periods of time was somewhat like an insider, a Jewish insider, but definitely like leaning anti-Zionist, um, and failing to fully integrate into Orthodox Judaism. Get married, have children that go to Orthodox schools. Um, Now I'm an outsider to organized Jewry, God forbid, and um, the general strategy is speaking through a unified voice, and the purpose of the unified voice is largely for elites. And the negative aspect of the mainstream organized Jewish strategy is that it sacrifices the masses for the elites. So if you're looking, the media, the newspapers, Congress, the business community, the pro-Israel Zionist side is doing relatively well. You look at the congressional hearing on Colombia, all the denunciation, and they got the mass arrest that they had the hearing in Colombia. Um, Israel's likely to get their money, their billions of dollars and more weapons, close to $20 billion. And they were able to get thousands of people across the country arrested for these protests. But it's backfired and the protests have increased. So Colombia, they expelled, I think 75 people got expelled, over 100 people arrested. But now, 4 days later, the protest is still going on and they're spreading across the country. And unfortunately, from my research into Jewish history and the Jewish community, is that's our strategy. And we're not going to change our strategy. They're going to keep on doubling down on it. And the main focus is on elites. So, okay, like I had my debate with Daniel, and it's basically died down. Another like Russian Jew, Greg, spoke to him this week, who's also a libertarian. So, like, ironically, I'm a libertarian, and the guy Greg who spoke to him was libertarian, although um, he wasn't really a scholar of Judaism, but he was a general scholar, and had an interesting conversation. But saying like a Jew who's outside of organized Jewry, that there's like, I'm a little bit scared. I'm I don't trust the plan. I think that our leadership is making bad decisions and leading us straight off a cliff. God forbid, it's a disaster. Like, not only the incompetence in the Israel, the Gaza war, where we, God forbid, genocide, ethnic cleansing, uh, escalating war with Iran, but also the Hasbara, the Jewish Communal Relations Council's uh, overall strategy in America, which is basically focus on the elites. And the mainstream strategy for doing that is these unified voices in lobbying, and a lot of it does have to do with donations and political donations, where you have the unified voice of a lobbying arm that writes big checks. And then when you have a person who's counter signaling, so if Duvid is counter signaling, I'm giving a message that's opposite the unified voice of the organized Jewish community, then the Jewish community will attack me and and say that there's something nefarious or bad about me, and that's why I'm not going along with the unified voice. And God forbid, so the unified voice strategy appears to be relatively stable and working on the elites, but it's not working on the masses. And it could be they're just going to keep on doubling down. So, the university campuses, these mass protests against Israel. So you say, well, who cares? Congress is still giving the money, and they're still having cracking down on protesters, but long term, they're not going to be able to crack down on the protests. They might, through elections, they might be able to, due to the nature of the American election cycle, you might find a disproportionate strong amount of Israel supporters elected that will continue to support and fund the war. And that's probably, like, from my perspective, that's even worse for Jews in Israel than um just kind of admitting defeat or giving up on Zionism. I'd rather just give up on Zionism. But you're saying, so the direction of the mainstream organized Jewish community will be to keep the war going and largely just focus on the elites. So if you're just the protesters, so God forbid, if they're just blaming this like irrational anti-Semitism, and now like 25% of the American public is anti-Semitic, God forbid, if we continue through elections and the war continues, into the end of 2024, and the US keeps on supporting the war and it keeps being disastrous, it comes to a point where the escalation with Iran and various things, anti-Semitism could reach 50%, and these protests could keep on getting stronger. So this is really a disaster situation. Passover is coming up this week, and God forbid, it's tough to know what to do. I saw that someone I went to school with saw my post on my thing with Daniel, and he just kind of like mentioned, did I lose my mind? And like, as opposed to kind of like uh Duvid, good job, or at least you tried, your heart's in the right place, to kind of like like, God forbid, the counter-Semitic mind bug that Duvid now has got infected with the counter-Semitic mind bug. And so, because you basically, if you're going against organized Jewry, you're going to be pushed into this camp of why. And so then you get the character assassination. So it's not like, well, I looked through, I came to a conclusion on my own that the organized Jewish community, including Zionists and the Israeli government, are wrong, and therefore I'm the opposite side. And that means on a lot of these issues, I'm on the same side as Palestinians, as, God forbid, so to say, the enemies of Israel, even like Hamas or Iran. I'm looking at the issue and I'm like, well, do you agree with Hamas or Iran on like some of these issues? Well, yeah, I mean, not because I'm on the side of the enemies of Israel, but because Israel and the organized Jewish community has chosen a really, really bad path. And God forbid, that's put me on the same side with the enemies of Israel. And as Israel and the organized Jewish community keeps on doubling down this path, basically everyone's going to be on the opposite side. And then you're going to have the hardliners leading the fight, like Hamas and Iran, that you're going to be like, I told you so. They were against the organized Jewish community for decades because they were right. God forbid. And they might have been right about a few issues, not saying they were right in general. Certainly they were right about standing up to the mistreatment of Palestinians and the problem of Zionism. Um, but yeah, God forbid this is just a disaster. So let's look at two more things related to the war, and then we'll go on to chess studies. And I'm not sure if there's anyone in the chat. The links in the chat looks like I got a minion, but so if anyone wants to grab on and talk. So this was interesting. This was the JTA. 6 months into the war, Israel soldiers still count on donations for basic supplies. Why? When Aaron Moshe Shulman was recalled for another round of reserve duty in Israel's army last month, he took to Facebook seeking help for his 35-member paratrooper unit. We're in dire need of equipment: tactical helmets, tactical uniforms, tactical boots in all sizes, tactical eyeglasses, knee pads, Leatherman's good gun straps, and decent tactical gloves. Shulman wrote in Secret Jerusalem, a group with tens of thousands of English speakers. Many responded with offers to help, but the comments also devolved into a heated debate. Why, 6 months into the war, soldiers like Shulman still relying on the generosity of strangers? Why is the military not supplying the soldiers by itself? It's a question shared by many Jews in Israel and the diaspora. Since October 7th, they've been deluged with what can feel like an overwhelming number of fundraising appeals, and have responded by directly more than 1 billion to Israel soldiers, according to major fundraisers' rough estimate. As the war goes on, they say that they are still glad to help, but can't shake the feeling that things shouldn't be this way. We want to keep them as safe as possible, and we want to help them as much as we can. Nakama Kravitz, who moved to Israel from Los Angeles in 2022 and has family in the Israeli military, told the JTA, but I'm incredibly confused and disturbed about why the government is not capable of supplying their soldiers. If you're sending your boys to war, you equip them adequately. Why is this being left up to private individuals? According to the official line, the Israeli military provides all the needs of its soldiers. Today, the soldiers have the required equipment according to their division and mission. The Israel Defense Force spokesman unit said in an email. The Israeli military did not respond to further questions, and the Ministry of Defense did not respond at all to the inquiries. In reality, countless Israeli soldiers can be found all over the internet asking the public to donate basic supplies for needed combat or to ensure a minimal level of comfort. In a widely circulated video, for example, an Israeli soldier explains why the knee pads provided by the military are inadequate. They were great 10 years ago, the soldier said in the video. The straps are worn out and they don't stay on my leg. They are thin, not incredibly comfortable. They passed through numerous soldiers and weren't taken care of. Some of the soldiers, as well experts in wartime logistics and volunteers who had stepped in to coordinate donations, see the situation as evidence of failures by the Israeli army to anticipate and respond to pressing needs, some with life and death stakes. Mika Striebel is an Israeli reserve soldier who was called up for duty on October 7th, taking leave for his job in Silicon Valley-based tech firm to rejoin the combat unit. His unit, with what he described as very bad gear, spent a few weeks in gunfights with Hezbollah. After a while, he took on a new role as a logistics officer for the battalion of 450 soldiers. That's when I started to appreciate how bad the situation was, he said. To get his men outfitted with bulletproof vests and helmets, he turned to aid groups. I looked at my own bag, and the only item in my bag of around 25 items that is not mine is the bag itself. Everything is either self funded or funded through a network of NGOs. There's literally hundreds of thousands of reservists who have not been equipped, and we're privately funding ourselves through the North American and French Jewry. In the immediate days and weeks following Hamas's attack on the Gaza border region, the Israeli government mobilized a standing army as well as hundreds of thousands of reserve soldiers, creating a massive logistic challenge for the country. The shortage raised questions about preparedness, but at that point, it was easy for the public to understand that existing stockpiles of equipment might not be enough for the nearly unprecedented national emergency. Reservists who happened to be abroad when the war broke out purchased gear wherever they could find it before boarding El Al flights back to Israel. Meanwhile, volunteers flew into Israel carrying duffel bags filled with tents, sleeping bags, toiletries, and whatever their relatives or friends had who had been deployed said was needed. Soon, organizers, formal and informal, sprouted up to fundraise and coordinate aid for soldiers. One prominent example is Boots for Israel, which says it has given away more than 46,000 pairs of tactical boots to soldiers. Another volunteer initiative known as Unit 11741 has delivered some 11,000 tactical helmets to Israeli soldiers. Demand has far outstripped supply, especially as soldiers have realized that they can ask for help rather than go without thermal clothing. When it's cold, settle for blister inducing army induced boots, take their chances with helmets from 3 or 4 wars ago, or slide into sleeping bags that have been used by who knows how many other people. As long as we're giving out free boots, there's going to be a need for free boots, said Michael Warshak, one of the volunteers behind Boots for Israel. We're not fooling ourselves. Anecdotal evidence suggests that shortages have been especially dire outside of elite units, which presumably have been prioritized by military because they are charged with carrying out the most critical missions. Volunteers who have been in touch with the rank and file soldiers, meanwhile, say the soldiers have faced weeks and months of deployment with superb equipment, which was especially daunting for those stations in Israel's mountainous and frosty north along the border with Lebanon over the past winter. Age has also played an important role, whereas the young men of Israel's standing army might have been too tough, uninformed, proud or uninformed to complain about the provisions at hand. The reservists are much older and often have higher standards or needs. We're not boys of 21 or 2 who can deal with all types of terrain with no problem. A lot of the people in the unit are in their 30s or 40s, and some are even in their 50s, leaving their daily lives in order to help the country and have back problems or other health issues. Shortages didn't end with protective equipment or camping gear. Soldiers were also reporting an inadequate supply of flashlights, night vision goggles, and rifle scopes for fighting in Gaza or the conflict with the Lebanese Hezbollah on Israel's northern borders. Civilian volunteers helped obtain those types of items too, everything short of actual weapons and ammunition. As the months went on, the volunteer logistics effort might have been expected to recede as military professionals took over, but that didn't happen, according to Dutton Sofer, a tech executive and political activist who started an aid group when the war broke out and has since organized nearly 90 other groups into which he called Forum HaKamalim. The name comes from what the A group calls themselves, Kamal, the Hebrew acronym for war room, that other often functions as a stand-in for headquarters. The forum helps member groups coordinate and advocate collectively around government decisions affecting their work. Former Kamalim Forum Kamalim is more serious than the IDF's home front command. Sofer said the A groups have warehouses. Sofer is about 14,000 square feet and thousands of full-time volunteers fielding thousands of daily requests for supplies from soldiers. It is hard to know the exact scope of the giving because its activity is spread out across so many different initiatives, and demand remains high as much of the previous donated equipment has now been worn out in a dynamic that highlights just how long the war has lasted, far longer than almost any of Israel's prior military engagements. But Sofer roughly estimated that groups like his, with the help of donations mostly from abroad, have delivered perhaps more than $1 billion worth of equipment to soldiers over the past 6 months. The volume of philanthropy constitutes a grassroots effort in the same league as the estimated $1.4 billion raised since October 7th through established charities such as Jewish Federations, which focus on civilian needs, the Friends of Israel Defense Forces, which only fulfills formal requests from the military and does not deal in combat gear. The Friends of the IDF did not respond to a request for comment. The scale of charitable donations going to support military supplies for individual units, as suggested by Sofer, is astounding, says Benjamin Saskis, an historian of philanthropy and senior research associate at the Urban Initiative Center for Nonprofits and Philanthropy. Private charity for soldiers in the field was common in the U.S. Civil War and continued even throughout World War II, but such efforts were eventually eclipsed and the field of charity became more professional and centralized. Scholars began to notice and talk about the return of what some are calling grassroots humanitarian and do-it-yourself aid during the war in Ukraine. The phenomenon of donating military supplies to soldiers created the sense that in certain conflicts, the charitable giving was being done outside the guidance of the state, in part as a recognition of the state's failure to adequately supply its troops. Patrice McMahon, a professor of political science at University of Nebraska-Lincoln, who studies the war in Ukraine, said neither she nor possibly any other scholar in the field have yet realized that a similar thing is going on in Israel. My hopefully future son-in-law is from Israel, and he was in the Israeli military for many years. I also have friends and colleagues from Israel, so I'm surprised to hear that the soldiers really need basic supplies. The new reality is part of a function of technology, which has been transforming philanthropy in general. The emergence of online crowdsourcing platforms and rapid global peer-to-peer communication have created new modes of air outside major charitable institutions. It's clear this sort of direct giving to military units is a function of broader currents in charity that are only going to get stronger in the years to come. Explanations vary for why 6 months into the war, the Israeli military is not adequately supplying its own troops. Dana Gat is an Israeli travel blogger who turned her social media savvy into the task of aiding soldiers after October 7th. The army is a dumb organization. I don't have much to say beyond that, she said in response to the inquiry from JTA. Most Jewish Israelis serve a mandatory period in the military, and complaining about its incompetence and overwrought bureaucracy is something of a national pastime. But polls have consistently shown a high level of trust in the IDF among Jewish Israelis, and harsh public criticism of the military is considered taboo, especially during wartime. Shulman, meanwhile, attributes the situation to a certain ethos of scrappiness that is deeply ingrained in the culture of the Israeli military. What isn't broken is still good. Even to replace boots is a huge procedure because they have to be completely destroyed till you can get a replacement. He said there's been a feeling of frugality in the army ever since the creation of it. Sofer has a zoomed out vision, informed by regular conversations with military personnel at all levels of command. He described how little information about needs and shortages reaches to the top. At the general staff, they tell me, we know of some shortages here and there, but nothing like the amount of stuff y'all are bringing in. The brigade commanders say, we know of gaps that are more significant than what our commanders and the general staff know. The battalion commanders say, I have nothing, everything is lacking. The company commanders tell me, we don't even have enough to drink. It doesn't go up the ladder. He suggested another explanation as well. They are ashamed to admit it. The male ego plays a role. If you say, I'm a night vision goggles, you're told, so you have two instead of four, make do. That's the macho IDF mindset, make do. Whatever the reason, the situation is unsustainable, said Lisa Geller, who divides her time between the U.S. and Israel, with her 3 of 4 children live, and whose job is to help coordinate corporations identify and correct inefficient operations. She was one of the many people who dedicated themselves to helping the civilians evacuated from Israeli towns along Gaza border. And she said the lesson she learned then applies to the soldier supply issue as well. We gave out hundreds of meals a day. We were cleaning apartments, setting it up, for incoming people that were being evacuated. It was a crazy scramble. After a while, we realized we cannot replace the government. We tried hard. We were giving our own time and our own money, putting our jobs on hold, doing whatever we possibly could. And at the end of the day, most well-meaning people in the world cannot replace an entire government. Okay, Rune. God bless. Happy Passover to Rune. Elemental Tobago. Duvid supports the one-state solution. I mentioned last week, I would try to grant immediate full citizenship to all Gazans, Palestinians, but that doesn't seem to be on the table. So, God forbid, the likelihood that Israel is largely pulled out of Gaza, there's not much going on right now in Gaza, and it creates this disaster scenario where you just have these refugees suffering horrible human rights catastrophe, and Israel's just kind of like waiting on its next move. So, Israel's very loss risk adverse. So they're not really going to do a full invasion. They might not do an invasion at all. And rather than go to some inevitable post-war solution, they're maintaining these regular bombings, activities, trickle of tens, hundreds of deaths a day, while not really making any progress towards eventual goals. So, this question here of incompetence. Is the IDF incompetent? Is there no way to call out the incompetence? So here's from The Nation, a criticism of President Biden. Joe Biden is destroying his own foreign policy by giving Israel impunity. The administration's blatant double standard demonstrates that the new liberal international order is built on hypocrisy. There's a story Joe Biden's foreign policy team likes to tell itself about the recent history of the world, a tale of hubris, setback, and restoration. It goes something like this. Since the vanquishing of the Axis in the Second World War, the United States has been the foundation stone for the global peace based on maintaining the expanding the international liberal order. The order was dedicated to ever-growing and freer trade between nations and the expansion of democracy and human rights through a strengthening regime of international law, all undergirded by American military hegemony. With the vanquishing of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union from 1989 to 1991, this liberal international order stood unchallenged. But in this moment of triumph, the makers of the American foreign policy made a series of arrogant mistakes that undermined the systems previous generations had worked so hard to create. By invading Afghanistan and Iraq, the administrations of George W. Bush mired the United States in forever wars that drained treasure and blood while undermining the American public's commitment to engagement with the outside world. Meanwhile, bipartisan elites ignored the fact that trade agreements, particularly with China, were destroying the economic security of middle class America. These problems opened the way for the demagogue Donald Trump to run on a twin platform of unilateralism and protectionism. In response, the Biden team was prepared to restore the liberal international order on a fair and more stable terms, using infrastructure spending and military Keynesianism to rebuild the middle class, while renegotiating trade agreements on terms more equitable to American interests. This would allow the United States to once more assume the mantle of global leadership with confidence. This shared vision of recent history animates the lofty speeches and essays of Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. As David Kilian noted recently in The Nation, this is also the story in Alexander Ward's new book, The Internationalist, which relies heavily on interviews with Biden administration insiders like Blinken and Sullivan. In a now notorious essay for the November-December issue of Foreign Affairs, Sullivan argued that the Biden project of restoring American power is absolutely necessary if the United States is to win the competition to shape the future of the international order, so it is free, open, prosperous, and secure. In the original print version of this article, Sullivan boasted that we've de-escalated crisis in Gaza, gloating, although the Middle East remains beset with perennial challenges, the region is quieter than it has been for decades. Written shortly before Hamas's attack on October 7th, these embarrassing words were edited out when the essay was published online. Sullivan's rewrite wasn't just an attempt to efface a personal embarrassment, it also underlies the ways in which the imagined restoration of the liberal international order is undermined by the administration's blinkered support of Israel at all costs. After all, Sullivan's boast in the original version of the essay was predicated on the idea that thanks to American leadership, the question of Palestinian dispossession had been safely sidelined and the world was ready to move on. The idea of a liberal international order has long been criticized by the left as an ideological fantasy. It is not difficult to document the innumerable cases where the imperatives of American hegemony overrode human rights and liberal democracy. The support of countless dictators over the world in places such as Saudi Arabia, Iran, Guatemala, Chile, and Greece, as well as American war crimes in Vietnam and elsewhere. These violations of America's stated principle are usually justified on grounds of realpolitik. To win the Cold War, the United States had to dirty its hand, but this was for the greater good, and in the long run, the result was more liberal world. Even if, for the sake of an argument, we accept this defense of hypocrisy, it does not apply to Israel. There's no national security reason the United States should support atrocities and ethnic cleansing committed by Israel against the Palestinian people. The Palestinians are not a national security threat, and if only in a pro forma way, presidential administrations of both parties have long been committed to a two-state solution. Images of Palestinians being maimed and killed don't make the United States stronger. Instead, in very obvious ways, they fuel terrorism and instability in the Middle East and elsewhere. Any real commitment to a liberal international order, everyone, even one predicated on American hegemony, would require reining in Israel violence against Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. The shielding of Israel from any consequence for its human rights abuses isn't the familiar hypocrisy of realpolitik. Rather, it's a curious, gratuitous hypocrisy, violation of norms, done because much of American political elite regards Israel as a special pet, given unique impunity. Two recent news stories demonstrate just how much liberty Israel is given to defy the stated principles of American foreign policy. On Wednesday, ProPublica reported a special State Department panel recommended months ago that Secretary of State Anthony Blinken disqualify multiple Israeli military and police units from receiving U.S. aid after reviewing allegations that they committed serious human rights abuses, but Blinken has failed to act on the proposal in the face of growing international criticism of the Israeli military's conduct in Gaza, according to the current former State Department officials. The incidents under review mostly took place in the West Bank and occurred before Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. They include reports of extrajudicial killings, by the Israeli border police, an incident in which a battalion gagged, handcuffed, and left an elderly Palestinian American man for dead, and an allegation that interrogators tortured, God forbid, and raped a teenager who had been accused of throwing rocks and Molotov cocktails. On Thursday, The Interceptor reported another example of the Biden administration's two-faced approach to Israel-Palestine ahead of the United Nations Security Council action to consider the Palestinian Authority's application to become a full member of the international body. The United States is lobbying nations to reject such membership, hoping to avoid an overt veto by Washington. The news site added that this is at odds with the Biden administration's pledge to fully support a two-state solution. Early Friday morning in the Middle East, Israel reportedly bombed Iran, apparently part of a retaliatory tit-for-tat battle with the Islamic Republic. Israel took this action despite being advised by the Biden administration not to escalate. The fact that the Israeli state feels secure in defying Biden like this is further proof of the special impunity it enjoys. Such an egregious display of favoritism makes clear that the liberal international order means nothing more than the purely selfish assertion of dominance. Washington gets to set the rules, and the rest of the world has simply to abide by them. But there's little reason for the world, especially countries of the global south, who don't enjoy the special protection given to European allies, to submit to this regime. As America and her core allies become a smaller part of the world in terms of both population and wealth, there's no reason to think that this version of the liberal international order is sustainable. In 1974, China, India, and the rest of the developing world made up only 26% of the global economy. That number has doubled to 53% in 2024. Conversely, the share of the first world countries, the US and its core allies in Europe plus Japan, the global economy has shrunk from 62% to 44%. These numbers make clear how precarious any long-run project of American global dominance through sheer force is. In 2019, Biden gave a folksy version of the restorationist vision of his foreign policy team, promising that America is coming back like we used to be, ethical, straight, telling the truth, supporting our allies, all those good things. This is a centrist democratic version of Make America Great Again, but it's also deeply contradictory, as the Biden administration's policies in Israel Palestine make clear. Supporting an ally can mean the opposite of being ethical, straight, telling the truth. Okay, so you wrap up, make a few comments on the state of what's going on in Israel. If someone wants to join in, and chat a few minutes, otherwise I'm going to go to reading some studies on chess and expertise, and you'll get back to my research. But yeah, I mean, God forbid, this seems like an endless war, complete disaster. It's unlikely that Israel is going to be like Afghanistan, and even worse than like Israel just kind of admitting that they messed up and there's no way out. And I mean, at this point, really, it's the end of Zionism. The only way that Israel gets out of this war is by giving up on Zionism, giving up on the concept of a Jewish state, and by either accepting a two-state solution or some sort of one-state solution confederation. That doesn't look in the cards, and Israel might double down. The polling, Israel wants to move into an ethnic cleansing, and they're probably not going to be able to. So Israel is likely to just keep at bay the present situation of the disastrous human rights abuses, and there's going to be 2 million people perpetually suffering in Gaza with no end in sight. Well, Israel, this kind of from the the last article in Nation of this concept of the the liberal international order to just perpetual human rights abuses, because we could have the international order, but first I have to defeat the enemy. And this insistent that there's like bad guys that first have to be defeated, which is kind of like messianic. And I mentioned with the Muslim skeptic Daniel in our talk about the understanding of prophecy and Messiah, that in order for the utopian messianic society to come, the evildoers have to first be destroyed. And so this concept is kind of being put into play in Gaza. Like, once we destroy these evildoers, then everything will be okay. And the liberal order, like, we're just a step away from the liberal order, but first we have to destroy evil. And so who's evil? And so, first evil is just like Hamas, the axis of resistance. But now you have a lot of people supporting the axis of resistance. So you're having the opposite, where basically there's more evil than good. That like everybody who doesn't support Israel gets pushed onto the side of evil, and God forbid, basically everybody's evil, which could be like the biblical prophecy, like it's going to be the bloodletting, where God forbid the majority of humanity is going to be destroyed. So falling into like these Adam Green type dystopian visions of the biblical prophecies coming true. Um, and you see this on campus or with the support, where more and more people support Palestinians, and then God forbid. Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody's coming on. So I have a few articles. I got prepare for Passover tomorrow, so I might um, stream a reasonable while, but I'll probably definitely do 5 hours still, so I could easily do another 3.5 hours of reading, but I'll probably aim for about 5 hours tonight. So especially if there's no guests, got a lot of good stuff to get through. So let's jump right into my research. As I've mentioned, um, after Passover, I don't think I'm going to be able to do an Ask the Rabbi. Um, I have Asked the Rabbi I've mentioned prepared on slavery, on the Jewish Gentile distinction and the origins of the Noahide laws, repair the world. Um, it's remotely possible, like Thursday next week or Saturday night, I'll do an Ask the Rabbi. But with the war in Israel, um, probably not. But I have most of this prepared for Indian and Chinese epistemology. Uh, that will probably be the Wednesday after Passover. So no week in review next week. And then the Wednesday after, I'll return to my metaphysics streams doing Indian and Chinese metaphysics. And then hopefully after that, we'll return to the biographies and portrait series. So this week, I want to read at least 3 papers, maybe 4 papers. All these papers are long. So I'll link them in the chat now. And you want really only one of them's on chess, and this one's pretty powerful. Oh, I actually have my essay too. So first we'll look at my essay. And so I have one: chess is a powerful educational tool for successful people. Jam-packed, a lot of interesting things in that. An article on cognitive skill acquisition. Um, a lot of good information here, going back to the science of expertise. A Fernand Gobet article, expert memory, a comparison of 4 theories. This one's almost 35 pages, jam-packed into cognitive architectures. And epistemological theory of argument, how and why, looking at debate and argument in general, the epistemology of argument. But I was mentioning, trying to start a newsletter for the Detroit City Chess Club and distribute it at the Detroit Institute of Arts, and collect essays, articles, biographies of the regular participants there, um, and hopefully be a venue for me to publish some of my thoughts and relation to my chess coaching. So as opposed to streaming or just putting it out there in general, that it would be directed towards the people I work together, and the most likely audience would be chess. And these, I limited this to like 2 pages, and I'll probably even cut it down, or probably even be less, because if it, it's part of a newsletter, some of my writing is tending to go longer and longer. So like 1,000 words probably be topped. As 1,200 words, I probably have to cut some of that out. And so this one kind of included a bio, because the first issue is going to be mostly biographies of the people who come to the club regularly, the students, the coaches, the volunteers, the teachers, so on and so on. And um, and then topic. So the first one I was thinking, because it's at the art museum, and so what's the connection between chess and art? And there's a little information on the topic, but I thought it'd be a little bit interesting. There's not much on it, and distribution to people at the museums. Like if we had the newsletter, we would hand it to passerbys who see us in the museum. Maybe they would even put the newsletter at the kiosk information desk at the museum. So I tried to combine a little bit of how I ended up a volunteer chess coach with a little connection between chess and art. You might go through a little bit more editing, and relatively for my essays, this has been on the shorter end, and it's likely, if it's going to be published in a newsletter, I'll probably even have to shorten it more. And hopefully, if other people make their submissions, we might have the newsletter in 2 or 3 weeks from now. So chess is an art. Start with a quote. So the Detroit Institute of Arts just had like a 6-month long exhibition of drawings from Michel Duchamp, and it happens to be Marcel Duchamp of the Cubist movement, was a chess master and a chess, very active in chess. So open up with a quote. Marcel Duchamp: "From my close contact with artists and chess players, I have come to the personal conclusion that while all artists are not chess players, all chess players are artists." In the first issue of our new Detroit City Chess Club newsletter, we bring you biographies and testimonials of our regular participants. Chess can be mastered by anyone, including young children, and is a universal ancient game played all over the world. The DCCC is open to everybody, from casual players looking to sit down and play a quick game during their museum visit to competitive players desiring to test their mind against top players. Due to our partnership with the Detroit schools, we regularly have sharp young minds eager to test their skills against passerby guests, often in preparation for state and national championships. The unique dynamic of the Detroit City Chess Club allows the exchange of intergenerational wisdom. The Detroit City Chess Club is a volunteer organization ran by chess enthusiasts, educators, and lovers of Detroit and the Detroit Institute of Arts. Our first issue will introduce the reader to some of the wide array of participants, from students of all ages, chess coaches, artists, and museum goers who enjoy chess to exercise their mind, teachers, parents, and more. We plan to include a few chess puzzles, analyze games, and tournament recaps. Our focus is on the student participants, encouraging their writing and sharing their experiences, featuring regular profiles of students, coaches, and volunteers. Other plans include articles in the history of chess, especially Detroit, education, and psychology. I've been a volunteer chess coach at the Detroit Institute of Arts Friday night program for over a decade. While a student at the University of Michigan, I was looking for a volunteer activity in Detroit after attending the DIA club, seeing the friendly environment and excitement around chess, and being a former Michigan junior chess champion. I decided being a volunteer chess coach would have the most impact. I admired Coach Kevin Flight's vision for chess, the club, and education in Detroit, and wanted to be a part of it. Now a weekly volunteer for over 10 years, I'm honored to help at all levels, including setting up boards, speaking to new players and their parents, teaching how to play chess from scratch, helping participants find games, cleaning up afterwards, and competitive coaching for our participating schools. One of my great pleasures in life is seeing the participants of the Detroit City Chess Club win championships and incorporate the basic life lessons from chess into their academic pursuits. The results of this wonderful partnership with the Detroit Institute of Arts were felt at the 20th year anniversary celebrations, where countless alumni showed up, many now successful adults. Currently, many of our volunteer coaches are alumni of the program who came weekly to the DIA for chess as students, now ready to give back and impart important life lessons to the next generation through the game of chess. My educational and professional background is in math, science, and engineering, much as the Detroit City Chess Club arose out of Coach Kevin Flight's math class. I was never much of an artist, nor even a great appreciator of the arts. However, 10 years of volunteering at the DIA has sparked my artistic side. I started researching chess psychology and education and was surprised to find that top chess players arise from all fields, including many artists with little interest in STEM. Through Dr. George Dean's presentation of Chess Masterpieces, 1,000 Years of Extraordinary Chess Sets, I learned the historical connection between art and chess. Not only has chess been popular among artists for hundreds of years, an artistic approach to the game can be equally valid to a straight logical algorithmic one. Many historical gatherings of great minds have been centered around the game of chess. Chess has a unique way of bringing out creative thinking, dialogue, and collaboration. Well-known founding fathers of America, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Benjamin Franklin, regularly played chess. Benjamin Franklin made it to the famous Regency Club of Paris, where some of the greatest intellectuals and artists of Europe gathered around chess. Franklin authored an article, Morals of Chess, advocating for the benefits of chess, such as learning foresight, circumspection, caution, and not being discouraged. Other intellectual circles centered around chessboards, such as the Vienna Circle, where famous philosophers and scientists such as Einstein and Wittgenstein discussed the philosophy of science over games of chess. Less well known are artist circles centered around the game of chess. The most famous is that of Michel Duchamp, who was a chess master. Duchamp even briefly quit art to fully dedicate himself to chess. Duchamp's chess circle included famous artists included the famous artists Salvador Dali and Pablo Picasso, who designed their own unique chess sets. Duchamp considered chess itself an art form. Any intellectual endeavor like mathematics or science can be considered an art, having a special type of beauty. However, multiple aspects of chess are artistic in character. One major factor is the symbolic and interpretive nature of chess. The rules of chess only specify the way the pieces move and how one goes about winning checkmate. Chess is an ancient game that has passed through many forms, and chess sets have always been an object of artistic design. One is free to imagine the meaning of the pieces or what the collective means. Modern chess is standardized on a 64 square board with alternating squares and black and white pieces modeled in the European feudal system. Relative to chess's long history, the names and meanings of the pieces have changed many times, from deities, spiritual representations, to armies and political representations. Point being that a player can use their own imagination of what the pieces or game represents. Another artistic aspect is spatial representation. The chess pieces as a collective control space, and their power is projected outward and comes into direct conflict with the projected power of the opponent's pieces. Chess requires unique visualization skills and trains the mind to see the unseen and visualize patterns, possibilities, and contrasts that mirror the artistic process. Beauty in chess can result from interesting configurations or wonderful combinations of force moves beyond the calculation ability of your opponent. The competitive nature of chess against an opponent adds a special aspect, requiring a player to seek unique ideas, as an artist can show skill in recreating images, but the great artist creates something new, and being faced off against an opponent preparing to counter your plans requires the generation of creative ideas. We dedicate this first issue to the memory of Coach Kwabena Shabu, who volunteered for over a decade for the Detroit City Chess Club every Friday at the Detroit Institute of Arts. Shabu taught hundreds of children how to play chess, coached the Chrysler Elementary chess team, and supported students at tournaments and competitions. It was a great honor to work together for many years with Coach Kwabena Shabu. We look forward to highlighting our students and volunteers, producing future events such as simultaneous exhibitions. Anyone is welcome Friday night, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, whether young child or senior citizen, pure beginner or competitive player. Do not be embarrassed to stop and ask to learn the game without prior knowledge and excel over time. Okay, so that's my essay that I submitted, and hopefully you might make a few more edits on it, and hopefully that will be published in a few weeks, and we'll start distributing that here in Metro Detroit. And if we get that published and submitted in a few weeks when it comes out, I will try to read through on Week in Review the whole newsletter, and if we get excitement and multiple submissions, maybe it'll become even a monthly newsletter, or hopefully at least 4 times a year, but maybe even monthly. And maybe then I could submit a monthly article to the newsletter um, related to chess. So looking forward to that. And so with that, I will continue using Week in Review to read some important stuff related to chess. So I think last week I'm not sure that I did chess studies. Um, last week I started back into. I forgot to add them to the playlist. Well, the last one I had was okay. So I have not been adding the videos to the playlist. So let me just add some of these. Okay, sorry, I didn't add I didn't add the last few weeks of Week in Review to my playlist. So did that not work? God forbid. Sorry for doing this now. Okay, unfortunately, I forgot to add the last 2 Week in Reviews to my playlist. So sorry for doing this right now. So and I missed a few weeks. So let me add this to the playlist. And I forget how much chess stuff. So okay, no, it is there. So there might just be 3. So I missed 2 weeks for various reasons. So sorry for the downtime, just fixing my mistake. And then, yeah, I wanted to look at, no, it should be on the playlist. So I did have it. I don't know why it's not showing up then. Maybe it was just last week that I didn't add. So last week we looked at Benjamin Franklin's Morals of Chess, notes on the aesthetics of chess and concepts of intellectual beauty, chess as an art, and then the flow cortisol release related to chess. So I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why they're not showing up here on the list here. So, and I had looked at a few other chess studies, like the Anschlag effect. It must have been a few weeks ago. So, we looked at a few other chess studies a few weeks ago, like the Anschlag effect and some more Fernand Gobet and expertise and other things. So, what's ever wrong with my list? I'm trying to see why it's not ordered properly. So okay, so either way, let's jump right back to chess and education. So sorry about that. Okay, so chess is a powerful educational tool for successful people, and this is a study from a conference out of Croatia, and this is pretty jam packed, a lot of good information. This is like the type stuff that I would be likely to write locally that would be useful for coaching for local people to have this information. So the cognitive psychology, the stuff more directly related to the science of expertise and consciousness is more interesting to me, but chess and education is probably more important. So I have a few more articles on that also. But this one looked like it had the best information, kind of like jam packed. And just before I start, let me say my Kriya Shema. And all these articles are long. Okay, so okay, chess is a powerful educational tool for successful people by Eloji Jankovic and Ivan Novak from Zagreb, Croatia. And this was given at a special conference on education. Okay, Mark Smith, God bless. Good to see you. In accordance with the challenges brought out by modern times, it is necessary to adapt to the new circumstances in the field of education. Classical education programs do not provide enough opportunities for individual development, so recently there are many noticeable attempts to refresh existing programs through the introduction of new educational techniques with the aim of better knowledge acquisition in school and preschool age. One of those new techniques is the use of chess, which has proven to be an excellent educational tool through its beneficial factors. Important benefits can be divided into the cognitive elements, concentration, memory, and logical thinking as essential skills for the development of each individual. Critical thinking factors, improving the ability to assess strengths and weaknesses, establish value judgments in making decisions, and improving creativity through problem solving. Along with these main factors, there are causal connections with better results in mathematics, improvements in attitude and general behavior, as well as in literacy. What is actually the main advantage of using chess as a formal or informal learning tool in education is that all these benefits can be gained while playing, which is exceptional value in preschool and school age. It is important to emphasize that chess program also allows to teachers certain freedom for their choice of creative expression and program implementation in order to raise the attention of children. The aim of this paper is to present in more detail the process of introducing chess as a possible educational tool in Croatia and applicable in other countries. Advantages achieved in correlation to the existing programs should be pointed out, as well as the skills acquired through contact with chess that became one of the most important skills with which individuals can compete in a competitive labor market and in their further life roles, even at the highest management levels. So sometimes I refer to chess as the bait and switch, that you really, these skills could be learned through any number of other venues, and some of them you could be learned directly. Really all of them could be learned directly, really, but chess is kind of a bait and switch because it's fun, it's a game, especially for younger children. Introduction. Chess is a new way of solving the old problem of poor education. From the streets of Johannesburg to Venezuela's public schools, chess has been implemented as an effective tool for teaching students. The term students refers to both genders and will be used in the same meaning throughout the whole article, to utilize their higher order thinking skills and to strive to overcome personal problems to reach their full potential. And there is overwhelming research demonstrating the benefits of chess in schools. Chess is a primary education curriculum for the first time occurs in the late 20th century in Canada and the United States. In that way, a game of chess as a spiritual activity whose sources dates all the way back to the past begins to adapt to educational standards and teaching goals. The education of young generations when facing the challenges of continual and rapid changes of the world requires finding new and more successful models of teaching. The game of chess can be considered a model of solving complex tasks in changing circumstances. Thus, this ancient game, which already has been present in many countries and schools throughout chess sections and extracurricular activity programs, adapted to educational standards and fully put into teaching. This was the result of many studies conducted, which not only point to the usefulness of playing chess, but also underline increasingly flexible ability of the educational system, which, in the search of the more modern method of teaching, place students at the center of the process and emphasize the need to develop all of their creative potential. The educational and training of young generations who will have to deal successfully with the challenges of the world in constant change can found in chess a valuable teaching tool because it is by its very nature a model of solving complex tasks in changing circumstances. The aim of this paper is to structure the present partial analysis of the particular advantages of chess for the purpose of education, to explain them in detail, and at the same time to set up a model in which these benefits will come to the fore, defining the clear goals that are to be achieved with the implementation of the elements mentioned in this paper, would create the preconditions for upgrading the existing curriculum both in Croatia and other countries as well. Okay, yeah. As I said, next week, Wednesday, I plan to continue the metaphysics series, and that will be Chinese and Indian metaphysics. Text. European Parliament Declaration. The project's major support was given by the 2012 European Parliament Declaration, which encourages member states to encourage the introduction of the Chess in Schools program into the educational system, and the Parliament's committee to pay attention to the program in the debate on sport and to provide sufficient funding to its implementation from 2012 onwards. Main points of the declaration to implement the project, whereas chess is an accessible game for children from every social group and can help social cohesion and contribute to policy objectives such as social integration, combating discrimination, reducing crime rates, and even the fight against various addictions. Whereas, whatever the age of the child, chess can improve children's concentration, patience, and persistence, and can develop the sense of creativity, intuition, memory, and analytic and decision-making skills, whereas chess also teaches determination, motivation, and sportsmanship. Calls on the Commission and the member states to encourage the introduction of the program Chess in Schools in the educational system of the member states. Calls on the Commission in its forthcoming communication on sport to pay the necessary attention to the program Chess in School and to ensure sufficient funding for it from 2012 onwards. Calls on the Commission to take into consideration the results of any studies on the effects of this program on children's development. Educational research. Numerous studies and academic research has been conducted in various locations around the world, showing that playing chess has a beneficial effect on the development of mental abilities of students, and increased scores in standardized tests for both reading and math, which contributes to success in overcoming all educational tasks. Following are highlights of some of these studies. 1965 in Moscow, a facultative course in history and chess theory at the University of Mugo was introduced. From the next year, chess got a permanent position at the Faculty of Physical Culture. 1969, Hans Klaus, the Dean of the University of Hamburg, in a speech of the 40th World Chess Congress, commented on the results of studies conducted in Germany. Chess helps human psyche in developing new methods of thinking, and learning chess is useful from a very early age. Instead of traditional learning methods, learning through play will always be more fun for children. In 1973, Zara study conducted by Albert Frank, employing 92 students at age 16 to 18. The chess playing experimental group showed a significant achievement in spatial, numerical, and administrative directional abilities, along with verbal aptitudes compared to the control group. The improvements held true regardless of the final skill level attained. 1989 to 92, New Brunswick, Canada study using 437 fifth graders, split into 3 groups, experimenting with the addition of chess to the math curriculum, found increased gains in math problem solving and comprehension proportionate to the amount of chess in the curriculum. 1991-2, Margulies conducted a study in New York, which assessed the reading skill of 53 student chess program participants compared to 1,118 students who were not part of the program. The chess group achieved greater progress compared to the control, with results that were statistically significant at 0.1 level. Probability of random outcome is 1%. After the study, the City of New York prepared a program for introducing chess in the teaching of all elementary schools. In 1974, 6 Belgium study, which was performed on a sample of 40 students of average age of 10.6 years, a chess-playing experimental group of 5th graders experienced a statistically significant gain in cognitive development over a control group using Piaget's test for cognitive development. Perhaps more noteworthy, they also did significantly better in their regular school testing, as well as in standardized testing administered by an outside agency, which did not know the identity of the 2 groups. Quoting Adrian de Groot, in addition, the Belgian study appeared to demonstrate that the treatment of the elementary clear-cut and playful subject matter can have a positive effect on motivation and school achievement generally. In the 1977 9 study of the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Yi Wanfeng chess players showed a 15% improvement in math and science test scores. A 4-year study, 1979 to 83, in Pennsylvania found that the chess-playing experimental group consistently outperformed the control group, engaged in other thinking development programs using measurements from the Watson-Glaser critical thinking appraisal and the Torrance test of creative thinking. In 1979-83, Venezuela Learning to Think project, which trained thousands of teachers to teach thinking skills and involved a sample of 4,266 second grade students, reached a general conclusion that chess methodologically taught in is a incentive system sufficient to accelerate the increase of IQs in elementary age children of both sexes at all social economic levels. During his governor's teacher grant from the New Jersey State Department of Education, William Levy found that the chess consistently promoted self-esteem after a year of exposure. Many students' self-image improved dramatically. In 1982, former U.S. Minister of Education Terrell Bell, in his book Your Child's Intellect, states the best and most fun method you could apply to encourage your child's intelligence is to show them how to learn and play chess. According to a 2-year study conducted in Kishinev under the supervision of Tilsina, grades for young students taking part in the chess experiment increased in all subjects. Teachers noted improvement in memory, better organization skills, and for many increased fantasy and imagination. In his 1986 pilot study, Ferguson found that it is possible to enhance achievement by focusing on individuals' modality strengths, creating a individualized uh, thinking plan, analyzing and reflecting upon one's own problem-solving processes, sharing thinking systems with peers, and modifying the system to integrate other modalities. During the 1987-88 development of reasoning and memory through chess, all students in rural Pennsylvania's sixth grade self-contained classroom were required to participate in chess lessons and play games. No one of the pupils had previously played chess. The pupils significantly improved in both memory and verbal reasoning. The effect of the magnitude of the result is strong. These results suggest that transfer of the skills fostered through the chess curriculum did occur. In 1990 to 92, studying using a subset of the New York City schools chess program produced statistically significant results, concluding that chess participation enhances reading performance. Playing chess, a study of problem-solving skills in students with average and above average intelligence, a study by Philip Riffner, was conducted during the 1991-2 school term. The study sought to determine whether middle school students who learned general problem-solving skills in one domain could apply them in a different domain. Data indicated that inter-domain transfer could be achieved if teaching for transfer is an instructional goal. In 1994-7's Texas study, regular non-honors elementary students which participated in school chess club showed twice the improvement of non-chess players in reading and mathematics between third and fifth grades in the Texas Assessment of Academic Skills. During the 1995-6 school year, 2 classrooms were selected in each of the 5 schools. Students were given instructions in chess and reasoning in the classroom in each school. Pupils in the chess program retained significantly higher reading scores at the end of the year. It should be noted that while students in the chess group took chess lessons, the control group had additional classroom instruction and basic education. The control group teacher was free to use the chess period for any way they wanted, but the period was usually used for reading, math, or social studies and instruction. The control group thus had more reading instruction than the chess group. Even so, the chess groups did better on the reading post-test. Therefore, the gains of the chess group were particularly impressive. Chess affects both sides of the brain and improves mathematical abilities. Logic games like chess are a challenge to the brain and stimulate dendrite growth by sending signals from the neuronal brain cells. Dendrites are an integral part of the neuron, and with more dendrites, the nervous system improves and thus affects brain development. Knowing chess rules, basic principles, and to have knowledge of some chess opening is within easy to reach educational goals accessible to almost all students. In Germany, the study was conducted involving chess experts and beginners. The study examined activities in the left and right brain hemispheres. The left half is logical, analytical, and rational, and the right half is sensual and intuitive. The research has shown that chess experts use both sides of the brain when it comes to reactions to shapes that are shown to them, and they also use both sides of the brain to answer questions about chess positions faster. A recent German study in which traditional math classes were replaced with chess lessons had an impact on increasing the results of mathematical tests. Various studies on chess and mathematical abilities of children in schools have also been conducted in Croatia, and the article written by Brajkovic has raised it to a higher level by setting mathematical tasks on chessboards. Chess increases the ability to think about the problem in advance and improves memory. In a chess game, players play the moves they think of during the game. Since most all games are unique, players are thinking of a few moves ahead to develop the plan of the game and how to execute the plan till the end. All this affects the ability to evaluate, plan, and solve problems, as well as memory improvement. To point out the benefits that chess can yield during educational process, it is necessary to take into account experiences collected at several levels. Psychological research has provided deeper insight into the thought process that takes place in the mind of an individual during chess games. At an empirical level, psychological research were carried out where chess players were used as a means to examine the cognitive process and creative task solving. In that way, the interest for chess was stimulated by Binet long ago in 1894 while studying the traits of human memory. Exploring the ability of chess players to play without looking at the table, he concluded that they were using imagination, experience, and memory. A deeper insight in the chess process of thought was contributed by Adrian de Groot, explaining the way in which the choice of moves is made or the search for an optimal solution. The process takes place in a number of stages: initial gathering of information, examination of options by calculating particular variations, evaluation and selection of probable best options, checking of previous operations, and final selection for a solution. Prior to the final decision, the player often returns to the previous stages and reconsiders the rejected combinations of moves, now with new ideas and knowledge, where each stage leads to a better understanding of the problem. Chess is a game with definite solution. However, the solution requires examination of immeasurable number of possibilities expressed in a typical tree-like branch structure. As the structure is too large for the human mind to explore it, people approach the problem solving by dividing it into smaller areas of task when processing is available to their abilities. In doing so, a good player uses the following analytical methodology: defining a problem, dividing the complex task into smaller entities, etching solving tasks, synthesizing the whole, thereby continually undergoing an analytical process of evaluating positions and synthesis of the treated material for the purpose of formulating the optimal plan. The aforementioned way of thinking also makes the basic value that chess can offer, so it is important to determine if it is present in the simple form in which the students can adopt it. The methodology and way of thinking are the fundamental values of the chess game that contribute to the development of intellectual ability of students and improving their achievement in all educational areas. Creativity is the most important aspect of chess on the master level, but can chess stimulate creativity on the level of beginners? Questions asked by Dr. Ferguson in a study teaching the fourth grade through chess. The result of his research, as well as numerous others in the last 30 years, indicate that chess really affects the development of cognitive abilities of students and their achievements in teaching. These studies, unlike the aforementioned, are primarily carried out to clarify the issue of role of chess in education. Benefits of chess for children. The benefits of chess for children are enormous. It is a fact. Chess makes kids smarter. Through learning chess, children develop or sharpen their following skills: focusing. Children are taught the benefits of observing carefully and concentrating. If they do not pay attention to what is happening, they can't respond to it, no matter how smart they are. Visualizing. Children are prompted to imagine a sequence of action before it happens. We actually strengthen the ability to visualize by training them to shift the pieces in their mind, first one, then several moves ahead. Thinking ahead. Children are taught to think first, then act. Teachers should then teach them to ask themselves, if I do this, what might happen then, and how can I respond? Over time, chess helps develop patience and thoughtfulness. Weighing options. Children are taught that they do not have to do the first thing that pops into their mind. They learn to identify alternatives and consider the pros and cons of various actions. Analyzing concretely, children learn to evaluate the results of specific actions and sequences. Does this sequence help me or hurt me? Decisions are better when guided by logic rather than impulse. Thinking abstractly, children are taught to step back periodically from details and consider the bigger picture. They also learn to take patterns used in one context and apply them to different but related situations. Planning. Children are taught to develop longer range goals and take steps towards bringing them about. They also are taught of the need to reevaluate their plans as new developments change the situation. Juggling multiple considerations simultaneously, children are encouraged not to become overly absorbed in any one consideration, but to try to weigh various factors all at once. There are other benefits as well: are mathematics development, aiding and adding, subtracting, division, multiplication, introducing numbers, counting, categorizing, algebraic concepts and preconcepts, spatial orientation, direction, graph reading and coordinates, pre-reading and writing skills, shape recognition, fine motor skills, hand-eye coordination, word and sound recognition, listening exercises, visual memory, life skills development, creativity, color and pattern recognition, stereo agnostic development, planning and strategic thinking, reasoning and problem solving, comprehension. So lower order thinking skills to higher order thinking skills from remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Applying, understanding, and remembering are skills which current educational curriculum offers to children. However, with chess, it is possible to develop more valuable skills like analyzing, evaluating, and creating. Can the abstract skills and knowledge which chess undoubtedly develop in time find their real use in solving everyday life tasks? The answer would be that chess works on the development of certain abilities. Its role cannot be regarded as special because it is surely possible to develop these abilities with some other creative activity. However, attractive part of chess as an educational asset lies above all in the exceptional suitability of a form that allows creativity to develop through the game. The beneficial role of chess also can be seen through the prism of experience and the opinion of those who are involved in the process, although their estimations have avoided the strict statistical judgments and have not gone through reliable standards of scientific research. It is about people whose long-standing observations and thinking about the subject are a sufficient reason to take them into account. After all, we already owe the already familiar opinions about the positive role of chess to that great community of chess professionals, coaches, pedagogues, and other chess fans who created and revealed them on the basis of their own experiences. Adopting such a standard allows to point out the following positive aspects that learning chess can bring to young people. Chess teaches how to solve problems. Learning how to think is more important than learning a solution to a problem. Through chess, students learn how to analyze the situation, focusing on important factors and how to reach a creative solution to the problem. Chess rewards perseverance and patience in solving tasks. Chess encourages originality and attentiveness, inventiveness, and imagination because it is an inexhaustible source of unknown situations that require far more than memorized solution. Chess requires consistency in implementing your own ideas. Chess develops self-confidence, realistic assessments of one's own abilities, and respect for the opponent, since it develops a sense of values of success which is not accidental. On the one hand, even world champions lose their game and learn from other players. Chess teaches responsibilities because it teaches independence in decision making, learns that only persistent work brings results. Chess is a model of the world in a constant change. It offers endless selection of new positions, subject to constant changes, and demands new approaches and solutions. Chess develops memory. Chess content steers to developing memory patterns instead of individual data. Chess requires the ability to provide high quality information processing and decision making speed. The amount of information processed in search for a solution is huge, and decisions are always made in the context of time constraints. Chess quickly reveals superficiality, rashness, and other negative aspects of behavior because it inevitably results in errors and poor solutions. Chess is an effective tool for detecting them, but it also helps for their removal. Chess teaches logical and effective thinking. The positive outcomes come with constant search, evaluation, and selection of the best opportunities. Chess connects children independently of the social and economic status of the family and the environment they come from. Chess helps socializations and the prevention of harmful habits. A large number of young people in the poor neighborhoods of American uh, megalopolises found protection from harmful street life and self esteem in systematic school chess activities. Chess crosses the boundaries and opens the door to the whole world. We are in a period when playing a game and watching important competitions online is enabled for everybody. A game partner can be found at any time. Competitions can be visited and join the expert commentaries daily and on all continents. Chess protects against harmful impacts in the virtual world. The internet does not provide enough protection against the choice of harmful and destructive content. Instead of chess, demolition, destruction, and selection of solutions that do not respect the position of the rival is unknown. Chess is preventative for youngsters because its content is built in. Values emphasize the importance of cooperation, respect for diversity, and different opinions. Chess is fun. Chess is a game. Benefits of applying chess in socially vulnerable parts of the population: reduced delinquency, reduced drug use, improved ethical sense, improved discipline, improved sense of fairness, integration of minorities, improved social mobility. Okay, yeah, Jack, yeah, chess is getting more and more popular, although it could be, peaked. YouTube, chess in the school program. A brief historical review of the preconditions of further development. 1984, World Chess Federation FIDE establishes Commission for Chess in Schools. 1985, in Canada, Chess and Math Association was established, devoting to introducing chess to schools. Soon after, chess with the program Challenging Mathematics became part of the curriculum. The program is intended for the age of 2 to 6 years. Provinces in Quebec were the first to introduce chess in schools, and soon achieved the best rating in Canada, while also Canada achieves better results than the U.S. in international math competitions. 1986. Funel Adams, the successor of John Adams, second president of the United States, the president of the American Foundation of Chess, is launching a chess project in Harlem and Bronx schools in New York, a part of the fight against bad habits in young people. Children who were involved in chess activities raised ratings by 17.3%, while children focused on other activities achieved an improvement of 4.56%. The chess also has a significant impact on socialization of children with behavioral problems. It was the beginning of the Chess in Schools project that is currently present in 160 schools, of which 95% are in economically poor neighborhoods. 1989, the province of New Brunswick, Canada, introduces the program challenging mathematics to all elementary schools in the French sector. After several years, the French sector achieved significantly better results in mathematics than the English sector. 1992, the state of New Jersey was the first to introduce chess as an elective subject in the curriculum of the U.S. primary schools. Chess Olympiad report from Turin 2006 mentioned that 30 countries have already introduced or started introducing chess into the curriculum. How big the project is can be shown from geographically diverse list of the included countries, including others among others the United States, Canada, Venezuela, France, Argentina, Australia, the Philippines, China, Turkey, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and Spain. The same report also says that almost 70 countries have been involved in some form of extracurricular chess activity. The list of countries that introduced chess as an electoral subject today also includes our neighbors Slovenia, Serbia, and Montenegro. Past experience in other countries suggests that the cooperation of sports and education structure is crucial in creating the conditions required for successful implementation of the project. As an example of the environment in which the system of school competitions and chess activities is highly developed, France can be taken with significant progress in 2005 by introducing chess in teaching time. Since 1994, the Chess Federation has been involved in the training of instructors and trainers and has thus become competent to issue a permit for school work. The French Chess Federation was offering training programs to interested teachers as well as to members of chess structures who have already acquired the initial level of coaching and want to engage in work at schools. The possibility of further professional training with the acquisition of the necessary qualifications. By offering a permanent training process, the constant presence of chess professionals in the project was also facilitated, avoiding the possible adverse effects of a single short training. The partnership of the French Ministry of Education with the Chess Federation continued by signing the Convention of Chess in Schools Introduction in 2011 to 14, which identified the areas of responsibility and action in the further development of the project. Kasparov Chess Foundation Africa, in cooperation with the Moves for Life program, has taught more than 50,000 students since its inception in 2011, mostly in South Africa. Kasparov's Chess Foundation in Europe, endorsed by the European Parliament, the Chess in European Schools program is being customized for schools across its 27 member states and beyond. Kasparov Chess Foundation in the United States is present in more than 3,500 schools in all 50 states. Okay, deaf to Abrahamism. Okay, yeah, chess, and not instead, but just in addition. And I'll make my comments at the end, but I'll say quickly, okay, yeah, happy Passover, Ultra T. It's more about the thinking skills. And you could say, well, if a chess coach uses chess to teach thinking skills, as opposed to just teaching chess where the teacher doesn't know how to express the thinking skills involved in chess, versus a person who understands thinking skills, is it possible to teach the thinking skills, or is the chess uniquely conducive to teaching thinking skills? But I say it's a certain skills that we mentioned above that are more important, and chess is just the vehicle to teach those thinking skills. So it's not necessarily anything special about chess. Chess in schools, subject, curriculum, recommendation. Educational content, teaching topics, and educational outcomes. What is chess? And I don't remember, Ultra T, if you said you went to school in New York, maybe you even mentioned that you went to one of those like major chess schools like Stuyvesant, or there's huge chess programs at some like Bronx Science, and Stuyvesant High School, is very big chess school where chess is respected. What is chess? Development of social competencies. Mutual acquaintances of students in the group through discussions of chess. Learning about the students' precepts and preconceptualization of the chess game. Raising awareness of the social value of the game that promotes respect for the rules, responsibility, patience, persistence, politeness, and mutual behavior. Origins of chess and legends about it. Development of social competences, awareness of the value of communication, unselfishness, coexistence with other people in the community. Legends about chess can be very instructive for students. There are many stories from ancient mythology about different social games, and chess is no exception. One of the most well known is about Greek hero Palamedes, who invented chess during the siege of Troy to spare the troops their time. While playing the game, the Greeks have noticed that a knight can enter the opposite camp and attack the weak points when the position on the board is closed and tends to equal outcome. Soon after this discovery, clever Odysseus invented the creation of the famous Trojan horse, which by which Troy was finally conquered. Also well known is the following story. Once in India, a sage and mathematician called Sissa Ben Tahir lived. He was always troubled by the fact that people were fighting each other, and so he invented a game for peaceful resolution of military conflicts of the name Chaturanga. Chaturanga literally means four part, and the game itself reflects the composition and order of the then Indian army that consisted of the following units: infantry, cavalry, elephants, nowadays bishops, and chariots, rooks. In the middle were the Raja, the king, and his counselor, the queen. After thinking a lot about the game and playing many games with himself, Tahir offered the game to the greatest ruler of India at the time, Emperor Sharma. The monarch was so thrilled with the game that he decided to reward the wise sage with whatever he wanted. After brief thought, Sissa Ben Tahir said he wanted a wheat for reward and that the amount should be counted as followed. On the first square of the board, place 1 grain, on the next one 2, on the third 4, and so on, doubling to the last 64 squares. Surprised by the modesty of the reward, the monarch ordered to begin immediately with the gathering of grains. Soon after the order was issued, the monarch's advisor calculated that so much grain does not exist anywhere in the world, let alone in his empire. After a couple of days of consideration, the monarch came in and said to the wise man, "Dear good man, surprised with your modesty, I insist on receiving the reward in full, as I do believe that no one can be more right than you to check if all the grains are on the number. Please begin with counting grain after grain. As you count, my servants will bring you your grain." By hearing this, the sage just smiled and said, "There is no need for reward then left." Today, chess squares in India are called similar to granary. The total number of grains in the legend is 2 to the power of 64. Chessboard. Development of the mathematical learning competencies. Learning about spatial relationships, observing the rhythm of the black and white squares and the need to mark certain squares. Creative problem solving during the game in pairs. Guess where I am? Movement on a chessboard. Development of mathematical learning competencies. Learning about spatial relationships. Awareness of the need to get acquainted with and mark the direction or path of a movement, identifying squares on a chessboard, development of mathematical competencies, learning about spatial relationships, awareness of the need to accurately identify the position of the body in space, and on the chessboard, notation, hide and seek play on the chessboard with notation, developing of mathematical competencies, learning about spatial relationships, remembering the notation of each square, familiarizing with chess pieces, pawns, knights, bishops, queen, king, development of learning competencies, learning about the name and shapes of all the pieces, their number and initial position on the chessboard, learning the exact setting of the chessboard, and that each piece is placed exactly in the middle of one square, development of social competencies, awareness of the need for firm and strict compliance with the rules, diversity in chess, pawn movement and promotion, development of learning competencies, observing, defining, and remembering pawns' unique characteristics in relation to other chess pieces. They're numerous. A limitation on movement in only one direction, forward or one square, taking pieces in different movement, two-step moves from the starting position, conversion capability, learning to extract essential details from the whole, linking the information extracted into new units, development of social competencies, patience and follow-up of opponent responses to the game, self-control exercises, and delay of rewards. For instructive purposes, students should start to play games without pieces, just pawns. First, who comes to the end promotion is a winner, and that one by one pieces should be added so that the students can easier grasp the basic castling in chess, development of learning competencies in problem solving, getting to know the situation where castling is possible in chess, understanding the need and importance of castling, development of play and simultaneously applying all of the rules that have been learned so far, development of social competencies, self-suppressing, thoughtful behavior and compliance with learned rules of the game, codes and polite behavior of two players involved in a chess game, development of social competencies, familiarizing and learning about the ways of polite behavior of opponents in a chess game, self-recognition, self-suppressing, and consistent compliance with the rules of courteous behavior during chess game. Chess and mathematics develop of mathematical and learning competencies, recognizing the relationship between math and chess, defining dark or white squares by mathematical operation, determining the value of individual squares in the magical quadrant, 3 by 3, only one square as a solution, by memorizing the movement of chess pieces, solving the magic quadrants by applying the learned rule, development of social competencies, socializing, mutual respect, and appreciation during chess game. Competencies which students can acquire through training. Social competencies, the ability to respect and apply social, cultural, and educational values, ability to create good relationships with peers, understand the situation and opinions of other students, ability to accept and respect sets of values, beliefs, and personality of other people, ability to create environment in which they feel accepted and successful, ability to effectively handle emotions, self-confidence and trust, and personal abilities, organizational competency, planning and setting goals, managing and solving problems, ability to collaborate in learning and communication, solving problems through discussion and conversation, ability to be responsible and independent in decision making, ability to responsibly carry out undertaking tasks, ability to recognize the consequences of their own and other views and actions, skills in solidarity and polite behavior, mutual help and acceptance of diversity, ability to perform in public and speak to others, work competencies, ability to define and project and set goals, skills to perform complex tasks requiring careful planning, realization, analysis and evaluation of work results, ability to determine prior objectives in their development, ability to use the resources needed to achieve multiple goals, ability to steadily and patiently fulfill undertaken tasks, ability to monitor and evaluate project progress and adaptation to new circumstances during the work, ability to consistently carry out their own ideas. Competencies for communicating, learning, and solving problems, ability to interactively use languages, symbols, and technology, ability to interactively use knowledge and information, ability to understand spatial relationships, correct perception, and clear idea of object position in the space, percepting and predicting changes of position, develop mathematical skills, identify and define unknown, organized knowledge and information, ability for quality information processing, analysis of the situation, identification of causes and anticipation of the consequences of certain procedures, proofing and verification of solutions, linking and comparative data, conclusion, ability for original creative handling of unknown situations. Chess game is an inexhaustible source of unknown situations, ability to perform convergent thinking operations that result in good logical and mathematical conclusion, ability to perform formal logical operations that are a precondition for success in mathematics, grammar, physics, chemistry, geography, and all other areas of learning, and with knowledge is based on formal logical conclusion. Principles for achieving successful chess in school curriculum. Chess in schools must allow students to connect and make friends regardless of the social and economic status of their families and background. Each student is entitled to maximum development of their abilities. The basic knowledge which students acquire at school is the basis for further learning and advancement in chess clubs. In the chess school, the social, emotional, and educational needs of each student, especially those who find it difficult to meet the requirements of regular schoolwork, will be respected. The educational program, method, and procedures will be based on contemporary scientific knowledge. Educational activities in this chess school will be based on true respect for every child and every person, as well as the dignity of human beings. In this sense, students will need to be taught to prepare to live by the demands of the changing world, which require highly developed cognitive abilities, abilities of abstract thinking, abilities of independent learning and independent problem solving, permanently developed intellectual behaviors, and abilities to achieve human interpersonal relationships. The game of chess, which in its essence carries the features of a model for complex solving complex tasks, bestows its value to those who are ready to constantly develop the abilities that are mentioned. The impulse in the development of scholastic chess, enhanced by the knowledge of the useful role of chess in the more open standards in education, has brought other positive steps. Thus, the initiative to introduce chess into the curriculum is increasingly taken up by the most developed countries, in which research on the potential benefits of chess in the educational process has taken place. And in places where chess has not yet been given a green light, public debate about its introduction has been or is being attempted to experimental programs. The World Chess Organization puts the Chess in Schools project among its priorities, and the Fides election campaign recently was unmistakably bringing slogans to the topic as well. The Congress of the USA discusses the introduction of chess in schools, while the FIDE program emphasizes the goal of chess in schools is not to create professional player grandmasters. The most important goal is to teach chess and to provide the youth with an educational tool in their life. Along with a steady increase in support, the project also gains insights into the widespread distribution of chess between young people and the fact that noble game leaves its mark on all levels. Playing chess helps students in developing thinking and analytical skills, concentration, greater self control, and self confidence. We have reliable indicators to show that chess in schools works positively. Uh, President Clinton's words, the former U.S. president, participated in a college student as a college student chess academy at Georgetown University and was admitted to introducing chess to U.S. school. But he is only one of a member of well-known national leaders who publicly supported the project. Gorbachev is an honorary sponsor of the Chess in Schools Speed Day project since 2011. Chess in school in Croatia through its past activities. Chess has been a part of the educational system so far through the extracurricular activities of school chess sections. These activities, thanks to the more open choice of methods for implementation of the educational work, allowed the students to realize the learning and development of skill and abilities in a significant way through creative play and sporting competitions. The way of achieving program content is essential and irreplaceable. So even after introducing chess and teaching, it should be further developed what is difficult to implement in elective chess lessons, for example, assessing competitive qualities or taking into account the results achieved in practical games as part of extracurricular activities, gets its scope from implementation. This would also ensure a practical assessment of the knowledge gained within the course. Of course, for those students who show such interest, a whole range of useful features that can be promoted into the development of a children's chess, as was mentioned before, are emphasized through this link between educational methods and teaching methods. So chess as a teaching subject gets a special educational dimension. In our larger centers, such cities as Zagreb and Rijeka, extracurricular work with children is additionally organized through the activities of sports schools. So in Zagreb, since 1977, chess sections in schools were organized. So today we have many chess schools that organize work with students. These schools are under the jurisdiction of the Sports Federation, and the professional pedagogical work is carried out by teacher managers of chess sections and chess instructors as external associates. The system of school competitions is organized at all levels: school, city, county, state, with the Association of Student Sports Clubs in the main bearer of these activities. The championship takes place in the competition of teams and individuals, where the latter are divided into groups of up to 9, 11, 13, 15 years old. According to a research of the Croatian Chess Federation in 2014, 190 schools with just over 4,000 students had chess section. In Croatia's capital, the city of Zagreb, according to the city official Office for Educational Survey in 2013, 85 high schools with 438 students had chess sections, and 108 primary schools with 1,860 students. At the moment, almost 200 primary schools and student dorms in Croatia are holding extracurricular chess activities. Over 4,000 students and about 150 managers of these activities are involved. Most of them are the staff at the schools where the activities take place, but about one-third of the external associations who already have chess qualifications. Teachers, chess section managers are to a lesser extent qualified instructors, and lower chess players who already possess a sufficient base of chess lessons for teaching, and for the most part, chess fans who need additional professional training. In the preparation of the program, it is also necessary to determine the age of the students within which chess teaching will be applied. Today, it is generally accepted that the age of 7 to 11 years is best suited for the initial adoption of abstract chess skills. It relies on the well-known psychological theory of Piaget, according to which children undergo different developmental periods of perceiving reality. With the occurrence of specific operations between 7 and 11 years old, the beginning of logical thinking is emerging in children. In this way, it is possible to adopt abstract content in the form of a game, which can be also stimulate further development of the child over the next period. Practical confirmation of this thesis was the inclusion of children under 8 years of age in chess competitions, since FIDE has been taking this age group into account in its official competition program since 2006. Correlation between chess and a successful life. According to the research in 2012 made by YouGov, Global Public Opinion and Data Company from the UK, chess players now make up one of the largest communities in the world. 605 million adults play chess regularly, at a time a number comparable to regular users of Facebook. Across varied national demographic profiles, US, UK, Germany, Russia, and India, a surprising stable 70% of the adult population has played chess at some point during their lives. Even if they played as children but left it behind as they grew up, they still retain a deep admiration for the game. Across the board, chess players and non-players alike ranked chess significantly higher than any other game or sport for attributes such as intelligence, sophistication, strategy, perfection, and complexity, confirming top branding agency Pentagram's view. Chess is about thinking and winning. Most surprising, the percentage of adults who actually currently play chess, either weekly, monthly, or during the past year: 12% in the UK, 15% in the US, 23% in Germany, 43% in Russia, and 70% further in the real world. When Enrique Pena became the new president of Mexico, the New York Times attributed his success to the same attention to strategy applies to, well, playing chess. And when U.S. trader Boaz Weinstein cleaned up after J.P. Morgan's lost 1.8 billion, the New York Times explained it. He is a chess master, but the raw numbers themselves are astonishing. Over 6 million, 35, 16, 15, 85 million people in the UK, US, Germany, Russia, and India, respectively, are playing chess regularly, and more than half are 18 to 34 years old. And when you go dug deeper, they found out how people who play chess regularly differ from those who do not. Current chess players are better informed than those who either used to or never play chess. They are 5 times more likely to read The Guardian, The New Scientist, or The Week, 2.5 times more likely to read the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the Economist, or the New Yorker. Although chess has very low barriers to entry and is played across the socioeconomic spectrum, in the US, 78% of regular chess players are university graduates, and among households with incomes over 120,000. 21% of regular chess players. Chess is regularly played by a demographic that is the holy grail of sponsors: affluent, young, educated men, informed, connected, and active, and is attributed rare and admirable qualities by 70% of the population, most of whom first played chess as children: intelligence, strategy, decisiveness, sophistication, perfection. In the US, more people play chess than tennis and golf combined. A list of successful people who dedicated their youth time for chess would be too long. They are partly responsible for numerous comments that in time have brought chess to the aura of incomparable intellectual exercise, but also it is transformation into symbol that is now ubiquitous to culture. Chess is one of the great treasures of mankind, from Voltaire. Chess teaches us not to lose our head in a bad situation, to persistently explore opportunities to get out of trouble. Benjamin Franklin. It is easier to break the atom than the prejudice in chess. Albert Einstein. Human life is a chess game. Saavedra. The chess game is a test stone of the mind. Goethe. Conclusion: there's no parent who wants to do best for his child who would not think that the advantages mentioned in this paper are not attractive for the development and upbringing of his child. Why chess has not taken place in the education system? The answer lies in the inadequate knowledge of the benefits of chess, which have been explained in this paper, and of many researchers that have confirmed the indisputable benefits of chess development that bring comparative advantage for the individuals at the labor market, and what can even be said in the mental health of our nation. Considering chess only as a fun playing game means denying the opportunities that are available in children's education by playing chess, and just the other way around. It is not a flaw of chess that it is a game, since learning through the game has so many advantages in today's world, because the young generations, through the emergence of new, easily accessible technologies, had developed the habits of playing, which should be utilized to steer them into chess to develop concentration, logic, strategic planning, decision making, and many other skills that can help them in their development. Educational systems increasingly turn to the modernization of teaching methods, where the focus places, among other things, on a more creative way of bringing up and adapting educational content. Chess is also suitable for the interrelated connections, as indicated by the involvement in teaching within the mathematics program in Canada. To develop highly prepared individuals should be of a great importance for a country like Croatia, but for other countries as well, and this paper can be used as a model for implementing chess in the curriculum system. Okay, so all the articles I want to read today are rather long. That was actually the shortest of them. So got a little activity in the chat. So I don't see any at Duvid. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves, and we will continue with this. Article was quoted in one of the chess articles from a few weeks ago, and this is about cognitive skill acquisition in general. Pretty interesting. A lot of jam-packed information. So let's pound through it. And You haven't heard from Gunnar in a long time. I guess I was skeptical about his movie coming out. Wish him the best. He's still welcome to contact me. I'd offered to get together with him, stream with him. He didn't take me up on any of that. So let's continue with the research. No big fantasy or dreams about fame or anything like that. Just stick to the basic research and hard work, and to somewhat what I do best. My best results are in chess coaching. So, yeah, Rune, God bless. Passover coming. So just stick to the research. Okay. So, important article here, Kurt VanLehn from 1996, Cognitive Skill Acquisition. So, for my research, this is more directly related, but this one's also important for chess and skills development, cognitive development, teaching children, various things. This covers a lot of peripheral topics that I've covered, from transfer uh, and cognitive architectures, and eventually I want to do more in detail on all of these major cognitive theories. So just let me take 1 second. Okay, Cognitive Skill Acquisition by Kirk VanLehn from the Learning Research and Development Center at the University of Pittsburgh. Cognitive skill acquisition is acquiring the ability to solve problems in intellectual tasks where success is determined more by subjects' knowledge than by their physical prowess. This review considers research conducted in the past 10 years on cognitive skill acquisition. It covers the initial stages of acquiring a single principle or rule, the initial stages of acquiring a collection of interacting pieces of knowledge, and the final stages of acquiring a skill wherein practice causes increase in speed and accuracy. So you see, this one's rather long. The introduction, the intermediate phase, learning a single principle, learning multiple principles, to the final phase, practice effects. So, we talk about the science of expertise. How do you go about the process of acquiring a skill from not knowing something to knowing something, and to break it down into individual components, like an engineer the mind for like a manufacturing component, to break each discrete process, and then you could make more efficient. So from the cognitive process, how do you go about cognitive skill acquisition piece by piece? Introduction. When an individual acquires the ability to solve problems in intellectual tasks where success is determined more by the subject's knowledge than by physical prowess, the individual has acquired a cognitive skill. Frequently studied tasks include solving algebraic equations and word problems, college physics problem solving, computer programming, medical diagnostics, and electronic troubleshooting. Researchers in cognitive skill acquisition study how people learn to accomplish such complex, knowledge-intensive tasks and how they become experts in their field. A brief history. Cognitive skill acquisition has its historical roots in the study of problem solving. Research on problem solving began early in the century with the study of what makes problems difficult to solve. In the 1960s, researchers began studying the process of solving a problem. Subjects solved multi-step problems while explaining their reasoning aloud. Transcriptions of their commentaries, called verbal protocols, provided the empirical foundations for developing computational models of problem solving. Newell and Simon, 1972, introduced most of the important theoretical concepts, including problem spaces, search trees, and production systems. Because problem solving research emphasizes the process of moving from one intermediate state to another until one finally arrives at a solution, researchers preferred to use tasks where most intermediate states were physical states. In the Tower of Hanoi, for instance, subjects tried to move a pyramid stack of discs from one peg to another by moving one disc at a time. According to certain restrictions, solving the puzzle requires many movements of discs, and thus subjects' intermediate states are exposed. Problems that are solved with a single physical action were seldom studied. During the 1960s, two related fields developed. In decision making, research studied people making a choice under circumstances of uncertainty, and in reasoning, they studied people drawing a conclusion from a combination of mental inferences. In a sense, decision-making and reasoning are also forms of problem-solving. However, their methodological and theoretical concerns have remained distinct from those of problem-solving, perhaps because most subjects' intermediate states when performing those activities are mental and not physical. In the 1970s, researchers of problem solving became interested in how subjects solve problems requiring much more knowledge than the simple puzzle problems that were used in the 1960s. They studied problems in chess, physics, mathematics, computer programming, medical diagnostics, and many other fields. Although one could tell subjects in a few minutes everything they need to solve a puzzle, obtaining the solution of even an easy problem in a knowledge-rich class domain such as physics requires many hours of preparatory training. The exploration of knowledge-rich problem-solving began by contrasting the performance of experts and novices. One robust finding is that experts can sort problems into categories according to the features of their solutions, whereas novices can only sort problems using features of the problem statement itself, as discussion by Erickson and Lehman. This and many other findings can be explained by assuming that whatever mental planning of solution is possible because all the information required to solve the problem is present in the initial state, then experts typically develop the ability to plan solutions in memory. This often requires the ability to envision sequences of intermediate states. Accordingly, experts develop impressive mnemonic powers, but only for intermediate states that they typically encounter. In the 1980s, many researchers began studying how people acquire expertise. Researchers initially focused on the role of practice in the development of expertise, phenomena that were often associated with motor skills, such as the power law of practice and the identical element model of transfer, were found to be important with cognitive skills as well. Most of the recent work has focused on the role of instruction during the early stages of skill acquisition, in particular on the role of examples. In this literature, an example is a problem whose solution is given to the student. Along with the solution's derivation, examples appear to play a central role in the early phases of cognitive skill acquisition. Because reviews of the early days of problem solving and cognitive skill acquisition are available, as well as the reviews of expertise and instructional considerations. This review focuses exclusively on recent work in cognitive skill acquisition because there's much material to cover, and simply listing the major findings would make it impossible to assimilate them all. A loose framework has been provided. A framework for reviewing cognitive skill acquisition. Fitz, 1964, distinguished three phases of motor skill acquisition. His early, intermediate, and late phases also aptly describe the course of the cognitive skill acquisition. During the early phase of cognitive skill acquisition, the subject is trying to understand the domain knowledge without yet trying to apply it. This phase is dominated by reading, discussion, and other general purpose information acquisition activities which lie outside the scope of this review. Most investigations of cognitive skill acquisitions do not collect observations during the early phase. The intermediate phase begins when students turn their attention to solving problems. Before they begin solving problems themselves, they often study a few problems that have already been solved, called examples henceforth. Examples can be printed in a textbook or presented by a teacher. As they solve problems, students may refer back to the textbook or ask the teacher for help, but the primary focus is on solving problems. This kind of activity differentiates the intermediate phase from the early phases, where the primary focus is on studying expository instructional material. When subjects enter the intermediate phase, they have some relevant knowledge for solving problems, but certainly not all of it. They also may have acquired some misunderstandings. Thus, the first order business for problem solvers is to correct these flaws in the domain knowledge. For lack of better word, flaw will be used to stand both for missing knowledge and for incorrect knowledge. The second order business is to acquire heuristic, experiential knowledge that expedites problem solving. Eventually, students remove all the flaws of their knowledge and can solve problems without conceptual errors, although they still may make unintended errors or slips. The capability signals the end of the intermediate phase and the beginning of the late phase. During the late phase, students continue to improve in speed and accuracy as they practice, even though their understanding of the domain and the basic approach to solving problems does not change. Practice effects are and transfer are the main research issues in this phase. This three-phase chronology is an idealization. The boundaries between phases are not sharp as the description suggests. Moreover, instruction on a cognitive skill is divided into courses, topics, chapters, and sections. Students are introduced to a component of the skill, given substantial practice with it, then moved on to the next component. Thus, at any given time, students may be in the late phase with respect to some components of their skill, but in other phases with respect to other components. Nonetheless, it is useful to make the three-phase distinction between different empirical phenomena characterize each phase. This review covers the intermediate and final phases. However, much more work has been done in the intermediate phase than in the final phase. As a result, the review of intermediate phase research is split into two parts. The first part covers studies where students learned only a single principle. These studies focused on basic process of assimilating a new principle, retrieving it from memory during problem solving, and applying it. The second part covers studies in which students learned many principles. Following this two-part discussion of the intermediate phase is a section on the late phase. John, God bless. The intermediate phase, learning a single principle. Yeah, happy Passover to you, John, also. The intermediate phase, learning a single principle. Before beginning this discussion on learning a single principle, some general remarks about the intermediate phase are necessary. Perhaps the most ubiquitous finding about the intermediate phase is the importance of examples. Studies of students in a variety of instructional situations have shown that students prefer learning from examples rather than learning from other forms of instruction. Students learn more from studying examples than from solving the same problems themselves. A 3-year program in algebra was completed in 2 years by students who only studied examples and solved problems without lectures or other direct instruction. Because of the importance of examples, most research on the intermediate phase has used instructional material where examples are prominent. Sometimes the instruction consists only of examples, and students must infer the general principles themselves. Most research has been focused on students solving problems alone. There is some research on learning from a tutor, which is covered at the end of this section. Learning by solving problems in small groups has not been studied much by cognitive skill acquisition researchers. Learning a single principle introduction. Much work on the intermediate phase has concentrated on learning material that is about the size of a single principle, where a principle is the sort of thing that a textbook states in a colored box and discusses for several pages. Often the instruction includes an example illustrating the application of the principle. Example 1 is taken from Contrabone and illustrates an elementary probability principle that is often used in cognitive skill acquisition research. Knowledge of the principle includes not only the permutation formula, but also the meaning of the variables and the kinds of problems to which this formula applies. The convergence of forces ideas employed to solve Dunker's famous X-ray problem is another commonly used principle. One can generally teach the subject a rudimentary version of the principle in an hour or less, in contrast with teaching a rudimentary version of a whole cognitive skill, which might take days or months. All the experiments discussed in this section have a similar format. Subjects are trained typically by studying a booklet. The training material almost always includes examples and may consist only of examples. Solving the test problems is sometimes called analogical problem solving because it involves finding an analogy correspondence between the example and the problem. After the training, and sometimes after a distractor task, the subjects are given problems to solve. The problems can be easily solved using the principle, but are difficult to solve without it. Applying a principle or example consists of retrieving it, placing its parts into correspondence with parts of the problem, in the case of the permutation principle, deciding what the variables are, and drawing inferences about the problem and solution on the basis of the problem's correspondence with the principle or example. After applying the principle or example, subjects may generalize it. Each of these processes, retrieval, mapping, application, and generalization, are discussed in turn. Retrieval. There appear to be two kinds of retrieval, spontaneous and deliberate. Deliberate retrieval often occurs after subjects are given a hint. The examples you studied earlier will help you solve this problem, or when the experiment stimulates an instructional situation where students expect early materials to be relevant to solving problems. Spontaneous retrieval, or reminding, as it is more commonly known, occurs when the experimenter hides the relationship between the training and testing phase of the experiment, typically by telling students that they are participating in two different experiments. This experimental paradigm explores why education so often creates inert knowledge in students. They can recall the knowledge when given explicit cues, but they fail to apply it outside of the classroom. A strong but obvious effect is that deliberate retrieval is vastly more successful than reminding. Many more subjects can retrieve a principle or example after a hint than before one. When reminding does occur, it is often triggered by surface similarities between the problem and the training example. For example, subjects are likely to be reminded of the IBM example more by a problem than mentions. Microsoft programmers designing computer software than by a car mechanics problem, even though the car mechanic problem has the same mathematical structure as the IBM example. Subjects can be reminded by structural similarities, but only when the training emphasizes the underlying structure of the example and the test problems are reworded to emphasize their deep structure. Although superficial reminding seems to be the population norm, it is less common among students with high mathematics SAT scores. Moreover, deliberate retrieval, particularly in instructional situations, is often guided by structural similarity. Mapping. The mapping process puts parts of the problem or example into correspondence with parts of the problem. For instance, in order to use example 1 as a model for solving a new problem, subjects must find values of the variables, which in turn requires finding objects corresponding to the IBM scientist and computers. Subjects are easily misled by surface similarities into using the wrong correspondence mapping. For instance, Ross found that most subjects solved example 2 by replacing IBM scientists with mechanics and computers with cars that matches the superficial characteristics of the objects, but it produces an incorrect solution to the problem. Application. In some cases, subjects solving the problem is almost finished after they have put the principle or example into correspondence with the problem. For instance, once subjects have mapped the car mechanics problem to the IBM example, the only remaining task is to substitute uh, for the variables in the permutation formula and do the arithmetic. However, applying the principle or example can be much more involved. For instance, when an example is complex, subjects usually refer back to it many times when solving a problem. They appear to use a variety of strategies for deciding whether to refer to the example and to attempt the next step without help. Generalization. Problems and examples contain information that is not causally or logically related to their solutions. In the IBM example, the nature of the particular object being chosen is irrelevant. Such information comprises the surface features mentioned earlier in the section. As noted then, surface features can play a strong role in retrieval and mapping. Their role in application has not yet been established but is likely to be strong as well. Generalization is the process of modifying one's understanding of an example or principle in such a way that surface information does not play a role in retrieval, mapping, and application. Generalization always allows one to apply the principle or example to more problems. A variety of instructional methods for encouraging generalizations have been tried. Gick, Hollyhock, and others have found that simply augmenting the example with an explanation of the principle behind it has resulted in little generalization. Using two examples was also ineffective. What does work, however, is using two examples and some sort of highlighting device that encourages subjects to compare two examples and find their common structure. Generalization causes subjects to be reminded of examples on the basis of structural features instead of just surface features, and to be fooled less by surface features during mapping. These results strongly suggest that generalization is not an automatic process, as was assumed in earlier theories of cognitive skill acquisition, although protocol-taking experiments would be necessary to confirm the suggestion, as it is likely that subjects must actively decide which propositions in an example are structural and which are superficial. Alternatively, subjects can probably be told which aspects of an example are general, as one would predict from basic properties of memory. Deciding that some propositions in an example are superficial does not erase them from memory, nor does building a generalization from comparison of two examples erase the examples from memory. Summary. Overall, superficial reasoning is the norm for problem solving, but subjects can be induced to use deeper reasoning under certain circumstances. Left to their own devices, subjects typically encode examples and principles into memory, where they languished until retrieved deliberately or via spontaneous superficial association. Once retrieved, an example or principle is applied by just plugging in superficial similar objects and copying the resulting solution. Subjects can use more structural features in spontaneous retrieval and mapping, but they must first be induced to generalize the examples, which seems to require using multiple examples and directing the subject to find their commonalities. On the other hand, when subjects suspect or are told that examples they have seen might help them solve the problem, their retrieval is often based on structural features. That is, they search memory or the textbook for examples where solutions might help them. The intermediate phase, learning multiple principles. Mastering a cognitive skill often requires learning more than one principle, as well as many other pieces of knowledge that one would hesitate to call principles per se. For instance, a physics student must learn facts such as the units for measuring force and mass. There are even borderline cases. Is the knowledge that mass is not the same thing as weight a principle? Learning a cognitive skill also requires learning heuristics that will help one select the right combination of principles for solving a problem. Much of what has been observed in the study of single principle learning probably applies to the learning of all these types of knowledge. The process of retrieval, both spontaneous and deliberate, mapping, application, and generalization, probably characterizes the acquisition of minor principles heuristics, and other generalizations. Factual knowledge may be too simple for mapping and generalizations to apply. However, as the quantity and complexity of the material to be learned increases, one can expect to see effects that cannot be observed when studying the acquisition of single principles. This section focuses on such phenomena. Transfer. When an example requires the use of multiple principles in its solution, then it's possible to study an interesting type of transfer. First, students are trained with examples and problems that use two or more principles in a certain combination. Then they are tested on problems that require using the principle in a different combination. For instance, consider the two algebra examples shown on the top. Their solutions require the use of two principles, removing a term by subtracting it from both sides of an equation, and removing a coefficient by dividing both sides of the equation by it. The same principles can be used to solve the problem shown, uh, but they must be used in a different combination from the one used in the examples. If students trained to the two examples can solve the two problems, then a certain rather constrained type of transfer is obtained. However, such a transfer is rarely observed. Cooper and Sweller found that many eighth grade students trained with multiple versions of the two examples in Table 1 could not solve the problem shown in the last two lines of the table. On the other hand, the students had no difficulty solving problems that could be solved by copying the solution in the training examples. Similar lack of transfer has been found many times. Note that this kind of transfer is different from the generalization discussed in the preceding section, where copying the example solution was all that was expected of the subjects. Generalizing the examples shown in the top two lines will enable students to solve further problems, but not all of them. Cantrabone showed that modifying the example solutions in order to highlight the application of each principle significantly increased transfer. Training that required students to draw a contrast among pairs of examples in order to see individual principle application was less successful. Even when principle applications are not highlighted, principle-based transfer can occur, but it requires a large number of examples and above average students. This suggests that some students study examples differently from others, the topic of the next section. Strategy differences in learning from examples. Examples are commonly used in two ways. Students study examples before solving problems, or they refer back to examples when they're in the midst of solving a problem. For each of the two activities, learning appears to be strongly affected by the student's strategy for studying examples and for referring back to them. Let us first consider the activity of studying examples before problem solving. Chi found that students who explained examples thoroughly to themselves learned much more than students who merely read examples through. Chi had 9 college students first apply 4 introductory chapters from college physics textbook until they could pass exams on each chapter. This ensured that all students had the necessary prerequisite knowledge for understanding the target chapter. The target chapter taught students about forces and Newton's law. The students read the target chapter, studied the 3 examples, and solved 19 problems. Protocols were taken during the example study and problem solving phase. Students were classified on the basis of median split of their problem solving scores into good and poor learners. When protocols of the example studying phase were analyzed, good learners were found to utter more self-explanations than poor learners. A self-explanation is any inference about the example that goes beyond the information presented in the example. For instance, in one example, a good student might uh, articulate in a certain way. Poor students often just read the line or paraphrase it, then move on to the next line. Chi and VanLehn analyzed the content of the students' self-explanations. The results suggested that self-explanations were derived in two different ways. One was by deduction from knowledge acquired earlier while reading the text part of the chapter, usually by simply applying a general principle to information in the current example statement. The second was by generalization and extending the example statement. These inferences help to fill gaps in students' knowledge, most often by providing necessary technical details that were not discussed in the text. VanLehn constructed a computer model of the example studying and problem-solving process. In order to solve problems correctly, the model required the use of approximately 60 rules. The rules represented major principles, minor principles, facts, and technical details. Fewer than half of the rules were mentioned in the textbook. The other rules were learned by the model as it studied the examples, but only if it self-explained them. The model accounted for the aggregate results from the Chi study as well as the performance of individual subjects. Error patterns and other analysis were also consistent with the hypothesis that most of the benefit from self-explanation comes from filling in gaps in subjects' knowledge. The self-explanation effect is quite general. Self-explaining examples in a variety of task domains improves learning. Self-explaining expository text and hypertext instead of examples also enhances learning. Most importantly, students can be trained to self-explain, and this improves their learning dramatically. However, self-explanation only affects the initial acquisition of knowledge and not subsequent improvement with practice. Several of these studies also found that self-monitoring effect. Both good and poor students tended to spontaneously utter assessments of their understanding. However, poor students tended to utter uniformly positive self-assessments. Yep, that makes sense. Even though their subsequent performance indicated that they really did not understand the material. On the other hand, good students tended to monitor their understanding more accurately and frequently noted failures to understand. Wait, I don't see how they got that. Accuracy in self-monitoring appears to be correlated with learning. Up to this point, I've discussed different strategies for studying examples before solving problems. However, students also refer to examples as they solve problems, and in this circumstance, correlations between learning and strategies may also be found. Both good and poor learners refer to examples during problem solving, though they refer more often to the first few problems than to the later problems. What matters is the way the students refer to examples. Protocol analysis and latency analysis suggest that poor learners maximize their use of problem solving by analogy. They refer to an example as soon as they notice that it is relevant and copy as much of its solution as possible. On the other hand, good learners minimize their use of analogies to examples. They refer to the example only when they get stuck solving a problem and need some help. That is, good solvers prefer to solve problems by themselves, whereas poor solvers prefer to adapt an example solution. After solving a problem, subjects often reflect on the solution. Paroli and Recker found that good and poor learners both reflected on half of the problems they solved, but what they said about them was different. Poor learners usually just paraphrased the solution. Good learners tried to abstract general solution methods, often by comparing the current problem solution to the solutions of earlier problems. In all of these studies, the criteria for learning included performance on problems that could not be solved by merely copying the example solution. Thus, learning requires the kind of transfer discussed in the previous section, entitled Transfer. Strategy effects may not show up in a single principle experiments covered in the intermediate phase learning a single principle because learning generalization is assessed on the basis of problems that students can solve by copying solutions. In short, learners seem to use different studying strategies that allow them to trade off effort and likelihood of learning. Some students exert considerable time and energy into self-explaining examples and or by trying to solve problems without copying the examples. These students often learn more. Other students exert less effort by merely reading the examples through and or by copying example solutions. They learn less. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Yeah, I plan on doing that. So stay tuned. So appreciate you being there in chat. Learning events. Knowledge of a complex skill is composed of many pieces. Some of this knowledge of its principles, some is examples or generalizations thereof, and some is technical details, heuristics, and other information that could be relevant in problem solving a problem. These studies reviewed in the section, the intermediate phase learning a single principle, suggest that learning a single principle requires attention both during the early phase, studying a booklet typically, and during the intermediate phase as the principle is retrieved, mapped, applied, and generalized. Moreover, it appears that generalization of an example also requires attention. It is not an automatic process nor a mere byproduct of applying the example to solve a problem. This in turn suggests that during the intermediate phase of a complex skill acquisition, students acquire new pieces of domain knowledge one at a time and take time off from problem solving or example studying to attend to the discovery of a few pieces of knowledge and perhaps two generalizations as well. This hypothesis is consistent with several studies of transfer. For instance, Beauvais taught subject sequences of simple text editing commands. Each command had several steps, such as pressing a function key, checking a prompt, selecting some text, and pressing the enter key. They represented each command's procedure with a set of rules across commands. Some rules were identical, some were analogous, and some appeared in only one command. They trained subjects in all commands, varying the order in which the commands were taught. For each order, they calculated the number of new rules to be learned for each command, the number of rules that were identical to rules learned earlier, and the number of rules that were only analogous to rules learned earlier. They found that the training time was a linear function of the number of new rules and the total number of rules. There were 23-second costs for each rule because the subject had to execute every rule of the command, regardless of whether the rule had already been learned. However, each new rule to be learned requires a substantial amount of time, about 30 seconds. This suggests that learning a new rule requires taking time off from executing the familiar parts of the procedure. There is no cost in training time for learning rules that were analogous to rules learned earlier. which suggests a generalization of these rules is quite easy. Singly and Anderson also found under text editing, programming, and mathematical task domains that training time was a function of the number of new rules to be learned. If learning a new principle or other pieces of knowledge just take time away from executing familiar knowledge, then learning events during problem solving may be observed wherein the subject briefly switches attention from solving the problem to reasoning about the domain knowledge itself. Learning events should also be found during other instructional activities, such as self-explanation. As it turns out, learning events can be observed via detailed protocol analysis. Learning events were first observed in the discovery learning situation, wherein students were given very little instruction and had to discover the principles of a domain during the course of solving problems in it. Karmeloff, Smith, and Inhelder observed discrete changes in children's procedures for balancing blocks on a beam and explained them in miniature discovery learning events. Kuhn and Phelps also noted discrete changes in college students' experiment design strategies and assumed that they were due to learning events. Sinclair and Jenkins observed children shifting their strategies by counting on their fingers and coining the term learning event for the brief episodes where the change occurred. VanLehn showed that all the changes in strategy observed as the subject solved the Tower of Hanoi puzzle seemed to appear during learning events. Discovery learning is rarely used to teach a cognitive skill. Instead, students typically access problems, textbooks, and sometimes teachers or peers. However, instructional material is almost always incomplete. As discussed briefly in the section, strategy differences in learning from examples, roughly half of the pieces of information required to solve problems were not mentioned in the college textbooks used in the Chi study. When faced with the incomplete instructional material, students need to discover the missing information for themselves. VanLehn analyzed the Chi protocol and observed learning events in students in most of the places where information that was missing from the instruction was required for solving problems and explaining examples. In all of these studies, learning events were characterized by long pauses or verbal signs of confusion. All these studies were based on verbal protocols. Subjects rarely announced their discoveries in a clear fashion. Even when probed, the explanations were seldom coherent. Nonetheless, their problem-solving behaviors changed. As an illustration of the learning event, consider physics students quoted in VanLehn. The student did not know that weight is a kind of force, so he could not figure out how to find the weight of an object, even though he had calculated the force of gravity on the subject. After pausing and complaining a bit, he recalled the textbook equation and performed a totally unjustified substitution of G for A, thus deriving the equation F equals W, which he interpreted as meaning the object weight is equal to the force of gravity on it. Amazingly, he discovered the missing correct principle via specious derivation. He said, right, is this right? Okay, so I'm going to get 160 pounds. That's the force. Yeah, it kind of makes sense because they weigh you in pounds, don't they? That's the force. The learning event consisted of reaching an impasse using purely syntactic algebraic symbolic manipulation to hypothesize a new principle that weight is a force of gravity on an object, and then supporting the principle with the fact that pounds is a unit of force and that Americans express weight in pounds. However, this is not the end of the story. On the next occasion where the subject could use the principle, he failed to do so. This resulted in a units error, which he detected while checking his answer that reminded him of his new principle. He said, oh, wait a minute. Oh, hold the bus, hold the bus. After a brief pause, he decided the principle didn't apply. However, after he failed to find another explanation for the unit errors, he changed his mind and decided the principle did apply. In short, learning the principle in the context of problem solving is much like learning in one of the single principle experiments reviewed earlier. One may not be reminded of it immediately, but when one deliberately searches memory for the new principle can be retrieved. Yet retrieval of the new principle is not enough. One often has to deliberate about its generality before applying it. Presumably, the deliberation causes generalization. Learning events can be analyzed in terms of three characteristics. One, what provoked the student to switch attention from the main task to learning? In the illustration, reaching an impasse provoked the physics student to try to derive a new principle. In some situations, most learning events were triggered by impasses. However, when the student already has a correct operational solution procedure, improvements to the procedure are triggered by some kind of noticing process, which can be modeled but which is still not well understood. After solving a problem, some students deliberately reflect on its solution in order to uncover all of its overall plan or basic idea. Two, what kind of reasoning went on during the learning event? In the illustration, the student used both algebraic symbol manipulation and common sense reasoning to derive his new principle. Such educated guesses seem often to be based on causal attribution heuristics or overgeneralizations. However, students often use less constrained forms of induction, in which case one can observe the prototypically effects usually found in conceptual formation experiments. 3. How easily retrieved is the new principle, and how general is it? Advocates of discovery learning often hope that because students discover principles by themselves, the principles will easily be retrieved and adequately general. As illustrated above, this does not seem to be the case. Principles acquired during learning events are often difficult to retrieve and seem to require deliberate attention before they are general enough. Progress on understanding learning events has been slow because it is difficult to distinguish learning events from ordinary problem solvings, even in the protocols of the most talkative subjects. It has been necessary to have a strong theory of the kind of knowledge that can be learned after a long enough period of observation that one can see slow changes in the uses of individual pieces of knowledge. Nonetheless, the observations to date support the general hypothesis that learning a cognitive skill consists of learning a large number of small pieces of knowledge, including principles, technical details, heuristics, and that for each one, learning consists of a series of learning events that construct and generalize the pieces of knowledge. Learning from a computer tutor. The discussion of the intermediate phase up to this point has assumed that the learner has no one to talk to and only written materials to refer to. While this constraint simplifies the observation of learning, it makes the instructional situation somewhat atypical of real-world situations where learners can obtain help by raising their hands, picking up their phone, or walking down the hall to a colleague's office. As a first step towards understanding cognitive skill acquisition in the wild, researchers have studied students learning from a very taciturn tutor, namely a computer. When the tutor selects problems for the student to solve, a simple policy is to continue giving the student problems until the student has reached mastery. Mastery can be defined as answering the most recent problems with a score higher than a certain amount. Some computer tutors can monitor the usage of individual principles or steps and thus implement a policy that keeps assigning problems till each has been mastered. Varying the thresholds of mastery for individual pieces of knowledge can accurately predict errors. Tutoring based on mastery generally results in higher scores on post-test than tutoring based on fixed problem sets. This suggests that different students learn at different rates, which is in turn consistent with students' use of different studying strategies, different kinds of reasoning during learning events, and perhaps other factors as well. Perhaps the most hotly debated issue is the use of computer tutors concerns the control of feedback on errors. The current technology enables students to use the computer as scratch paper instead of simply entering their answer to the problems. As earlier computer tutors required, students today can enter all of their work. This allows the computer to detect errors soon after they are committed. Many tutors inform the student as soon as an error is detected and prevent them from going on until the error is corrected. Although such feedback makes the tutor easier to build, one wonders what effect it has on learning. Lewis and Anderson found that immediate feedback that forced students to correct an error before moving on was superior to delayed feedback, but the effect was quite small. Anderson contrasted 4 feedback policies: no feedback, feedback when the student asked for it, immediate feedback that notified the student as soon as an error was made, but that did not force the student to correct the error, and immediate feedback that forced immediate correction of the error. In the conditions of feedback when the student asked for it, and immediate feedback that notified the student as soon as the error was made, but did not force the student to correct the error. Students were forced to answer the problems correctly before being allowed to continue to the problem. In the condition of immediate feedback that forced the student to correct the error, the feedback also ensured that they answered the problem correctly. Only the no feedback condition did not force students to correct their mistakes. One post-test measure of learning students in the no feedback condition did worse than students of the 3 feedback conditions, and no significant differences were found among the 3 feedback conditions. Thus, it appeared that neither the timing of feedback nor its control, student versus machine, makes much a difference in whether the student eventually acquires the target knowledge. However, if feedback is completely removed, then students are often unable to correct flaws in their knowledge on their own. This result is consistent with the studies of learning events, which suggests that constructing or modifying a principle is a deliberate process that is often triggered when students find out that they have made a mistake. It should not matter when students learn that they have made a mistake, as long as they are able to locate the missing or incorrect knowledge and fix it. Although controlled feedback does not seem to affect the basic learning process, there are other aspects of immediate feedback that warrant consideration by the instructional designer. Lewis and Anderson found that delayed feedback subjects were much better than immediate feedback subjects at detecting their own errors. This makes sense because the immediate feedback subject has no opportunity to detect their own errors during training. Anderson found that feedback that forced students to correct their errors immediately caused them to complete their training much faster than feedback that let students choose their when to correct their errors. Apparently, students sometimes waste time going down garden paths when they're given the freedom to do so. If instruction is limited to a fixed amount of time, this can hurt their learning. In the feedback studies just discussed, tutors only notified students of their errors. They did not point out why the students' actions were incorrect nor what they should have done instead. The pedagogy is called minimal feedback. Several studies have contrasted minimal feedback with feedback designed to be more helpful. Feedback that is designed to get students to further correct action increases their learning rate substantially compared with minimal feedback. However, adding more help that focuses on what the student did wrong does not appear to offer any advantages. That is, if the feedback is the right thing to do here is, then it does little good to add, you did this instead, this is wrong because. This finding is consistent with studies showing that more errors are caused by missing knowledge rather than incorrect knowledge. Missing knowledge often results in students arriving at an impasse rather than seeking help. They often invent an expedient repair that allows them to continue but risk getting the problem wrong. Moreover, they often repair the same impasse in different ways on different occasions. Thus, it comes as no surprise that students do not need much convincing to abandon the particular repair that resulted in their receiving negative feedback. Although tutoring does provide a different context for learning, the same basic learning process appears to occur within this context as well as in passive example studying instructional situations. However, because learning is based on noticing flaws, both incomplete and incorrect knowledge, and repairing them, computer tutoring can make learning substantially more efficient by helping students to detect their flaws via feedback, rectifying them via help, improve their generality and accessibility of their new knowledge by practicing it until mastery is reached. The final phase, practice effects. The intermediate phase is officially concluded when students can produce error-free performances. However, learning does not end at this point. Continued practice causes increase in speed and accuracy. This section reviews these phenomena. The power law in practice and other general effects. Perhaps the most ubiquitous finding about the third phase of learning is the famous power law of practice. The time needed to do a task decreases in proportion to the number of trials raised to some power. In an influential review, Newell and Rosenblum found that the power law applies to simple cognitive skills as well as to perceptual motor skills. Several studies of complex cognitive skills found that the speed of applying individual components of knowledge increased according to the power law, thus indicating the practice benefits those components rather than the skill as a whole. Accuracy also increased according to the power law, at least on some tasks. Several theories of the power law have been advanced. Anderson claimed that the speed up is due to two mechanisms. Knowledge is converted from a slow format declarative knowledge into a fast format procedural knowledge, and the speed of individual pieces of procedural knowledge also increased with practice. Newell and Rosenblum claimed that small general pieces of knowledge are gradually composed together, chunked to form a large specific pieces of knowledge, thus allowing the same task to be accomplished by applying fewer pieces of knowledge. Logan advanced a theory of the speed up based on instances and reviewed several other proposals. With substantial practice, individuals' perceptual motor skill can sometimes become automatic. Automatic processing is fast, effortless, autonomous, and unavailable to conscious awareness. One study using dual task paradigm showed that different parts of the complex cognitive skill, troubleshooting digital circuits, became automatic after differing amounts of practice. However, the skill as a whole never became as automatic as driving one's car, despite substantial practice. With only three circuits, it is likely that other effects known to occur with perceptual motor skills also occur with cognitive skills, like a mass versus distributed practice, warm-up effects, randomized versus block practice. Proctor and Duda reviewed research on many types of skill and found several general effects. Replacing mental calculations by memory retrieval. Some cognitive skills are deterministic calculations, in which case answers to problems are completely and uniquely determined by the inputs of the problems. Mental arithmetic calculations are examples of such deterministic calculations. If the subjects are given enough practice with a particular input, then they eventually just retrieve the output from memory rather than mentally calculate it. This fairly uncontentious phenomenon has been found with a number of simple mental tasks, as well as with deterministic sub-procedures of complex tasks. Knowledge of subjects report this change in strategy, but they are much faster in responding to practiced inputs than unpracticed ones. The change in strategy from calculation to retrieval could be taken as an explanation of the power law increases in speed and accuracy. However, Rickards had subjects report after each trial where they had calculated the answers to, or retrieved it. Subjects' latencies in the calculation trial fit one power curve well, and latencies in the retrieval trials fit a second curve well, but the fit of a power law curve to subjects' latencies in all trials was poor. Logan also found evidence for two power curves. Thus, it appears that the power law learning mechanism operates separately on both mental calculation and retrieval strategies. This hypothesis is consistent with a study by Carlson and Lundy, who found using relatively complicated mental calculations that subjects sped up rapidly when given the same inputs repeatedly, thus promoting use of retrieval. When the inputs varied, thus blocking the retrieval strategy, they still sped up, albeit more slowly. These two effects were additive. Thus, it appears that changing from a calculation strategy to a direct retrieval strategy is not in itself a sufficient explanation for the power law of practice. Transfer of the benefits of practice. Although transfer has many meanings, it is used in the section to mean the savings in learning in one task, the transfer task, due to earlier training on the different tasks. The training task transfer is expressed as a ratio, the time saved in learning the transfer task divided by the time spent learning the training task. Thus, if practicing the training task for 20 hours yields an equivalent improvement on the transfer task, namely 20 hours of practice on the transfer task, then the ratio is 20-20 or 100% transfer. Practicing the training task for 20 hours only saves 5 hours of practice on the transfer task, then the ratio is 5-20 or 25%. If prior practice within the training task makes no difference in how long it takes to learn the transfer task, then there is no transfer. If practice on the training task increases the time to learn the transfer task, then there is negative transfer. Singley and Anderson discuss several ways to measure transfer. One major, albeit uncontroversial, finding is the degree of transfer can be predicted by the number of pieces of knowledge shared between the training and transfer task. As mentioned earlier, practice affects individual pieces of knowledge and not the skill as a whole. When practice on the training task speeds up certain subskills, use of such subskill continues to be fast when used in the transfer task. However, there are sometimes limits to the amount of transfer one can obtain, even when a substantial amount of knowledge is shared between tasks. These limits occur because practice can change subject strategies for solving problems. Suppose that practice causes subjects to change from strategy A to strategy B on the training task and from strategy A to strategy C on the transfer task. A little training on the training task will affect only strategy A, which is shared with the transfer task. Thus, T hours of practice on the training task will save T hours of practice on the transfer task. However, this only occurs when T is less than the amount of practice time that will cause subjects to shift from strategy A to B. Let us suppose the shift occurs after about 25 hours of practice. When T exceeds 25, then subsequent practice only affects strategy B, which is not shared with the transfer task. Thus, vast amounts of training will only save 25 hours of practice on the transfer task. Therefore, the amount of transfer is 25 divided by T. Thus, when T is less than 25, the transfer is T divided by T, or 100%. But when T is greater than 25, transfer is only 25 divided by T, which approaches 0 as practice on the training task increases. In short, the more practice on the training task, the less transfer. One practice-induced strategy change discussed earlier in replacing mental calculations by memory retrieval occurs when subjects use direct memory retrieval instead of mental calculations. As Logan and Carlson have demonstrated, this is one way that practice can cause a decrease in transfer. Suppose the training task is to master a mental algorithm with one set of inputs, and the transfer task is to master the same algorithm with a different set of inputs. As long as the subject continues to use the algorithm during training, the effects on the train should transfer. However, as the subject starts to use direct memory retrieval instead of executing the algorithm, increasing the time spent on training will not reduce the time to master the transfer task beyond a certain point. Thus, practice decreases the amount of transfer. The practice-driven decrease in transfer can also be caused by weaning the subjects from the instructional material, which is another kind of strategy change. As discussed in the section, the intermediate phase learning a single principle, subjects in the intermediate phase of their learning training often refer to the instructional materials, usually the examples, as they solve problems. However, the frequency of these references declines with practice, and eventually subjects no longer refer to instructional materials. Suppose the training and transfer task share some of the instructional materials, the examples. Even a little practice on the training task familiarizes subjects with the shared instructional materials and thus saves them time in learning the transfer task. However, with increasing practice on the training task, subjects gain no further benefit on the transfer task. Thus, more practice causes less transfer. This effect has been found in a variety of cognitive skills. Anderson and his colleagues call this phenomenon the use specificity of transfer and consider it prime evidence for the distinction between declarative and procedural knowledge. Suppose the training task is actually part of a transfer task. For instance, as mental addition is part of a multiplication, intuitively it seems that transfer should be high regardless of whether the training task is practiced for minutes or for days. However, this does not seem to be the case. For relatively small amounts of practice, the amount of overlap between tasks accurately predicts the amount of transfer. However, when the training task is practiced for hundreds of trials, only a few trials of practice on the transfer task are saved, even though the training task is arguably a part of the transfer task. Needless to say, more research is required on this important point because whole educational systems are founded on the premise that training on basic skills facilitates learning practical skills that employ the basic skills of sub-procedures. French and Geary's results suggest that training basic skills past a certain point is wasteful. In short, a great deal of practice on one task, the training task, helps subjects perform that task, but it usually only saves them moderate amounts of time in learning a second task, the transfer task. In fact, the head start that they get on learning the second task after a great deal of practice in the first task is about the same as the head start they would get if they only practiced the first task a moderate amount. The degree of transfer observed and how it varies with practice in the first task depends on exactly what is shared between the tasks and on when practice causes changes in problem-solving strategies. Negative transfer. Negative transfer occurs when the training task interferes with learning the transfer task and slows the learning down. For instance, mastering one text editor often seems to interfere with learning of a similar text editor that has different commands. The amount of transfer seems to be inversely proportional to the amount of practice on the transfer task. Using text editor designed to interfere with one another during learning, Singley and Anderson showed that the negative transfer occurs mostly during the early stage of learning the transfer task. If learners learn the transfer task by receiving immediate feedback whenever they do something wrong, including exercise habits carried over from the training task, then they rapidly acquire the correct response. On the other hand, uncorrected responses, ones that are merely inefficient and not incorrect, persist and can cause negative transfer even in the later stages of learning the transfer task. As discussed in the preceding section, transfer the benefits of practice. It is often the case that one gets the same time savings in learning the transfer task regardless of the amount of practice on the training task beyond a certain minimum. It would be interesting to determine whether this were true of negative transfer as well. That is, would moderate amounts of training delay the learning of the transfer task as much as vast amounts of training? To put it colloquially, is negative transfer the result of a bad idea, bad habits, or both? The frontiers of cognitive skill acquisition research. Cognitive skill acquisition research started with simple knowledge lean puzzle tasks, moved on to problems that can be solved with a single principle from a knowledge-rich task domain, and most recently is focused on chapter-sized slices of knowledge-rich task domain. The next step is the progression is the study acquisition of even larger pieces of knowledge, such as whole semesters worth of physics or programming. Some earlier work on these lines has been done where students learn from a tutoring system, but these studies have examined acquisition of only the procedural aspects of the skill. The next step would be to examine how concepts, mental models, and factual knowledge evolve together with the more procedural aspects. Research on cognitive processes during the intermediate phase of skill acquisition can be conveniently divided, as it was in this review, into research on the acquisition of a single principle and research on the acquisition of collections of principles and other knowledge. The single principle research seems to have answered many of the initial questions concerning retrieval, mapping, and generalization. The remaining areas of uncertainty lie with application. It is likely that students use the same diverse set of methods for applying principles as they use for drawing analogies to complex written examples. Learning from examples has been the focus of research on the immediate phase of acquisition for complex chapter-sized pieces of knowledge. However, most studies have focused only on passive forms of instruction, whereas the students studies written materials with no help from a teacher, peer, or tutor. The next step would be to find out how students learn from more interactive forms of instruction. For instance, when students receive feedback, it seems plausible that poor learners merely change their answer without thinking about why they got it wrong, whereas good learners try to find and repair the flaw in their knowledge that caused the error. The final phase of skill acquisition has become the battleground for some of the major theoretical questions of the day. The controversy between instance-based, procedural, declarative, and other theories of memory has been mentioned already. The debate over implicit learning also bears most strongly on the final phase. The first responsibility of researchers of cognitive skill acquisition ought to be to account for the differences between experts and novices. Surprisingly, they have not done so yet. Erickson and Lehman argue that in many task domain, experts can mentally plan solutions to problems that novices can only solve concretely. For instance, Codinger and Anderson found that expert geometers plan solutions to geometry-proof problems using abstract diagrammatic schemas, even when a proof consists of a dozen dozens of lines. The plan might only have one or two schema applications. Experts are able to do such planning in working memory. Novices, on the other hand, build proofs of a line at a time, writing down conclusions as they go. The ability to rapidly plan solutions seems to develop rather quickly. As Codinger and Anderson points out, no existing model of skill acquisition, including Anderson's ACT, can account for the acquisition of domain-specific planning skill. Existing models have concentrated on explaining the proper power law of practice and the increasing specificity of transfer. These models employ mechanisms of covert knowledge into ever more specific forms. In contrast, the development of planning skills calls for converting knowledge into more abstract forms. The field of artificial intelligence has produced many computationally sufficient mechanisms for abstraction. What our science needs is empirical work that discriminates among the many possible ways that planning could develop. For instance, are novices held back by lack of knowledge of planning schemas, or do they know the schemas but cannot apply them mentally because of the working memory limitations? Okay, so there you have it, folks. That was a whole long one. So I'm going to do one more pretty long one. This one's 38 pages, and it's another Fernand Gobet. So it looks like it's just me and you are on. So hope this is useful to you. So let me just check my eBay real quick, and we'll get right back to work. So a lot of information, a lot of important stuff. Okay, so just answering a question about a book. So yeah, a lot of good information here. I'm feeling like, so I'm excited. Hopefully this Detroit City Chess Club periodical is going to work out and be a lot of good information about chess expertise, learning, and different things. So let's continue. Okay, so last article, this one's pretty long, and then I'll probably wrap up. Passover coming tomorrow. I got to do quite a bit of things, but this might take me 2 hours. We'll see how long it is. And this is expert memory comparison of 4 theories. And this one's 1998. That other article, VanLehn, was 1996. So, pretty thorough, a good history of the cognitive science. More recent study focuses more on computer modeling and neurology. So, from a philosophical level, the studies from the 90s are probably peak before the shift to neurology and more computer-based studies. So, reading a lot of stuff from the 90s today. So, expert memory comparison of 4 theories, Fernand Gobet, 1998. This paper compares 4 current theories of expertise with respect to chess players' memory: Chase and Simon's chunking theory, Holding's seek theory, Erickson and Knich's long-term working memory theory, and Gobet and Simon's template theory. The empirical areas showing the largest discriminative power include recall of random and distorted positions, recall with very short presentation times, and interference studies. Contrary to the recurrent criticisms in the literature, it is shown that chunking theory is consistent with most of the data. However, the best performance in accounting for the empirical evidence is obtained by the template theory, the theory which unifies low-level aspects of cognition, such as chunks, with high-level aspects, such as schematic knowledge and planning. Uh, Proposes that chunks are accessed through the discrimination net, where simple perceptual features are tested, and that they can evolve into more complex data structures, templates specific to classes of positions. Implications for the study of expertise in general include the need for detailed process models of expert behavior and the need to use empirical data spanning the traditional boundaries of perception, memory, and problem solving. So this one kind of goes hand in hand with the last one on problem solving, um, because probably the single most important factor in problem solving is memory. So we got deaf to Abrahamism. Okay, so Kosher Samek, have a happy Passover. Thanks for tuning in. You'll be blessed, and we'll see you the next time. Okay, expert memory, a comparison of four theories. Understanding what makes experts so good in their domain of expertise is a traditional field of psychology, which goes back at least to the monograph of VanLehn on the psychology of skilled mental calculators and chess players. Recently, cognitive science has produced a wealth of empirical data on expertise, and several theoretical explanations have been proposed. In particular, research on expert memory has been flourishing, gathering a large amount of data which have sufficient power to test current theories. It is timely then to compare some of the main contenders. With this goal in mind, two main approaches are possible to compare theories across several domains, emphasizing the general principles stressed by each theory, or to focus on a particular domain, analyzing in detail the explanations offered by each theory. The latter approach has been chosen in this paper, perhaps to counterbalance the rather strong tendency within the field to offer general but sometimes vague explanatory frameworks. Chess, with its long tradition in scientific psychology, its rich database of observational experimental data, and the presence of several detailed theories, some of them implemented as computer programs, appears as the domain of choice to carry out such a theoretical comparison. The first section of this paper emphasizes the scientific advantage offered by the study of chess players. The second section presents three leading approaches to studying expertise: the chunking theory, Chase and Simon, the knowledge-based paradigm, Chi, and the skilled memory theory, Chase and Erickson, which has recently been extended to the long-term working memory theory. The third section shows how these approaches to expertise have been applied to chess memory. Four theories are presented: the chunking theory of Chase and Simon, the long-term working memory theory, Erickson and Knich, and the direct applications to chess and their general theories. The Seek theory of holding is the prime example of the knowledge approach in the domain of chess. Finally, the template theory of Gobet and Simon is an elaboration of the chunking theory and includes concepts derived both from the skilled memory theory and the knowledge-based paradigm. In the fourth section, these four theories are set against empirical work conducted during the last 20 years or so in chess memory. In the conclusion, the retrospective explanatory power of these theories for chess memory is discussed, and implications are drawn for the study of expertise in general. The reader who has come across several reviews of chess expertise in recent years may wonder why a new theoretical article should be written on the topic. There are two main reasons. First, several theoretically important empirical results have been published recently, as well as a rebuttal of a widely cited result about the lack of skill effect in the recall of random positions. Second, two new theories have been proposed recently to address deficiencies in the classical Chase and Simon theory. No previous review has systematically put these two theories, as well as others, to the test of empirical data. Advantages of chess as a research domain. Before getting into the substance of this paper, it may be useful to discuss the advantages offered by chess as a domain of comparison and estimate how the conclusions of this comparison may be generalized to other domains. Historically, chess has been one of the main sources of the scientific study of expertise, a rapidly developing field of cognitive science. Its impact on cognitive science in general is important for several reasons. Um, the chess domain offers strong external validity. It also offers strong ecological validity. It is a complex task requiring several years of training to reach professional level. It offers a rich database of games played by competitors of different skill levels, which may be used to study the chess environment statistically. It is a relatively clean domain that is easily formalizable mathematically or of computer languages. Its flexible environment allows many experimental manipulations. It allows for a cross fertilization with artificial intelligence, It offers a precise scale quantifying players' expertise, the ELO rating system, and finally, it permits the study of cognitive processes both at low level, reaction time to detect the presence of pieces on the board, and at a high level, choice of move after several minutes of deliberation, providing valuable data for the cognitive study of both basic processes and higher level aspects of expertise. The first point mentioned, external validity, is obviously an essential prerequisite if one wants to go beyond the limits of a specific domain. Chess bears well on that point. The basic result of the Groot, Chase, and Simon expert superiority over novices with meaningful material in their domain of expertise has been replicated in different domains such as Go and Gamoku, bridge, music, electronics, programming, and basketball. Current approaches to expertise. Research on expertise has been one of the most active fields of cognitive science over the last 2 decades. A huge amount of empirical data has been collected in various domains, including physics, mathematics, chess, baseball, golf, medical expertise, to name only a few. In addition, several influential paradigms have been proposed to account for expert behavior, including SOAR, ACT, the chunking theory, the skilled memory theory, and its successors, the long term working memory theory, and what can be called the knowledge based paradigm, which incorporates a group of authors mainly stressing the necessity of a well organized database of knowledge. In this paper, the focus will be on the last three of these paradigms. The chunking theory. The chunking theory is indissociable from EPOM, a general theory of cognition. It proposes that expertise in a domain is acquired by learning a large database of chunks indexed by a discrimination net where tests are carried out about features of the perceptual stimuli. The discrimination net allows a rapid categorization of domain specific patterns and accounts for the speed to which experts see the key elements in a problem situation. The theory incorporates several parameters specifying known limits of the human information processing system, such as short term memory capacity, about 7 chunks, time to carry out a test in the discrimination net, or time to learn a new chunk. Chunks also play a role of conditions of productions. Each familiar chunk in long term memory is a condition that may be satisfied by the recognition of perceptual pattern and evokes an action. Production explains the rapid solutions that experts typically propose and offer a theoretical account of intuition. The fact that experts in many domains use forward search when solving a problem while novices work backwards is taken as evidence that experts make heavy use of productions based on pattern recognition. Chunks also give access to semantic memory consisting of productions and schemas, although this aspect of the theory is less worked out. The presence of chunk also explains why, notwithstanding the limits of short term memory, experts can recall large amounts of information than novice. Instead of storing each element separately in short term memory, experts can store chunks that have been built up in long term memory. Finally, the theory postulates that it takes a long time, at least 10 years of practice and study, to learn the large number of chunks from 10,000 to 100,000 necessary to be an expert. It is fair to say that this theory has spawned most of the current work on expertise, carried out not in small part to refute some of its predictions. The knowledge based paradigm. The second theoretical framework, it's not possible to pinpoint a specific theory, as in the two other cases, stresses the role of high level conceptual knowledge, sometimes referred to as levels of processing theory. From this point of view, experts differ not only in their quantitative amount of knowledge, but also in the qualitative organization. For example, Chi showed that experts organize physics problems at a more abstract level than novices who pay attention mostly to the surface features. Typically, experts' knowledge is organized hierarchically. Similarly, qualitative differences have been found in other domains such as medical expertise, programming, or chess. It was also shown that the type of knowledge representation used influences the flexibility which problems are presented in the type of search used. Several formalisms have been used to model experts' knowledge and knowledge in general for that matter, including production systems, semantic networks, and trees. Finally, empirical work has also validated some of the assumptions of this framework. An important source of knowledge of evidence for this approach comes from the engineering field of expert systems, where computer programs are written to represent the user's expert knowledge at levels of performance close to humans. While this paradigm could in principle coexist with the chunking theory as proposed by Simon and his colleagues, it has mostly evolved as an independent direction. The skilled memory and long term working memory theories. As we'll see later with respect to chess memory, Two sets of empirical data are hard to account for by the chunking theory. Experts keep a good memory for domain-specific material even after a task has been interpolated between the presentation of the material and its recall, and experts can memorize large amounts of rapidly presented material that would either require learning chunks faster than is proposed by the theory of short-term memory capacity larger than 7 chunks. The skilled memory theory precisely addresses these two questions, mostly using data from the digit span task, and explain experts' remarkable memory in various domains through three principles. Information is encoded with numerous and elaborated cues related to prior knowledge. Time required by encoding and retrieval operations decreases with practice, and retrieval structures are developed according to Erickson and Staszewski. Experts develop memory mechanisms called retrieval structures to facilitate the retrieval of information stored in long-term memory. Retrieval structures are used strategically to encode information in long-term memory with cues that can later be regenerated to retrieve the stored information efficiently without a lengthy search. This approach has been applied mainly to mnemonics, though it has also been applied to some skills where memory develops as a side product, such as mental calculation. A good example of such a retrieval structure is offered by the method of Loki, in which one learns a general encoding scheme using various locations. During the presentation of material to learn, associations, retrieval cues are made between the locations and the item to be learned. An important aspect of this theory is that experts must activate the retrieval structure before the material is presented, and that in the case of a very rapid presentation of items, the structure can be applied successfully to encode only one type of material without transfer to other material. In summary, the development of expert memory includes both creating a retrieval structure and learning to use it efficiently. Recently, Erickson and Knitsch have extended the skilled memory theory into a long-term working memory theory. They propose that cognitive processes occur as a sequence of stable states representing end products of processing, and that acquired memory skills allows these end products to be stored in long-term memory. Depending upon the requirement of the task domain, encoding occurs either through a retrieval structure or through a knowledge-based elaborated structure associating items to other items or to the context, schemas, and other patterns in long-term memory, or both. The former type of encoding predicts that due to the presence of retrieval cues, relatively good recall should be observed even when the presentation time was not sufficient for elaborating long-term memory schemas. Note that long-term working memory theory proposes that working memory has a larger capacity than is traditionally proposed. For example, by Baddeley and Hitch, working memory theory. Erickson and Knitsch applied their theory to digit span memory, memory for menu orders, mental multiplication, mental abacus, calculation, chess, medical expertise, and text comprehension. Current theories of expert memory in chess. This section presents 4 current theories that have been proposed to account for expert memory in general and chess players' memory in particular. The first 3 theories instantiate the general theories of expertise discussed above. The last theory proposes an integration of these 3 approaches, building particularly from chunking theory. Each will be illustrated by giving its explanation for the standard chess memory task, recall of a game position presented in 5 seconds. The chunking theory. Jason Simon's theory was so influenced by de Groot's experimental and theoretical work on chess psychology that it may be worth dwelling on the study for a while. This will also provide the opportunity to present the typical experimental paradigm of chess research. De Groot's effort was mainly devoted to a qualitative description of the processes chess players carried out to choose a move during a game. However, his work is best known both for its quantitative results showing no difference between players of various strengths in the macro structure of search, depth of search, number of nodes, branching factor, and so on, and also for its demonstration that levels of chess skill dramatically affects the recall of position shown for a short amount of time. De Groot's memory experiment, which set up the program for much later experimental work in the field, is simple. A chess position taken from a master game unknown to the subject is presented them for a short amount of time, varied in time from 2 to 15 seconds. The position is then removed from their sight, and subjects have to reconstruct it on a different board. The number of pieces correctly placed or some similar measure gives an index of the subject's memory performance. DeGroote's results were dramatic. His grandmasters remembered the position almost perfectly after a presentation ranging 2 to 5 seconds, an average of 93% pieces correct, while his weakest subject, the equivalent of a Class A player, barely got 50% correct. Moreover, protocols show that strong players grasp the meaning of the position after a few seconds, understand the main strategic features, and literally seeing, if not the best move, then at least a reasonably good move. According to DeGroote, chess masters do not encode the position as isolated pieces, but as large, mostly dynamic complexes. These complexes are generally made of pieces, but may sometimes incorporate some empty squares that play an important role in the position. Masters' perception of position as large units and their ability to rapidly zero in on the core of the position are made possible by the knowledge they have gathered during their study and practice of the game. DeGroote has shown later that master's superiority is not provided by a general knowledge of the first-order probabilities of piece locations on the board, but by a very specific type of knowledge that is actualized during the recognition of typical formations. For DeGroote, the necessary condition to reach mastership includes a schooled and highly specific mode of perception and a system of methods stored in memory and rapidly accessible. These types of knowledge are distinguished: knowledge, knowing that, and intuitive experience, knowing how. The first may be verbalized, but not the second. The group was mainly interested in the content of these types of knowledge and did not go into the question of how they are implemented in human memory. Chase and Simon reinvestigated DeGroote's recall experiment, adding both methodological and theoretical contributions. Studying the latencies between the placement of pieces during a copy and recall task, they found that their master recalled bigger chunks, as well as more chunks. As an explanation of their master performance, they proposed that he had stored a large number of patterns in long-term memory, such as typical pawn castle formation, pawn chains, common constellations on the first rank, typical attacking configurations. A statistical analysis showed that more than half of these constellations are pawn structures, which constitutes a relatively stable feature of the position. Simon and Gilmartin described a computer model map that implemented a subset of the chunking theory and simulated the memory processes of chess players. The map combined elements of perceiver and of EPOM. As illustrated in Figure 2, the model proposed by the discrimination net functions as a long-term memory index, which allows the identification of piece configurations, and that chess players, once a configuration has been identified, places the pointer to it to short-term memory. Map implemented short-term memory as encoding a set of patterns without semantic or ordered relation to each other. In essence, this model proposed that master skill is based on their stock of configurations in long-term memory, which allows them during a memory test to recognize known patterns. An important aspect of the model was the same cognitive limitations of short-term memory capacity and coding rate into long-term memory, applying chess memory as in other cognitive domains. When used as a simulated subject, MAP produces results that were quantitatively inferior to master's results, but superior to Class A players' results. Qualitatively, MAP placed the same groups of pieces as human players. Extrapolating from these results, Simon and Gilmartin estimated that Grandmaster's results may be explained by a repertoire ranging from 10 to 100,000 configurations stored in short-term memory. The estimate of 50,000 is often found in the literature. Simon and Chase noted that a similar number of words belong in the vocabulary of a competent English speaker, and that such a quantity of patterns requires at least 10 years of learning. Continuing their theoretical investigation, Chase and Simon proposed the model of the mind's eye, which extends the chunking theory to account for problem-solving behavior. Chunks are represented in long-term memory by an internal name association with a set of instructions that permit the patterns to be reconstituted as an internal image in the mind's eye. The mind's eye consists of a system that stores perceptual structures, both from external inputs and from memory stores, and that can be subjected to visual, spatial, mental operations. It contains relational structures, and new information can be abstracted from it. The mind's eye model acts as a production system. Chunks are automatically activated by the constellation of the external chess board and trigger potential moves that will then be placed in short-term memory for further examination. The choice of the move then depends both on a selective search in the space of the legal possibilities and on pattern recognition. Although Chase and Simon's approach shares some features with DeGroote's, in particular the stress on perceptual processes, some differences need to be noted. Chase and Simons view perception as a passive process, while de Groot emphasizes the dynamic component of it. For him, perception is problem solving. The Seek theory. Several knowledge based explanations have been proposed to remedy the sometimes presumed weakness of the chunking theory. For example, it has been emphasized that masters recall a corrected version of a prototype, recategorize chunks in order to achieve a global characterization of the position, access deeper semantic codes, or make use of high level verbal knowledge. But perhaps the most developed example of knowledge based theory for chess expertise, although many aspects of it are rather unspecified, is the Seek search evaluation knowledge theory of holding. This choice is also apt because holding explicitly rejects mechanisms similar to those proposed by the chunking theory. Seek proposes that three elements play a key role in chess expertise: search, evaluation, and knowledge. Masters play better than weaker players because they search more and better, because they evaluate the terminal positions in their search better, and because they know more. According to holding, evaluation and search to some extent are made possible by the presence of an extensive knowledge base. The organization of this knowledge is more complex than proposed by the chunking theory and allows experts to store the gist of a position instead of its perceptual layout. Working memory is used in several ways in this theory: to store moves that have been explored, to remember the evaluation of a line, or to keep a trace of previous games that may be useful as guidelines. Holding specifically argues that chunk recognition is not necessary, since general characteristics of the position may be used to generate the necessary knowledge. Seek explains masters' outstanding recall of a briefly presented position by the greater familiarity they have with chess positions. This familiarity allows them to classify new positions as a set of interlocking common themes, or as a set of deviations from prototype in long-term memory, while committing very little to rote memory. Holding also stresses that chess masters' memories are rich and highly organized, and that they are more general than specific. Contrary to what is proposed by the chunking theory, the part of chess knowledge that is specific consists of the verbal encoding of sequences of moves. Finally, part of chess meta-knowledge consists of principles for efficient search, for example, when to stop searching a line, and adequate evaluation. These principles are crucial in acquiring expertise, and most of them are encoded verbally. At one point, Holding agrees with Chase and Simon, naming that a large amount of time and effort are necessary to acquire the skills of a chess master. Although the Seek theory has often been assumed to account for chess expertise in general and chess memory in particular, it has never been systematically subjected to empirical tests. Moreover, its exposition is verbal, and its mechanisms, in particular with respect to memory phenomenon, are not sufficiently detailed to allow the construction of a workable model. As will be seen later, it is often impossible to use Seek without adding numerous ad hoc hypotheses. The long-term working memory theory. In the case of chess expertise, the long-term working memory theory proposes that strong players use a retrieval structure representing the 64 squares of the board, which allows them to encode individual pieces and to represent a position as an integrated hierarchical structure. This structure, which both relates pieces to each other and associates pieces to their corresponding locations, allows a rapid encoding into long-term memory. In addition to the retrieval structure, it is proposed that chess experts encode information by elaborating long-term memory schemas. As noted elsewhere, the long-term working memory theory is rather vague. What is the exact nature of the hierarchical retrieval structure? And under-specified, no time parameters are specified for encoding information into the retrieval structure for elaborating long-term memory schemas. This allows for at least two interpretations, depending on whether information encoding at higher levels of the retrieval structure is contingent upon encoding at lower levels. The square interpretation takes Erickson and Knitsch description literally. If, on the one hand, chess experts had a retrieval structure corresponding to a mental chessboard, they could store each piece at a time at the appropriate location within the retrieval structure and assume contingent encoding. It therefore states that most encoding relates to storing pieces and squares of the retrieval structure. The hierarchy interpretation assumes that encoding is not contingent and states that in the preference to storing pieces in squares, experts store schemas and patterns in the various levels of the retrieval structure. This interpretation is compatible with Erickson and Knitsch's general presentation of their long-term working memory theory, but is not specifically backed up by their discussion of chess expertise. The chess memory evidence reviewed by Erickson and Knitsch addresses many experiments with rather long presentation times, but it is assumed that the retrieval structure can also be used successfully with short presentation times, as in the standard 5-second presentation of game positions. The square interpretation of this theory implies that chess differs from other tasks discussed by Erickson and Nitsch in that individual units of information, in the case of chess pieces, are assumed to be encoded in the retrieval structures very fast. On the other order, about 160 milliseconds, 5 seconds divided by 32, since the retrieval structure can encode an entire position of 32 pieces. Well, other experts discussed by all other experts discussed by Erickson require at least 1 second to encode one unit of information, such as digits with the subject studied by Chase and Erickson, or menu orders with the subject studied by Erickson and Poulsen. The hierarchical interpretation, schemas, and patterns are encoded does not run into this problem, but has the disadvantage that the idea of retrieval structure loses its explanatory power to the disadvantage of pattern recognition-based explanation. If large schemas can be recognized, then a limited short-term memory would be sufficient. The template theory. As will be shown later, Simon and Gilmartin's map, as well as other models of EPOM family, were particularly strong in its ability to explain chess perception and memory at the chunk level, but weak in relating these chunks to high-level descriptions. These high-level descriptions abound the master's retrospective protocols and may help explain how, upon recognition of a position, strong chess players rapidly assess a network of knowledge, allowing them to understand the subtleties of the position to rapidly propose plausible moves and plans. Connecting low-level to high-level knowledge was an important motivation in the development of template theory and was reached by combining the concept of chunk with that of retrieval structure. The template theory is implemented as a computer program in the latest version of CREST. Earlier versions of CREST were developed to unify previous computer models of chess memory and perception with the idea of retrieval structure. An extension of the model embodies a production system that proposes moves after having recognized a pattern. The perceptual part of the template theory remains basically the same as in map. It is assumed that when perceiving a chessboard, chess players assess chunks in long-term memory by filtering information through a discrimination net. Pointers to chunks in long-term memory are placed in short-term memory, and rapidly decaying visual spatial structures based on chunks are built up in the internal representation. In the case of atypical positions, these chunks contain no more than the pieces that the system has recognized. In the case of typical positions, however, the discriminated node will give access to semantic memory, leading to information such as the opening position may come from, the plans and moves to apply, and so on. The information organized in a schematic form. 2 learning parameters are proposed, about 8 seconds to create a new node, and the discrimination net about 1 second to add information to an existing node. For positions that subjects have studied or played extensively, it is proposed that chunks developed into templates which are specific to certain types of chess positions, contain at their core a large chunk. They also possess slots that may be filled in when viewing a position, in particular for features that are not stable in these types of position. Slots which may have default values contain information of the location of certain pieces, on potential moves to play, or the semantic information like plans, tactical and strategical features, and so on. Slots are created as a function of the number of tests below a node in the discrimination net. When the same type of information, same type of piece or square, same square is tested in several branches, the minimum number of occurrences is given by a parameter, a slot is created. The theory proposes that chunks and templates are mainly assessed by visual information, although other routes to them exist, allowing a highly redundant memory management. Chunks and templates may be accessed by contextual cues, by description of strategic or tactical features, by the moves leading to the position, by the names the opening the positions come from, or by the names of players known to often employ the type of position. As in the case with chunks of pieces, these routes may be modeled as discrimination nets. The redundancy may be useful for difficult tasks. For example, during recall experiments, the use of verbal description, strong players spontaneously try to associate the position with the name of an opening, may complement visual encoding. Note also that the presence of a template makes short-term memory a more dynamic store than in map. With new chunks, when new chunks are perceived, the model tries both to incorporate this new information in the template, if any, and to get a richer template through further discrimination. Like the chunking theory, template theory is not limited to chess and claims that expertise is due to a large database of chunks indexed by a discrimination net, a large knowledge base encoded as a production schemas, and a coupling of the perceptual chunks into the index of the knowledge base. In addition, it proposes that some nodes evolve into more complex data structures, templates, and that nodes in the discrimination net may be accessed through several paths, thus adding redundancy to a system. Construction of networks having the characteristics mentioned earlier explain why expertise in knowledge-rich domains takes such a long time to develop, in addition to learning chunks, which were emphasized by Chase and Simon and by Simon and Gilmartin. Templates and productions have to be learned as well as pointers linking them together and linking them to chunks. Fit of the theories to the empirical evidence. Recent work on chess perception and memory is now discussed, focusing on data directly relevant to the comparison of the four theories. Data will be organized around the following themes: early perception, short-term memory capacity, and long-term memory encoding, modality of representation, long-term memory organization, and learning. The reader is invited to refer to Table 1 for a preview of how the data stack up for and against the various theories. Early perception, evidence suggesting that players of various skill levels differ at an early stage of perception would provide confirming evidence for the chunking and template theories, which both incorporate detailed perceptual mechanisms. As will be argued later, this evidence could also suggest limitations of seek and the long-term working memory theory to explain chess expertise. Studying eye movements, de Groot and Gobet showed that there are clear skill differences in the way players look at positions. Masters' fixations are shorter, show less variance, cover more of the board, and cover more important squares than novices' fixations. So here's Table 1, overview of the fit of four theories with empirical data. The empirical domain, we have chunking theory, template theory, seek, long-term working memory, the square version, the hierarchy version, and the different empirical domains. Early perception, short presentation times, eye movements, short-term memory recall and long-term memory encoding, inference studies, random positions, number of pieces, recall of games, modality of representation, visual versus verbal encoding, long-term memory organization, evidence for chunks, number of chunks, distorted positions, evidence for conceptual knowledge, evidence for retrieval structure, learning short range and long range. In addition, as previously found by Charnas and Reingold, with presentation of only one quadrant of the board, masters fixate more often on the edges of the corners than the novices, which can be taken as evidence that they fixate on groups of pieces instead of individual pieces. Another crucial piece of evidence likely to give indications of the automaticity of processes is offered by the subject performance when presentation times are very short. Ellis found that chess memory and chess skill correlate even with presentation times as short as 150 milliseconds. Ellis used 4 by square miniature chessboards and presented only common patterns of white pieces. His stronger subjects were able to retain 6.7 pieces out of 8, and his weaker subjects 4.5 pieces on average. These results speak in favor of perceptual mechanism independent of conscious control. Short presentation of entire boards yields similar results. For example, Gobet and Simon found that masters placed correctly about 70% of the pieces of a game position, a total of 26 pieces, after having seen the position for just 1 second, and had close to 90% correct recall after presentation of 2 seconds. In addition, subjects sometimes recognize types of position even with these short presentation times. These results add support to the chunking template theory. Both predict that access to chunks and templates should be automatic without recourse to any conscious processes, and possible even with very short presentation times. In addition, a version of Crest was able to stimulate human eye movements in considerable detail. In addition to chunking mechanisms, the model implemented perceptual strategies, such as looking first at perceptually salient pieces. Although the eye movement studies fall outside of the scope of the two other theories, the data on short presentation times have some important theoretical implications. With respect to seek, they indicate the need to explain how high-level knowledge is rapidly accessed through visual stimuli. They also show some inadequacies of the level of processing count mentioned by Holding as a possible mechanism. It is doubtful that subjects process the visual stimuli at different levels with presentation times of 1 second or less. Hence, there are vast memory differences, although players at different skill levels use the same level of processing. with respect to the long-term working memory theory. These results show important deficiencies in the square interpretation that a structure similar to the chessboard acts as a retrieval structure because there is just enough time in these experiments to encode information to this structure or to associate information with long-term schemas. The hierarchy version of the theory, which assumes that chunks and not individual pieces are typically encoded into the retrieval structure, fares better, though there is a need for the theory to add an alternative, as yet unspecified, route to the schemas that offer a faster access than the route offered by the retrieval structural cues. Short-term memory capacity and long-term memory encoding. Interference studies. Empirical research has uncovered several weaknesses in the way that chunking theory, Chase and Simon handle short-term memory and long-term memory storage. In the case of the classical chess memory recall setting, presentation of position for 5 seconds, Chase and Simon's theory clearly predicts that since information is temporarily stored in short-term memory and since presentation time is not sufficient for long-term memory encoding, storage of additional stimuli following a chess position should wipe out from short-term memory. However, this is hardly the case. The most compelling result was provided by Charnes, who used a variation of the Brown and Peterson paradigm. He inserted a delay of 30 seconds between the presentation and the recall of chess position, with a without instruction to rehearse and either occupied or not by an interfering task. Following such interference, there was an increase in latency for the first piece to be reported, but the overall performance decreased only by 6 to 8%, little loss in comparison with the experiments using the same technique with different material, nonsense trigrams. Interesting, even interference due to chess materials such as finding the best move or naming the piece in a different position did not produce a significant degradation in performance. Similar results were found by Frey and Aidsman, who used a different interfering task. The subjects were confronted with 2 positions presented in sequence for 8 seconds each, after which they had to count backwards allowed for 3 or 30 seconds. Finally, they had to reconstruct the first or the second position without knowledge of which one was going to be chosen. Results indicated only a small loss of performance when compared with the control condition where only one board was presented, a logical extension of Frey and Aidsman's study of memory for either of 2 positions to ask subjects to reconstruct both positions. This procedure has been extended up to 5 positions by Gobet and Simon, where boards were presented in short sequences of 5 seconds each, and up to 9 positions by Cook, who used a presentation time of 8 seconds. Both teams found that although there is a decrease in the percentage of pieces recalled correctly, the number of pieces recalled increased as a function of the number of boards presented. In general, the limit of the number of boards recalled with some level of accuracy seems to be around 4 or 5. There are 2 exceptions. First, one subject in the study by Cook, who partially recalled 7 boards out of 9, and who may have used a mnemonic technique based on associations with names of famous players to enhance his memory. And second, the subject trained by Gobet and Simon to apply a similar mnemonic technique, who could recall with higher than 70% average accuracy up to 9 positions presented for 8 seconds each, replacing as many as 160 pieces correctly. At first blush, these results seem squarely to refute Chase and Simon's theory. However, a noticeable result of the study by Gobet and Simon was that when Chase and Simon's 2-second boundary technique was used to estimate chunk size, large chunks were found for masters up to 15 pieces. This result contrasts with the relatively small chunks found in the original study. If the chunk size is larger than the one proposed by Chase and Simon, then their model can account for the inference and multiple board data, assuming that subjects use the strategy of keeping at least the largest chunk for each position in short-term memory. Supposing that masters are able to recognize such large chunks would, however, seriously inflate the estimated number of chunks in long-term memory. Since the likelihood of recognizing such a chunk is low, only a huge chunk database could account for these recognitions. An alternative theoretical line is taken by the template theory, which avoids this inflation in chunk number by assuming that information can be encoded into template slots rapidly in less than 1 second. The presence of templates explains why multiple board tasks is tractable for masters, at least up to 4 or 5 boards. Only 1 template per position needs to be memorized, either by storing it in short-term memory or encoding additional information in long-term memory, such as episodic cues, in order to remember the gist of each position. Simulations of the CREST implementation of the template theory show that this explanation fits the general data. The model relies on short-term memory storage, and given a sufficiently long-term time to create a new node in long-term memory, about 8 seconds, or to add information to an existing node about 1 second or on long-term memory storage. The U-curve found by Gobet and Simon was the first and last positions being recalled best support the view that both long-term and short-term memory storage are important in this task. However, the model does not implement yet the idea that templates, which are in fact an organized part of semantic long-term memory, receive some activation when they are assessed. This may explain how players, both in the multiple board experiments and in the inference experiments by Charnes, may still assess information when it seems to have disappeared from short-term memory. The idea of long-term memory activation has been recently implemented within the EPOM architecture by Richmond. Seek offers two explanations to account for the inference data. The first explanation is the depth of processing account, which proposes that with experts, traces undergo a deep treatment that protects them against retroactive interference. The second explanation is similar to that of Cook, who proposes that players encode one high-level description per position. In both cases, no specific mechanisms are proposed, which makes it difficult to evaluate these proposals. Note that the explanation based on high-level descriptions can be assumed as a special case of the template theory, where templates provide players with labels for characterizing positions. Both versions of the long-term working memory theory account for the non-chess interference results by assuming that strong players encode each position rapidly into the retrievable structure. This explanation does not work, however, with chess interfering material, as that in the multiple board experiment, because the theory specifically states that chess experts have a single retrieval structure. The second encoding mechanism provided by the theory elaboration of long-term memory schemas and patterns may be used to account for the data. If so, several aspects of the theory have not worked out in sufficient detail. What are the time parameters in the elaboration process? Are the elaborations subject to interference or decay? Why is there a limit of around 5 boards per most subjects, as suggested by a reviewer? A possible answer to the last question is that there is a form of fan effect in long-term memory. Random positions. Experiments on the recall of random positions are theoretically interesting because the four theories make different predictions. The chunking and template theories predict a small advantage for experts, and experts are more likely to find chunks even in random position. Seek predicts no superiority for experts, and no prototype can be found within these stimuli, and the long-term working memory predicts a strong superiority for experts because they can use the retrieval structure and or create new long-term memory associations that to encode pieces. Experiments with short presentation times are discussed in the section. Those with long presentation times are discussed in the section on short-range learning. With a presentation time of 5 seconds, Chase and Simon did not find any recall difference between their three subjects, a master, class A player, and a beginner, with random positions. This result had a dramatic impact in cognitive psychology and is a classic result found in most cognitive psychology textbooks. However, matters are more complicated. Gobet and Simon reviewed a dozen experiments where random positions were used with a presentation time less or equal to 10 seconds recently showed that there is a correlation between skill level and recall performance, even with random positions, although it is rarely statistically significant. The lack of significance may be explained by lack of power of most experiments reviews. The sample size is small, and the effect size when confronted with random positions per 5 seconds. Masters plays an average of 5.5 pieces, while the weakest players plays an average of 2.6 pieces. Thus, strong players do maintain some superiority when recalling briefly presented random positions, as discussed by Gobet and Simon. That is what is predicted both by the chunking template models. A large database of chunks is more likely to recognize chunks serendipitously in a random position than a small one. Simulations described in Gobet and Simon show that large nets do indeed perform better at recalling random positions than smaller nets. Holden proposes that familiarity with chess positions plays a key role in chess players' memory, but is unclear how Seek's two main mechanisms implementing familiarity can account for the skill effect of the recall of random positions. On the one hand, high-level descriptions or prototypes are useless because random positions by construction do not map to such high-level descriptions. On the other hand, the level of processing approach is at a loss with this result, since subjects of various skill levels seems to pay attention to the same aspect of the position as indicated by the verbal protocols. Finally, the square version of the long-term working memory theory would suggest that each slot in the 64 square retrieval structure allows a rapid encoding into long-term memory, does indeed predict an effect of skill for random positions, but an effect that is much stronger than is actually found. As mentioned above, even masters recall only an average of 5.5 pieces with a presentation of 5 seconds. The hierarchy version does not suffer from the same problem, as recall is contingent on the recognition of schemas and patterns. This version, which accounts for the data on both game and random position recall, offers then an explanation similar to that of chunking theory, though it does not offer clear mechanisms of how schemas and patterns are accessed. Note also that the two key mechanisms in long-term working memory theory, use of a retrieval structure and elaborating encoding through long-term memory schemas, do not play any role in the explanation. At worst, if encoding times are rapid with both mechanisms as postulated by the theory, they would lead to a recall performance that is superior to human experts. Number of pieces. Chase and Simon found that presentation times being equal, their subjects, with an exception of the beginner, retained more pieces in middle game positions, average number 25, than end game positions, where few pieces are typically left, average number of pieces 13. As their strongest subject, of master recalled about 8 pieces in end game position, the hypothesis of a ceiling effect may be ruled out. Saraloma replicated this result, presenting positions containing 5, 15, 20, and 25 pieces. Referring to the chunking theory, Serialuma proposed that strong players recognize various known constellations and positions containing numerous pieces, opening and middle game positions, but that the end game positions are less predictable and therefore harder to code as chunks. A similar explanation may be given by the template theory and to some extent by Seek. For example, it can be pointed out that since the chess game tree expands exponentially, endgame positions are less likely to belong to a known category. However, the fact that even masters cannot recall the pieces of an endgame position seems rather damaging for the square version of the long-term working memory theory, which predicts a perfect recall because few pieces sharing many semantic relations, the positions are taken from master games, needs to be encoded into retrieval structure. The hierarchy version of the long-term working memory theory can use Saraloma's explanation with the qualification that the encoding times into the retrieval structure in the long-term memory elaboration times have to be slow to avoid too high a recall percentage. Recall of games. The recall task has also been applied to sequences of moves. Chase and Simon found a correlation between recall scores and skills, even for random move sequences. They've also found that players were slower to reproduce random moves. According to them, strong players' superiority for random move sequences may be explained by the relatively long time of exposure, about 2 minutes in total. Such an interval may allow numerous reorganizations in the material and a permanent storage into long-term memory. Finally, analysis of the reproduction errors and pauses of their subjects suggest a hierarchical organization of moves, each episode being organized around a goal. In an experiment using blindfold chess, Sarah Luma dictated moves at a rapid pace, one piece moved every 2 seconds, from 3 types of games: one game actually played, one game where the moves were random but legal, and one game where the moves were random and possibly illegal. Results showed that masters were able to indicate the piece locations almost perfectly after 15 moves for the actual game and legal random games, but that the recall of random illegal games was less than 20% close to, but still better than the performance of novices who were greatly outperformed in the 2 other conditions. The explanation of the chunking theory for actual games was mentioned earlier. The rather long presentation time of these experiments allowed subjects to store information in long-term memory, such as creating new links into semantic memory or learning new chunks. In addition, the template theory also proposes that moves and the sequences of moves may be chunked, with strong players having stored more and longer sequences of moves, and that the presence of templates makes storage easier for stronger players. Finally, the 2 theories can be used the following explanation by Saraluma: with random legal games, strong players, as they have more chunks with which they can associate information about moves, remember the presentation time is long, and more likely to find such chunks even after random moves. With random illegal games, however, chunks become harder and harder to find, and master performance drops. Random legal games drift only slowly into positions where few chunks can be recognized and therefore allow for relatively good recall. The further away from the starting position, the harder recall should be, which is what is observed. The recall with legal random games dropped to 60% after 25 moves, while the recall of actual games stays close to 90%. Randomly legal games move more rapidly into chaotic positions where a few chunks may be reorganized and recall is therefore low. Seek explains performance with actual games by assuming that masters make use of prototypes and also of complicated sequences of moves. It is more difficult for Seek to account for master superiority in recall random legal moves because claiming that masters are more familiar with chess positions that non-masters only label the phenomenon but does not explain it. The type of knowledge proposed by Sikh prototypes and generic knowledge and not sufficient are not sufficient for explaining the result, as they are not available in positions arising from both legal and illegal random moves. Moreover, Sikh rejects the possibility of chunks, which, as we have seen, are crucial to explain the differences between random, legal, and illegal games. According to the two versions of long-term working memory theory, playing blindfold chess is made possible both by the retrieval structure, which allows players to rapidly update information about the position, and by the rapid elaboration of schemas in long-term memory. This explanation is consistent with Master's performance with actual and random legal games, but not with random illegal games. In this case, Master's low recall suggests that the retrieval structure is less powerful and the integration with long-term memory schema slower than postulated by the theory. The solution is achieved by shifting the emphasis to recognition of long-term memory schema, as is done the hierarchical interpretation. However, this decreases the explanatory power of the retrieval structure and long-term memory elaborations, which are central in the account of Erickson and Kinch. Modality of representation. The chunking theory and the template theory propose that the main access to chess chunks is visual spatial, though other roots such as verbal are present as well, and that the mind's eye internal representation use a visual spatial mode of representation. C gives more importance to abstract and verbal types of representation. Finally, the long-term working memory theory proposes a spatial mode of representation for the retrieval structure. Chase and Simon examined the role played by the type of presentation of the stimulus. Their goal was to eliminate the theoretical explanation of that the chunk structures that had isolated were due to a reorganization due to output rather than to perceptual processes during encoding. They presented half of the positions with standard boards and pieces, and the other half with grids containing letters. During recall, the same dichotomy was used. Response modality did not influence the percentage of correct answers, but a large difference was observed with the stimulus modality. Their Class A players obtaining about twice as many correct pieces with the board presentation than with letter diagrams. Interestingly, this difference disappeared rapidly with practice. After about 1 hour of practice, their subject did not show different results between boards and letter diagrams. In another experiment, Class A players did not exhibit any difference in the recall of positions shown with diagrams, such as the ones found in chess journals or books, and positions with standard pieces and boards. The beginner was very sensitive to these modality differences. Brooks found that when sentences referred to spatial representations, it was better to listen to them than to read them. Using this background, Charnay's tested the hypothesis that statements describing a chess position were represented with a spatial structure. His results indicated that chess players obtained a better retention level when they listened to the description of a position than when they read it, whereas no difference was to be found with non-players. Moreover, an imaginary skill showed a clear visualization decrease in the reading condition. Finally, Charnay's found that positions presented visually were better recalled, about 18% of positions presented auditorily. Using the concurrent memory load paradigm of Bradley, Robbins studied the effect of interfering conditions during the presentation of chess positions. They found that a verbal task had only a minimal effect on performance, while a visual spatial task had a task aimed at suppressing the central executive caused a significant loss of performance, more than two-thirds in comparison with the control task. Interestingly, these authors observed similar effects on a chess problem-solving task, with the qualification that performance does not decrease as drastically, about only one-third. Some of these results, effect of visual spatial interference and absence of effect of articulatory interference, have also been found by Saraluma. Combining the concurrent memory load paradigm with blindfold play, Saraluma dictated sequences of moves from games at a rate of about 2 seconds per piece. Moves moved and asked subjects to describe the location of all pieces after 15 to 25 moves. He found that concurrent interfering tasks had a deleterious effect when they were visual or related to the central executive, but not when they were simply articulatory. These three tasks had no effect when given a posterior interference task. Finally, Masters' reports on the way they play blindfold chess have shed light on the type of representations used. Upon the analysis of the questionnaires he had sent the best players of the time, Binet concluded that knowledge more than visual images played an essential role in blindfold chess, a role confirmed by subsequent research. In his description of simultaneous blindfold chess, former world champion Alkanine stresses the importance of logical rather than visual memory. Another world-class player emphasized that the importance of chess knowledge, which allows the expert player to grasp the position as an organized whole and the capacity to visualize the board clearly. In extensive review of the literature on blindfold chess, dextrine and angle. Note that positions are encoded in key sentences. Pan of attack, white builds up the attack on the king side, black tries the counterattack in the center. Corresponding to the critical moments of the game, the role of high-level representation will be taken up in the section on the conceptual knowledge. In conclusion, there is very strong evidence that chess players use a visual spatial mode of representation as proposed by both the chunking and the template theories. The visual spatial mode does not imply, Pace, Erickson, and Knitsch, that the chunking theory predicts difficulties in encoding the type of verbal serial inputs used by serial NUMA. Information on the location of single pieces may be stored in the mind's eye for a brief period of time, and chunks recognized by scanning part of it. In addition, the relatively long time used for dictating pieces may be used to create a few new chunks. The template theory specifically states that several roots, visual, verbal, and conceptual, may lead to the same long-term memory node, which may in turn yield the same visual spatial representations of the mind's eye. According to Seek, a large part of the chess player's memory is encoded verbally. Empirical data clearly refutes this claim and show that the visual spatial encoding plays a much more important role. Seek has little to say about the sorts of recoding present in the experiment by Chase and Simon and Sarah Luma. Finally, long-term working memory's emphasis on spatial mode of representation for the retrieval structure is corroborated by the empirical data. In addition, the theory accounts for chess masters' ability to recode verbal input into visual spatial representation through the storage capacity provided in the retrieval structure. Long-term memory organization. This section presents empirical evidence for chunks, for conceptual organization of knowledge, and for the presence of retrieval structure. Direct evidence for chunks. The chunking and template theories made strong predictions of the structure of chunks. According to both theories, pairs of pieces that have numerous relations are more likely to be noticed together and therefore chunked. Chase and Simon analyzed the chess relations, attack, defense, proximity, same color, same type, between successively placed pieces in different tasks, a recall and copy task, in different types of positions, game and random, and found that the probabilities of these relations between successive pieces belonging to a chunk less than 2 seconds in interval are much greater than the probabilities between successive pieces not belonging to a chunk in interval more than 2 seconds. The basic analysis leading to chunk identification by Chase and Simon have been recently replicated by Gobet and Simon and also provide new analysis for supporting the chunking hypothesis. Experiments using different techniques offer converging evidence that supports the psychological reality of chunks as defined either by numbers of chess relations or latency in placement. It has been shown that pieces presented at a rapid rate of about 2 seconds per piece are better retained when they are presented according to the chunk relations proposed by Chase and Simon than when they are presented by columns or randomly. This result holds for both verbal and visual presentation. Interesting, chunk presentation yielded better recall than presentation of entire position for the same total time. The partitioning technique devised by Rietman for studying Go players' memory is also offered supporting evidence for long-term memory organization based on chunks. She showed that chunks were sometimes overlapping, which was also found in computer simulations using the chunking approach. Second, she found that the amount of time taken to place pieces crossing a chunk boundary, as defined by the way subjects partitioned the board for recall, was on average longer, about 3 seconds, than the amount of time taken to place pieces within a chunk of about 1.5 seconds. A partitioning procedure was also used by Freyhoff, with the addition that subjects were required both to divide the groups obtained in the first partition into subgroups and to combine the original groups into supergroups. At all levels of partitioning, masters selected larger clusters of pieces than Class B players did. In addition, the chunks they detected at the basic level correspond to the chunks identified by Chase and Simon, both with respect to size and respect to the pattern of relations between pieces. Gold and Opquiz used hierarchical cluster analysis to analyze chess players' chunk structures. The cluster they identified with this technique were similar to those identified by latencies, castle positions, chain of pawns, common back rank piece positions. Using a sort tasking, Gruber and Ziegler found that chess players used sorting units similar to the chunks identified by Chase and Simon. However, such chunks were less frequent with stronger players who tended to use overlapping sorting criteria that group chunks together. Consistent evidence was found by Gruber, who showed that in a task consisting of guessing a position, Weak players ask questions about the location of single pieces, while experts ask questions about the past and future proceedings of the game, about plans and evaluations, and so on. Taken together, these results support the concept of chunks and the estimate that it takes at least 2 seconds to assess a new chunk and less than 2 seconds per retrieval within a chunk. However, they also indicate that strong players use higher level types of descriptions. As discussed in the section on conceptual knowledge, the latter fact is accounted for by the template theory, but not by the chunking theory. It is unclear how Seek accounts for the results reviewed in this section, which offers strong support for the existence of chunks, which Holding explicitly denies. With respect to the square version of long-term working memory theory, additional assumptions such as strategies during recall are needed to account for the presence of chunk, since pieces may be retrieved from the retrieval structure in arbitrary order. The hierarchy version may account for this section results by making additional assumptions about the way patterns and schemas are organized in long-term memory. In principle, the same learning mechanisms provided by the chunking and the template theories could be incorporated into the long-term working memory theory. Number of chunks in long-term memory. This section offers one of the rare instances where the predictions of different theories, Seek versus chunking theory, have been directly tested experimentally. Commenting on Simon and Gilmartin's estimate that the number of chunks necessary to reach expertise was about 50,000, Holding proposed that this number could be decreased to about 2,500 if we're willing to assume that the patterns are encoded independently of color and of location, that is, more abstractly. For example, a pattern shifted horizontally and or vertically by several squares would be encoded by the same chunk in long-term memory because the functional relation among the pieces are maintained. Gobet and Simon tested Holding's claim by using positions that had been modified according to the various mirror image reflections, white and black, or left and right square swap. Their hypothesis, based on the chunking template theories, was that recall of non-modified positions should be better than recall of modified positions, as the former should elicit the recognition of more chunks than the latter. By contrast, a generic encoding as proposed by Seek predicts no difference between the conditions. Gobet and Simon found that recall was slightly but statistically significant, impaired by such distortions. Converging evidence on the importance of the location and encoding chess knowledge is provided by Sarah Luma, who distorted positions by swapping two of their quadrants and found that the recall of the translated pieces was dramatically reduced in comparison with that of unmoved pieces. Taken together, these results suggested that spatial locations is encoded in chunks to add plausibility to Simon and Gilmartin's estimate of the number of chunks necessary for expertise. Gobet and Simon report simulations with a specified chunking model that showed the same effects as human subjects in the mirror image modification experiments. Seek could account for these results by pointing out that long-term memory schemas or prototypes are hard to assess with the modified positions. However, Seek would have a harder time with another experiment reported by Sir Luma, who constructed positions by taking quadrants from 4 different positions. Players had a recall performance close to game positions, although constructions of the position made access to long-term memory schemas difficult. It is unclear how the square versions of long-term working memory accounts for the results reported in this section. Every square in the retrieval structure has the same encoding power, hence the long-term working memory prediction is that modified positions should be recalled as well as unmodified positions. A possible explanation based on the assumption is that retrieval structures encodes relations between pieces as well as their locations does not help. The mirror image position contains the same set of relations between the pieces in the original game position, with the qualification that the direction of relations is modified. As per the hierarchical version of the long-term working memory theory, it may account for the results with the additional assumption that the location is encoded in chess patterns and that the time to encode patterns in the higher level of the hierarchical retrieval structure and pieces on squares is not fast, or else the same difficulty as with the square version would arise. Direct evidence for conceptual knowledge. The chunking theory emphasizes the role of perceptual aspects of chess memory, which does not mean, however, that it denies the importance of conceptual knowledge. The template theory specifies conceptual knowledge in detail, with templates acting as conceptual prototypes. He clearly emphasized the role of conceptual representations, but its assumption that chess players' knowledge is stored at a higher level than the chunks proposed by chunking theory. Finally, the long-term working memory theory suggests ways in which connections may occur between the retrieval structure and the conceptual information held in long-term memory, although these suggestions are not worked out in detail. All four theories therefore agree about the role of conceptual knowledge, so the data presented in the sections are not expected to discriminate strongly between them, as was in the case of the data about random positions, where it was not possible to use conceptual knowledge. It is, however, important to review evidence related to this topic for two reasons. First, the data are often incorrectly used as negative evidence against the chunking theory. Secondly, they illustrate the strong differences that exist in the level of precision with which these theories are specified. Several authors have shown that the presence of supplementary information on the position, even of the abstract kind, enhanced subjects' performance. Golden obtained such results by having her subjects study the previous moves of the game. She found that on the one hand, the stereotyped, highly typical positions were better recalled by all subjects, and on the other hand, the previous study of the game significantly increased the correctness of the responses as well as the confidence that subjects placed in them. Frey and Aidsman observed similar results when presented the moves leading to the position to be remembered. It should, however, be noticed that both Golden, Frey, and Aidsman's experiment, the level of processing variable is confounded with the presentation of the variable. Varying the instruction given to the subjects, Lane and Robertson observed that recall performance varied as a function of the level of semantic significance with which subjects could examine the position at all skill levels. Players who had only a structural task to perform to count the number of pieces located in white and black squares obtained worse results than the ones asked to judge the position and try to find the best move. This difference disappeared, however, when subjects were notified in advance that they would have to reconsider the position. Manipulating the levels of processing yields the same type of effect with recognition tasks. Note, however, that the recognition performance is high even with superficial tasks, more than 70% for Class A players. The importance of high-level representation has also been established experimentally by the analysis of protocols from problem solving and recall tasks, as well as in classification tasks. In particular, Cook showed that players took better advantage of a high-level description of a position when the description was given before rather than after the presentation of the position itself, finding that there is strong evidence for a hierarchical representation of chess positions in memory. As mentioned earlier, the experiments on semantic orientation have often been cited as negative evidence against chunking theory, though it is not clear why this is so. According to the chunking theory, instructing subjects to pay attention to different aspects of the stimuli will determine what kind of chunks will be placed in short-term memory. While it is true that map simulated only perceptual intake of chess position, there is nothing in the theory that precludes other access to chunks. The template theory makes this point explicit by emphasizing that several discrimination routes may lead to the same chunk. It is true, however, that high-level representations are not mentioned explicitly in chunking theory, which focuses on low-level representations. The template theory removes this weakness by offering a mechanism on how chunks evolve into more complex and higher-level structures. The theory also predicts that giving a high-level description before the presentation of a position enhances recall more than when it is given after. In the former case, but not in the latter, subjects rapidly access a template. It is strongly suggested by the experimenter and then have time either to encode smaller chunks or individual pieces in short-term memory or to fill the information in the template slots. Clearly, the experiments related to the level of processing support Seek, which make use of the prototype of level of processing accounts of chess memory. Seek also offers an explanation based on the idea of prototypes for the high-level representations used by chess masters, however, does not give details on how these prototypes are created. Finally, both versions of long-term working memory theory specify the presence of long-term memory schemas, explains the facilitating role of conceptual information or processing and accounts for experts use of high-level representations. As with Seek, however, there is no explanation of how these schemas are developed. Direct evidence for retrieval structures. The strongest evidence for the kind of retrieval structure advocated by the long-term working memory theory is offered by Erickson and Oliver, cited by Erickson and Strozwitsky, who were interested in the speed in which chess experts can assess information in the internal chessboard. They asked their single subject and expert to memorize a 40-move game. During the test phase, he was presented with the notation of the square, say d4, and was asked to name the piece located on the square, if any, as fast as possible. The entire board was probed in a random way. the subject took only 2 seconds to make a move in a blindfolded condition. Such a speed of encoding did not spoil the accuracy in answering the probes over 95% correct. The average latency to answer the probe was about 2 seconds in the blindfold position and around 1 second when he could see the board. In another experiment, the subject had to memorize 2 positions presented visually in diagrams. He was then probed following one of 3 presentation orders. In the sequent condition, all squares of one position were probed, and then the squares of the other position. In the alternating condition, each position was alternately probed, and in the last condition, squares were randomly selected from earlier positions. After a few trials where results among the 3 conditions were indistinguishable, a clear pattern emerged. The random and alternate conditions remained close, while the sequential condition probe became almost twice as fast. The random condition showed no reliable speed up with practice, the alternate a slight one, and the sequential an important one. The sequential condition, a peak, appears when the first square of the second board is probed. After that, the pace was as fast as in the first position. Finally, the random condition showed a speed up when the probe stayed in the same position. Erickson and Snowitzki proposed that the subject use a common retrieval structure for the 2 positions because he could assess only one position at a time. The increase of time when switching positions and the speed up when the position stayed the same. These results may, however, be as well accounted for by other explanations, among them 2 retrieval structures. The increased latency would be caused by the switch of the 2 structures. Hierarchical organization of chunks. The increased latency would be caused by assessing another subgroup of chunks or 2 templates. Possibly chunks and templates could be unpacked in a rapidly decaying internal representation, allowing fast access to them. C could offer a similar explanation by using the concept of prototypes instead of chunks or templates. Unfortunately, Erickson and Oliver's subjects was not tested with random positions, which would have enabled us to rule out some of these alternative hypotheses. While undoubtedly interesting, this piece of research needs replication because the only subject studied may not be representative of most chess players of this strength. Erickson and Snowitzki note that the difference between his play in normal and blindfold conditions was small, whereas most players' strength shows a more important discrepancy in the 2 variants of chess. Learning. The empirical data on chess learning may be classified into 2 different categories: short-range learning in the order of tens of seconds and long-range learning in the order of years. The chunking and the template theories use the same parameters as the EPOM theory. Hence, it is easy for these theories to make quantitative predictions. As mentioned above, the key parameter here is that it takes about 8 seconds to create a chunk and about 1 second to add information to an existing chunk. Seek proposes that learning consists of creating prototypes and acquiring general principles, but does not offer either precise mechanisms or quantitative predictions. Finally, the long-term working memory theory implies that learning consists of creating the retrieval structure, of speeding up encoding to retrieval mechanisms, and of argumenting schematic long-term memory. No time parameters are offered by the theory, hence it is not possible to make quantitative predictions. Short-range learning. According to Chase and Simon, patterns stored in long-term memory are not equally familiar. This observation led them to propose the dual mechanism operates during the perception of a position. At the beginning, familiar chunks are perceived, then attention is focused on less familiar chunks or even on isolated pieces, which may be learned. A consequence of this dual encoding and the fact that the same pieces may belong to several chunks, and that the probability of encoding a chunk is high at the early stages of perception. The probability of encoding isolated pieces or of encoding chunks overlapping with others is high in the later stages. Thus, the quantity of information intake diminishes as the presentation time increases. With game positions, Charnes using presentation times ranging from 1 to 4 seconds, and Soroluma using times from 1 to 12 seconds provided results compatible with this hypothesis. The most complete set of data was supplied by Gobet and Simon, whose players ranged from weak amateurs to professional grandmasters. They systematically varied the presentation time from 1 to 60 seconds and found that an exponential growth function fits the data well. Both parameters of this function varied as a result of skill. Compared with weaker players, stronger players memorized more with a presentation time of 1 second and took better advantage of longer presentation times to improve their score. Using Chase and Simon's theoretical framework, it is unclear whether this second advantage is due to the fact that strong players learn new chunks faster, or whether it is due to the fact that they recognize more chunks with additional time. As shown next, this relation between skill level and parameters remains when random positions are used. Early results about the effects of presentation time and random positions were difficult to interpret. On the one hand, Jacko and Lorries found a skill effect with a presentation of 1 minute. On the other hand, Chase and Simon's masters did not show superior progress over a Class A player and a beginner in the learning of random positions. Gobet and Simons offered more systematic data, varying the presentation from 1 to 60 seconds. As with game positions, an exponential growth function provided an excellent fit to the data. The surprising result was that the data with random positions showed the same pattern as those with game positions, with the qualification that the percentage of recall was lower with the former position. Players with driven skills varied both in the amount of information they were able to memorize after an exposure of 1 second and with the rate at which they used additional presentation time. The stronger players showing a slight superiority in both cases. As with game position, it's unclear whether this difference is the use of additional time is due to recognizing more chunks or learning new chunks. Note that the task is far from trivial, even for masters. On average, with a 1 minute exposure, they were able to replace correctly only about 17 of the 26 pieces, 68%. Sarah Loomer provides some interesting results both in connection with the influence of meaningfulness on recall and the role of presentation time. His methodology was similar to that used in the study of extraordinary memory for digits in restaurant orders. Positions were presented auditorily, every piece, one piece every 2 to 4 seconds, 1500 seconds respectively for the entire position. An empty board was placed in front of the subjects in accordance with the data of Gobet and Simon on the role of presentation time. Results indicated that strong players were better in the recall of game as well as random positions, and their performance increased for all players at types of positions with the increase in latency between the presentation of two successive pieces. Results also showed that recall superiority for strong players remained when subjects had to memorize 4 game positions, but the players of all categories performed poorly with 4 random positions. Both the chunking theory, given a discrimination net sufficiently big to contain large chunks, and the template theory account for how these results well for game in random positions, with the assumption already incorporated into the EPOM theory that it takes about 8 seconds to create a chunk in short long-term memory. As mentioned earlier, Seek does not have much to say about the results on short-term memory. Given that no time parameters are indicated, it's difficult to judge the fit of the long-term working memory theory to the data with the game position. The result with random positions and long presentation time seem, however, to be negative evidence against the square version of the theory. Even masters recall little in 1 minute, pointing out that long-term memory schema can be used to supply additional integration is not of much help because of the long presentation time should allow the retrieval structure itself to encode a sufficient number of retrieval cues to allow an almost perfect recall. As was the case with the previous results, the hierarchical version could offer a reasonable account of the data, assuming that the encoding times into the retrieval structure and the long-term memory elaboration times are long enough, which seems, however, to contradict the long-term working memory emphasis on rapid encoding with experts. Long-term learning. As far as I know, there's only one longitudinal study about chess expertise. Charnes has retested with the same material one subject who had participated 9 years earlier in several chess experiments. During this period, subject improved its level from about 1600 ELO to a little more than 2400, that is by 4 standard deviations. With respect to problem solving, it took less time for the subject to choose a move, and he was exploring fewer different base moves. He was more selective when tested 9 years later. He was also faster to evaluate endgame positions, slightly more accurate. The size of his tree search did not vary much. If anything, it was smaller on retest, nor his maximum depth of search. In the recall task, subject was close to perfect in the first testing session and perfect 9 years later. Chunks were larger and less numerous, and the between chunk latencies were smaller in the second testing session. China suggested that this reduction in latency may be an indication that the subject assessed chunks and organized as a hierarchy. Although generalization is risky with a single subject experiment, this result seemed in harmony with the prediction of the chunking and template theory. Increases in skill occurs mainly through differences in chunking, increase in the size of chunk speed and accessing chunk, increase in selectivity, and not mainly through an increase in search mechanisms. Note that the chunk size, on average 2.7 pieces, was smaller than predicted by the template theory, but this may be due to the recording technique used, similar to that used by Chase and Simon, which may break chunks down. The smaller inner chunk latencies could speak in favor of the hypothesis, although both Seek and the long-term working memory theory are not exposed in detail enough to offer an explanation for these results. Two comments may be made. First, the size of the subject's tree search and of his maximal depth of search run counter to Seek's prediction that the search is a key element of chess expertise. Second, the decrease in inner chunk latencies could support the hypothesis of retrieval structure. Discussion. It is now time to summarize for each theory the positive and negative evidence. The reader refers to the discussion at the end of each set of empirical data for details on the application of each theory. The chunking theory does better than is often stated in the literature. The reason is that most criticisms were aimed at the computer model map, which implemented only a subset of the chunking theory. The basic ideas, chunks are the units of perceptual learning, and it takes several seconds to create one of them. Account for many results, recall with brief presentation time, even below 1 second. Recall a game of random positions, as well as recall the actual and random games. Dominant role in visual spatial encoding and differential recall of positions modified by mirror images or by translation. Strong empirical evidence was also gained from the studies aimed at identifying chunks, assuming that chunks give access to semantic long-term memory. The chunking theory accounts for the role of semantic orientation as well. The theory seems weak with respect to the inference studies, in particular with the multiple board task and high-level descriptions reported by masters, though additional assumptions on subject strategy are and on the size of chunks may salvage it in these cases. Finally, the eye movement simulation reported by de Groot and Gobet were obtained with essentially a chunking model. Seek is harder to judge because many mechanisms are left largely unspecified. Intuitively, it captures a high-level description reported by masters, allowing it to give some explanation for the interference studies and the role of semantic orientation. Its weakness, and with the overall very briefly presented opinions, which random positions, with the evidence of chunks and the effect of board modification. In addition, Seek's stress on verbal in preference to visual spatial knowledge is not warranted by the data. Finally, Seek does not say much about short-range learning. With short-range learning, it predicts larger chunks changes in search parameters than observed by Charnas. The square version of long-term weak working memory theory shares that some of the difficulties shown by Seek, some data are not clearly handled, including inference studies, long-range learning, and evidence for chunks. Other data are directly at variance with the predictions of the theory, such as recall of briefly presented positions and short-range learning. In particular, random positions are difficult to handle. Erickson and Kinch states that the ability to store random chess positions provides particularly strong evidence for the ability to encode individual chess pieces into the retrieval structure. The empirical data clearly refute this claim within the with the recall of random positions. Masters perform poorly with a presentation of 5 seconds. 1/3 of the piece is correct, and even with a presentation of 60 seconds, they do not recall more than 2/3 of the pieces correctly, both with visual and auditory presentation. The recall of random and legal games brings their recall of piece locations close to that of weak players. It is clear that masters do not benefit from retrieval structure with such positions. Other negative pieces of evidence are offered by the fact that masters do not reach perfect recall within positions, having only a few pieces on the board endgames, and by the differential recall of positions modified by mirror image and by translation. Perhaps the theory fares best with the explanation of the rapid access shown by masters of the piece location within a position. Thus, while the square version makes relatively clear predictions, there are in many cases the variance with the empirical data due to excessively powerful retrieval structure. The hierarchy version of the long-term working memory theory does a better job at accounting for the data, although it is vague in many respects. In particular, 2 points came out quite clearly from the application of this version to the empirical data. First, the rapid recognition of schemas and patterns plays a more important explanatory role than the storage of new information, which is the central thrust of the theory. Second, it's necessary several times to make the assumption that encoding times into the retrieval structure into long-term memory were relatively slow to prevent the hierarchy version of the theory running into the same problems as the square version, but this seems to run counter to one of the main points of Erickson and Kinch, that encoding should be fast and reliable with experts. In a sense, the template theory incorporates the best of each of the previous theories, hence it's not surprising that it accounts for most of the data reviewed. The concepts of chunks accounts for the recall of games and random positions, as well as positions for actual random games, for the dominant role of visual spatial encoding, and for the differential recall positions modified by mirror image or by translation. The concept also accounts with additional assumptions reviewed earlier for eye movement. The concept of templates, which is a mixture of the concepts of high-level description, chunks, and retrieval structure, is the key for explaining the interference and multiple board results and the result of presentation time on recall and game positions. Since templates and chunks are connected to other nodes in semantic long-term memory, they account for the effects of semantic orientation and typicality. Admittedly, the template theory and the long-term working memory theory share many aspects: rapid encoding of long-term memory, importance of retrieval queues, small capacity of short-term memory. The main difference between the two theories is illustrated in the long-term working memory treatment of most domains reviewed by Erickson and Knitsch. Encoding through retrieval queues is not contingent upon the recognition of schemas in long-term memory. What I would call a generic retrieval structure is postulated. Note that Erickson and Kinch treatment of the text comprehension does not presuppose the presence of a generic retrieval structure, but proposes two sources for retrieval structures: the episodic text structure, which is rapidly built upon up during the comprehension of a text, and the long-term memory schemas. It is, however, debatable whether the episodic text structure matches the criteria of stability proposed by Erickson and Kitch as defining retrieval structures. In a template approach, encoding into slot occurs after a schema has been accessed through perceptual cues. Templates offer partial retrieval structures that are specific to a class of positions. These two differences, specificity versus generality of the retrieval structure and partial versus total ability of the structure to encode information, explain why one theory accounts successfully for most of the results reviewed here and why the other fails. Well, the general message of Erickson and Kitch that encoding into long-term memory is faster than was supposed in earlier models may be valid. The general mechanisms they proposed did not apply to a wide range of domains they claimed it does. It is not the case with the generic retrieval structures developed within domains such as medical expertise or chess, or in other domains where there's no deliberate attempt to improve one's memory. The concept of generic retrieval structures seems to offer a theoretically plausible explanation, mostly in domain where the memory for order is important, where there is a conscious effort to both construct and use a memory structure under strategic control, and where the input is encoded serially. Chess, which offers a bidimensionality structure where reliance on the order of encoding is not important, and which is a domain where memory of position is not a primordial goal, does not fit this description, nor do many other domains of expertise. In addition to accounting for most of the empirical data on chess memory, the template theory, as did the chunking theory, offer a comprehensive theory of expertise, including perception, memory, and problem solving. It is embodied as a computer program which permits precise tests of the theory to be carried out. While the generality of the theory outside the realm of chess has yet to be established, its kinship with the successful chunking theory indicate that its prospects are good. In addition, it is compatible with the EPOM 4, which accounts for a large amount of empirical data from the learning of memory literature and has recently been used to simulate the behavior of a mnemonicist specialized in the digit span task, one of the tasks which led to the development of the skilled memory theory. Several general conclusions that extend beyond the realm of chess may be formulated. First, the chunking theory fared very well, better than is normally proposed in the literature. Second, perception plays a critical role in cognition. This was already the message of Groot, Chase, and Simon. Interestingly, research in artificial intelligence now echoes these scientists. Third, comparing data across the traditional barriers of perception, memory, and problem solving offers definite advantages, as was most eloquently formulated by Newell, including the reduction of a number of degrees of freedom allotted to the theory. As an example, consider the CREST model, the computer instantiation of the template theory. Parameters derived from memory, such as those directing the creation of chunks, were used in simulating eye movements. Conversely, constraints on eye movements, such as the size of the parafoveal vision, were used to simulate the creation of chunks. Fourth, the comparative methods used in this paper clearly illustrate the weaknesses of verbal theories, vagueness, non-refutability, and ease of adding auxiliary assumptions, which may not be compatible with the core of the theory. For example, the auxiliary assumptions that encoding times are slow, which I made repeatedly with the long-term working memory theory to avoid its predicting too strong a recall performance, seems reasonable. However, it clashes with the long-term working memory emphasis on rapid encoding times. Noting the deficiencies, the theory formulated verbally has been done frequently in the past, but had to be reiterated here because many of the theories are still formulated only verbally in the research on expertise. Chess is no exception. Of course, unfortunately, there are quite a few attempts to frame theories in a rigorous formalism. The research carried out within the SOAR and ACTAR frameworks. Fifth, the decision to prefer precise predictions within a specific domain to loose predictions across various domains has definite advantages. Not least of them is the fact that this approach recognizes the importance of the constraints imposed by the task domain. While it is important to search for general cognitive principles, such as the role of chunking, retrieval structures, a high-level knowledge, one should not forget that each domain of expertise imposes constraints that critically shape behavior. These constraints may be lost when theories are compared loosely across several domains, which implies the analysis of the match between theory and data is done at a general level with the risk that too many important details are lost. The impact of chess research on cognitive science in general and the study of expertise in particular is important. The main features of chess expertise, selective search, memory for meaningful material in the domain of expertise, importance of pattern recognition, have been shown to be generalizable in other domains. As shown in this paper, chess offers a rich database of empirical results that allows for testing theories of expert memory rigorously. In addition, built on previous information processing models, a far-ranging and consistent theory of chess players' memory is now available, which offers a promising framework for both developing a complete model of chess expertise, including problem solving, and for unifying the vast body of experimental results within the study of expertise in general. Whether it will be as successful in other domains of expertise or whether another theory would fare better has to be established by rigorously testing it against empirical data along several dimensions, as has been done in this paper for chess. Okay, so you got blessed. That one was pretty long, almost 2 hours. So just a handful of people watching. So appreciate anyone who tuned in. So Passover is tomorrow night. So happy Passover. Blessings to everybody. Best wishes. And the last days of Passover will be next week. So there will be no stream next week. But I hope the Wednesday to do the next one on metaphysics, and we'll be doing Indian and Chinese metaphysics, a good overview, a lot of interesting stuff there. And then we'll be back to week in review. So pray for peace, pray for better things. God forbid the war. A lot of crazy things happening. So with that, I got a busy day tomorrow preparing for Passover and stuff. So God bless, signing out. Pray for better things. And happy Passover again.